Welcome everyone to the OWCS Champions Clash. I'm Ash, I'm going to be hosting, and I promise that Zoe will be back later in a couple of days, but I'm joined with some familiar faces on the desk. Jake, Johnny, how are you guys doing?
So back, Jake.
It's good to be back and here, you know, in front of the top competition in the world. All the best teams have come together, playing each other here at the Champions Clash for that title of best in the world. And come on, like, that's what you play for. That's what esports is all about.
Oh, it's the first international major of the year.
And in China.
So much excitement.
Super hype, super hype. But I know that what you guys are excited for back home are actually the drops that we have in store for the next couple of days. You know what, Johnny, I know that you're excited. We've got 3 unique drops for each day coming in hot.
I respect that you're keeping it real, Ash. We're just going straight to the job.
We are straight to the drops.
We know what the people want. We're just giving you what you guys want. Don't even pretend, Chad. Like this isn't like you're not after the drops. Like you don't have your Twitch linked.
And there's loot boxes in there, Jake. You don't know what's gonna be in there.
He loves the RNG.
Legendaries. So it could be some legendary.
I'm a May enjoyer. You can open your loot boxes. I'm gonna be playing May.
I'm going with the loot boxes. You never know. Give me an epic at least. Come on.
Super valid, super valid. But let's lock in and look at day 1's drops. I think the Hangzhou, the name cards are actually pretty nice. We've got the May skin coming in for day 1 here as well. So super exciting things. You guys can remember to link your Twitch accounts to your Blizzard accounts to make sure that you get these going while you are watching our broadcast. But the drops don't actually stop there. We've got Face It drops coming in for you guys as well. You guys can link your Face It accounts with the link below and make sure that you get those Face It points for the ability to exchange them for some Overwatch 2 coins at the Face It store as well. So super exciting things for you guys in chat. You love to see it. You love to see it.
As I'm banking up those Face It coins, and I'm gonna get a laptop.
You're gonna get that ready?
It's coming. It's real. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
How far are you along the way?
I don't know, man. That's the thing. You can't look. If you look, it's like messes up all the juju. You know, I need to be.
How do you even know if you're getting any at that point then, though?
Well, I got it linked. You know, link your Face account, your Twitch account.
You sound locked in. Do you have a laptop running in the back just to like get the points as well?
Well, yeah, but I need another one. You know, it's like a perpetual motion machine. I get infinite laptops.
Okay.
You gotta be drops maximizing.
Yeah, drops maximizing. We're a little too locked in on that. Let's lock back in on the broadcast actually and take a look at the schedule that we've had for 2025. This is our first LAN coming in here for OWCS, and what better way to welcome the Chinese region back than taking it to Hangzhou for Champions?
I mean, this is exciting. You know, we played through all of stage 1, you know, finding the top 2 teams in each region. They're here to compete in the Champions Clash in Hangzhou. I mean, and this is when we finally get that cross-regional competition. You know, there's always a lot of drama, NA and EU trash-talking each other. Who is the second best region? Because let's be honest, the Koreans are scary, man. Falcons and crazy
China. It could be China.
All right, once again, that is scary. That's a threat on the hometown crowd.
Later, we're so excited.
Yeah,
it definitely is. Definitely is. So the top 2 teams from each region are also here to compete for a little prize pool that we've got going for us. And not only are they competing for that stage 1 crown, but it's also $225,000 so far. But you guys at home can actually continue to contribute to this prize pool with a really sick skin that we have online here. It's the Ember Juno skin. As a support main myself, I think this one looks honestly spectacular, Johnny.
Yeah, it's very unique. I love it because Juno as well, you know, usually you have like most recently the Galactic skin, you know, all space and stuff. Now you got Ember instead. I love this color pattern, Jake. So I think it's a truly unique Juno skin. So you got to pick it up while you can. And support the tournament. Support the prize pool.
Exactly. You know, supporting OWCS, awesome to have that integration in the client. Shout out to the devs for that one, and the skin is looking good. I might start playing a little bit of Juno.
It's the most relaxing hero to play, yeah.
Is it relaxing? I'm trying to take the headshot perk. We're on like a different vibe. I'm trying to farm the headshot perk as quickly as possible and never heal again. That's...
Okay. Well, you guys have until April 22nd to grab that Ember Juno bundle. But while we're actually talking about the SICK show here in LA, we've got a man on the ground over in China. Let's say hello to our on-site reporter, Danny Lim.
Danny!
What's good, everybody? Danny Lim here at Hangzhou for Champions Clash, guys. The show's about to start, and we got some great fans here in Hangzhou, China. Are you guys excited? Yeah! Oh my God! Just hearing that makes me excited, guys. I'm gonna be around the arena shooting a lot of stuff for all of you guys at home. So don't worry, I got you guys. So for now, we're gonna say "Jayo." When I say 3, 2, 1, we say "Jayo" together, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Jayo! Let's go, perfect.
Thank you so much, Danny. We'll be seeing a lot of him throughout the next 3 days of competition. But if you're just joining us for the first time this year, there have been a lot of changes to competitive Overwatch. The biggest one being hero bans, Jake. This has been a really interesting way to shake things up.
Yeah, I had to pull for this for about 4 years, but finally we're here, and it's really changed the game in an exciting way. I mean, for the past, like for pretty much all the major competitions I can remember, 9 times out of 10, we'd see a lot of mirror matches, but not so much anymore. With hero bans, every single map is going to be different. So even if there is one, dominant comp or strategy, these bans are going to change it up. You can't ban the same hero twice throughout the series from one team, and also when you do the bans, the first team who bans, they pick a hero, of course, of one of the 3 roles, and that same role cannot be banned by the same or by the other team in that same map. So you can also use a ban as a bit of a protect. If you really want to play Winston, you could ban Diva, protect the Winston for that map. So there's a lot of strategic nuance in the ban system, and it's really, I think, developed a lot of the players, pushed a lot of these teams to play much more innovative and open styles.
Yeah, and on your screen right now, you're seeing the bans from EMEA in Stage 1. You can see that on the bottom right of your screen right there. And you can take a look at some of these bans in the tank category, for example. 13 bans on Sigma, 12 bans on Mauga, 21 bans on Diva there, 19 on Torb. So you can kind of see a pattern here for EMEA. But as we go over to North America, we're banning Wrecking Ball, we're banning Hazard and Winston, 15 Sombra bans. That might be because Amplify, they kind of specialize in Sombra, so Sombra mains don't get too excited there. But you're seeing these different regions prioritize different bans going into this tournament. So that's another dimension, another question. Like, what bans will we see from different regions in this tournament?
We're seeing additional layers being added to the competition here, and in Season 15, we actually added a brand new ability perk system, which has been shaking things up continuously. Jake, what do you feel like has been pretty significant when it comes to these ability trees?
Yeah, I mean, I think one big example we could look at is Ana's perks. I mean, Ana has been, I think, really revitalized with these perks. In the pro level, you're going to see a lot of people taking that biotic bounce. What the pros can do with this is really impressive, bouncing the nade off walls, really upping the skill potential for that nade. And then, of course, Shrike getting, as everyone calls it, let's be honest, double nano, to be able to put a nano on yourself and your ally at the same time. It really lets Ana get a lot more into the fray. And so as the match develops, by farming ultimate, by charging ult, you also are getting your perks online and sort of growing your power level. For some of the other heroes, too, there's a lot more diversity. You could see different picks coming out, shaping your hero to the demands of the match at hand.
The double nano. It's really cursed if you're a dive hero. You dive in there and then the Ana is suddenly nanoed. It's bad news. I selected Brig in this category as well because I think Brig is another hero that was already strong, going into the tournament, but then you add perks, which is like boost what Brig already does. The morale boost, that's a minor perk, for example. Inspire lasts 3 seconds longer when activated by the whip shot, so you just get more healing all around for your team. That's really beneficial for a hero like Brig, for example. I think Winston would be another hero, for example. That's really good perks. You can either, go with the Chain Lightning, for example, get a lot of Chain Lightning damage in there. And I think these perks will boost these individual heroes and actually have some effect on the tournament to the point where we've been kind of leaning dive compositions going into the tournament, Jake.
Yeah, that's been the rumblings that we might have a bit of an Ana Brig Winston, type of a meta shaping up. But that's the exciting thing with hero bans is I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for teams to attack that and kind of show their own unique style here in the tournament.
Well, speaking of teams, let's check out who we're actually going to be seeing across these 3 days of competition. Any surprises here, Johnny?
For me, I gotta say that Alcadia making it as the number 2 seed for EMEA, that was a bit of a surprise because going into this year, you would have highlighted teams like the Ultimates, with Kevster, Kion, it's like big star names, right? Twisted Minds is another really good team in EMEA, but instead it was Alcadia who secured the number 2 seed from EMEA. But a lot of proven players on this team, like Checkmate, for example, Labda, who you're going to be familiar with, and Landon as well. So you know that Alcadia, they have the experience on the international stage, of course, but then putting it together the fashion they did in Stage 1 was really impressive, and curious to see what they do here in the Champions Clash.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't wait to get into it. We got to talk a little bit more about the top 2 teams from each region, though, and who better to kick things off with than welcoming back these Chinese teams. I know that we've got, once again, and Team CC coming into the fray. Tell us a little bit about that Hangzhou Spark Core.
Yeah, I mean, so team once again, AKA the team from China, AKA, a lot of the players from Hangzhou Spark. It's Gushui, I think, on your screen right now, the Monkey King, one of the best Winstons in the world, coming now playing in front of the hometown crowd in China. I think this team is going to be a treat to watch. They were really impressive to me at the Esports World Cup last year, and that was in a spot where they didn't have that much practice. That now with, of course, competitive Overwatch coming back to China, this is a real opportunity for them to show what they can do on the world stage. But they have some tough foes to go up against. Luckily, it's not just Gushui. They've got Shy and Leave on the DPS line, and I think these two, they're just incredible to watch. Shy in particular on the Sojourn, it is a walking highlight reel. I feel like could probably just one-trick it, and they could maybe win the whole tournament.
I can't wait to see what level they're playing at. They didn't do super good at the OWC, but they beat Team Falcons, which, if you beat Team Falcons, you're in contention, right? So it's definitely noteworthy how they played last year. Now, the number 2 seed from China, obviously because, once again, they took all the best players in China. So Team CC, there's another group of really talented players who some of you might be familiar with from the Overwatch League, for example. Gaga would be one of those players who, made a name for himself around like 2021, for example, coming up as the new fantastic tank player in China. And you're seeing Gaga on this team, and I think that this could really be one of the best noteworthy players on Team CC because of the dive potential playing the Winston, but also the Wrecking Ball, who we heard so much about just a few years ago, right? So if Gaga can really put together on the dive heroes, I'm expecting some decent things from Team CC this tournament.
A lot of pressure for these Chinese teams to be competing in front of the home crowd, but let's move over to EMEA. We've got Virtus Pro, who is undefeated throughout stage 1 of the regular season, and then Alcadia, who's been a dark horse. They started off as that 6th seed and managed to fight their way to the top.
Yeah, so I mean, Virtus Pro, number 1 seed out of the EMEA, kind of crushed the region, frankly, and a lot of it comes from the veterancy in the tank core. I think Vistola really impressed everybody. Such a stable, leader for the team, and really brought even more flexibility. Was known as an off-tank player previously, but has shown a ton of flexibility and really just an incredible mechanical level across all of his heroes that you know him for. But I think the combination of Vistola with this rising superstar in Jwoo coming in, we talked about with the coach, like thinking, I'm going to take a chance on this guy. I'm going to give him a shot. He seems really motivated, and while that chance has paid off, this has been a breakout season for Jwoo. I'm expecting really big things for him. I mean, to be fair, this is probably the biggest stage he's ever played on, so the pressure will be on, but he has shown that he has the potential. He can deliver in these crucial scenarios.
Yeah, and I mentioned Alcadia before, the number 2 seed from EMEA, and some of the players on this roster. Checkmate, an Overwatch League champion with Florida Mayhem, of course, in 2023. Labda as well. One of the best Flora players we have in the game, really so good in that hero. But it was the Sojourn we saw in stage 1, and we're mightily impressed by the fact that he took it to players like Quartz, for example. But how did Alcadia get it done? It was aggression. They played so fast to the point where even Virtus Pro, they struggled with the aggressive playstyle coming out from Alcadia. So I'm kind of wondering, going into this tournament, from Alcadia, will we see similar aggression throw off some of these other regions in their matchups?
Definitely something to keep our eyes out for, but let's hop over across the pond and talk about NA a little bit. We have Nightmare and SSG, who secured the top 2 spots during stage 1. It was close competition throughout the regular season, though, and Jake, it's pretty crazy that this Nightmare roster denied Team Liquid the opportunity at their LAN after their long-awaited return as an org.
Yeah, I mean, with how much went into Liquid and SSG for neither of those teams to be the 1 seed here, I think a lot of it comes down to, this guy on your screen right now, I think Ultraviolet, it has peaking. I mean, he's had just disgusting highlights in everything I've seen him play recently. This is, I think, the best we've ever seen from him. And this is a veteran. He's been around for a long time. For him to be hitting a new peak is incredible. And alongside Zera, who has really come into his own. We saw him in Stockholm last year, but I think he's really just continued to grow and impress as a player. The Genji, I think, probably is going to be his signature. We might see a lot of it, but I've been really blown away by his Tracer level. I mean, Tracer has always been that bellwether hero for flanker players, and really what you need to play at the elite level to beat the best in the world is an elite Tracer, and Zera has been doing just that. So I think Nightmare is going to be incredibly exciting to watch. Qualifying as the number 1 seed out of NA is quite an impressive accomplishment.
And so we head over to SSG, the number 2 seed from NA, but it doesn't really feel like a number 2 seed, Jake, because this team is stacked. And especially if we are going to see dive compositions in this tournament, they have all the individuals to put up incredible performances. I think this might be a top 3 team. You have Sugar Free on the Tracer, who has really taken it to some of the best damage players in the game. Kellan, of course, Winston is his signature hero, and if allowed to play that Winston, he's going to be able to bring it on the international level as well. So SSG, the number 2 seed from NA, don't underestimate them. I think they could go really far this tournament.
Man, I love hearing that. I love hearing that. But we saved the best for last, let's be honest here. And probably the favorites to take home the Stage 1 title within the Asia region. We are got to talk about Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Jake, tell us a little bit about Team Falcons. You know, they're the defenders of the World Finals champions.
Yeah, you know, this is a team that has won most everything they've touched, and if they haven't won, they probably got second place. You know, this is just an elite team. They've been world beaters from the time they were put together as a roster, and frankly, you don't get players like this on a team. If they get worse results than top 2, honestly, this is a team that like could break up. Like that is anything less than, honestly, frankly, number 1 is a disappointment for Falcons, and that is a ridiculous amount of pressure to be under. I feel like maybe the most pressure of any team in the world, but they're also maybe the only group of 5 players that can handle that pressure, that can continue to deliver these knockout performances time and time again in the biggest stages of Overwatch.
And so Crazy Raccoon, the other horse in this 2-horse race in Champions Clash here, Jake. And you say all that about Team Falcons, but Crazy Raccoon has most of the time had the edge in this rivalry. They did lose in Stockholm in our 2024 World Championship, but they won in Dallas. EWC, they had a great success. So Crazy Raccoon going into this tournament, we had a couple of balance changes. Mauga is not as good in this tournament, and that actually benefits Crazy Raccoon in this rivalry matchup. So Crazy Raccoon, this might be a great tournament for them, considering the balance changes we saw going into it.
I love that. I love that. Well, with the best of each region competing in a double elimination bracket for Champions Clash, let's take a look at our opening matchups. And when we take a look at this upper bracket quarterfinal, what's your favorite one you're looking at here, Johnny?
All right, Jake. There's a couple here that look really good.
He's cooking.
But just seeing once again.
Yeah, okay.
I can't wait to see Leave and Shy combine efforts once again on that roster. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait to see how they fare against VP, who play a bit of a different style. VP likes to rely on their brawl, their poke compositions, and so how do they match up against once again? That's going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I agree, Johnny. I think that's going to be super exciting to see VP and once again clash. Honestly, though, I kind of have my eyes on this Team Falcons Alcadia match. Like, as much as Falcons are insanely powerful and strong, I mean, you got to remember, this is Junkbuck coming to coach Alcadia. So this is a team that has made incredible strides without as much name value, right? That has brought things together and looked so scary without having like necessarily the superstar, like world-beating rosters that other teams have. And so I think everybody probably has to put some respect on the name for Alcadia. And you talked about that level of aggression. I think there's a chance for them to make some kind of a crazy upset and really just shake this tournament up off the rip, really.
Well, yeah, now that you're talking about Alcadia versus Team Falcons, actually, let's take a look at today's schedule after we've checked out those upper matches, because that's the game that we're going to be starting the day off with. For you guys at home, just so you know, the first 4 matches of today will be a first to 2, and then once we drop down into the lower bracket, it will be first to 3 for the last 2 games. So super exciting things here, and now that we've, kind of set the tone for everything, right? We gotta get into some fun predictions. We prepped a little bit of a segment for you guys called Tomorrow's News Today, and basically, where the 3 of us came up with some headliners of how we think the action is actually going to pan out during day 1.
I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with this one. I'm just gonna let you guys know.
Have a little bit of fun with it. Yeah, I didn't know this was supposed to be based in fact, but
all right, look, we're making predictions about the future, Johnny. I
got a ghostwriter. I don't know. I'm not.
You got a ghostwriter?
Yeah,
you didn't put this one up yourself?
I'm not responsible for whatever my tech says.
Okay, well, tomorrow's news today, Jake took us away.
It's a nightmare scenario here in China. It's in front of the hometown crowd in Hangzhou. Team CC fell to North American #1 seed Nightmare in a blistering 2-0. Nightmare seem to be finding their sea legs after a tough run in the Soup Cup, but they still have a long way to go to claim their ultimate goal of securing the championship here in the Champions Clash. Today, they face off against the 7-foot-tall gaming warlord Lip, along with the rest of Crazy Raccoon.
I don't know if my voice is going to be as good, but we have liftoff. Crazy Raccoon launched themselves into orbit of the upper bracket finals after a swift 2-0 victory up against Space Station Gaming. This match may have lasted longer than Katy Perry leaving the stratosphere, but now SSG find themselves face-to-face with an asteroid belt and the lower bracket gauntlet. The ride is about to get turbulent with the Chinese teams on home ground standing in their way.
Pre-poppers. Hanbin is officially an has-been. Papa Smurf was sorely missed in Friday's matchup against Alcadia when Checkmate and co swanged their way around a lackluster Team Falcons dive that saw the tournament favorites bomb out of the winner's bracket. See more on page 12.
Oh, okay.
Dude, if Alcadia upsets Falcons, though, that would go crazy. I think it would be because of your newspaper article. I think you would have to take credit.
He's manifesting right now, actually.
Yeah. Look, people these days, they just want engagement. So it doesn't matter if it's true. So,
True.
people might interact with my article, and then, I'll be front page.
For
the
Wait,
memes,
Jake,
for the
just
content.
wait. Yeah.
Speaking of content, though, we got a fun game coming in for you guys. If you guys tuned in at all during the English broadcast for the regular season, you may have catched some Overfeud. I'm new to this one, but if you guys are also not familiar with the game, we polled over 500 OWCS fans on various Overwatch-themed prompts, and our lovely analysts here are going to have to try and guess what the top 5 answers are. If they get 3 wrong, that's game over. So we're gonna start with the easy one. There are only 8
I'm a man
teams.
of the people.
Guys,
I got my finger on the pulse. All right,
there's
Donnie?
only 8 teams in the competition, so it should be, in your favor. But I want you guys to name the team most likely to reverse sweep at Champions Clash.
You just take the best teams?
Okay.
Just take the best teams, Jake.
Okay, I'm gonna.
But then they would have to be down
say,
first, too.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna.
Stuff happens.
I'm gonna put out there Crazy Raccoon.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, there
we
we
got
go.
one.
See?
We got one.
Only 8%.
Yeah, only 8%.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Well, I'm gonna double down on my theory and say Team Falcons.
Okay.
Let's see. Another
Nice.
one. You guys are you're killing it right now. You're killing it.
How many
right
lives do we have?
All right.
have 3
actually,
lives.
I think this is gonna be the #1 slot. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think once again.
Okay.
Let's go.
You're actually killing it right now.
Called my shot.
Okay,
You're
Jake,
owning right now.
I need your
This is
advice
where we
here.
gotta lock in, though. This is where it gets real.
I need your
Yeah.
advice here before we go on to the next one, okay? I'm thinking SSG. What do you think?
Yeah, I sort of like it. I sort of like an SSG.
Maybe they're mentally.
I think the true correct answer to this is Alcadia, but I'm not sure if the teams,
Okay, you'll give your go. I'll go SSG. I'll go SSG.
SSG? You're locking that one in? No? Okay,
Nice
2
job,
lives left.
Johnny.
2 lives left. You guys were, you were on track for a flawless
The
run.
thing is, I think Alcadia is what my answer, but I don't know if that's what the fans would say.
Oh my.
So I'm gonna say Virtus Pro.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh my!
Finger on the pulse.
My.
He knows the audience well. He knows
Okay,
the
there
audience
has
well.
to be an NA team in there, so I'm going Nightmare.
Okay.
that.
Let's see. Let's see. Do they get the last one?
Oh, okay, Johnny.
That's what I'm
Not
talking
bad.
about.
Yeah, not
Nice
bad.
start, Jake. Nice
Easy
start.
win. Easy win.
Great teamwork, guys. Great teamwork, guys. Well, that is going to be it for Overfeud, but I know that we have the opening ceremony coming in. I see that we've had some dragon scales up in the back and whatnot. I'm predicting maybe we get some thematic dragon stuff going on for China. What do you guys think?
Look, I have no idea what to expect.
Guest appearance.
Can you imagine? That would go too crazy.
Yo, give me a show match with Shanghai Dragons. Let's get in there. I'll be down.
Put me on. Let me play. Let me play. All right, no, guys, let's be honest here. Is once again going to win this whole thing? That's the real question. That's what's on everybody's mind. I feel like low-key, I've been hearing the rumblings as a Winston meta, cooking, brewing. I just feel like Gushui is going to take over. I feel like he's going to just unleash the Primal Blade.
He's gonna take over.
I think he's going to take over the tournament, period. That should be the opening ceremony, just Gushui primaling people in the practice rate. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, you have that. You have Gushui, a fantastic dive tank. But then you have the 2021 Overwatch League MVP in Leave, who's just
How do you even remember that, bro?
I've been around for a long time. But yeah, Leave is just insane on so many different heroes. The
true.
flex player, of course. And on Tracer can take it to some of the best Tracer players in the world. And then you have Shai, of course, who, biased, my favorite Hitscan player. And we saw, for example, in the 2022 mid-season madness, how Shai popped off for the Hangzhou Spark in that tournament. Can really carry a team, right? And I think this meta as well, if we're going to see a dive meta with a Hitscan, Shai can just take over. There will be no big shields in the way, just shoot them.
Look, Hitscan is great, but I want to see Shai and Leave on Torb Sim. I want to see the Torb Sim Hazard meta.
We got this Zarya.
We saw it.
I don't want to see it anymore.
It was, all right, look, I'm just saying the Torb Sim comp goes crazy. The fact that is
why are you saying
that we
this
finally
stuff?
hit a meta.
What are you saying?
Come on, we hit a meta where you play Torb and Sim together in a pro game.
What is bro saying?
Okay. He's overcooking overcooking a little bit. He's overcooking a little bit. But while we wait for the opening ceremony, we're actually going to take a look at the Season 16 trailer. Stay tuned.
Oh.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough. And we're diving right in. They barely cinched the win this round. This is a round you won't want to miss. Against all odds, they've won it all! You love to see it, folks. Something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you. I've always liked a challenge. I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of heart! Brigitte, the heart of strength! Amélie, the heart of grace! Kiriko, the heart of passion! Freya, the heart of courage! And I am Juno, the heart of hope! Together, we will take down the Hollow Hearts! The Full Heart Beam!
I run this show.
My spirit grows strong.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked.
You are under my guard.
Honestly, Season 16 is looking really hype, guys. And Johnny, I mean, I saw you in the stadium trailer the other day on socials. Tell me about the game mode.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was just playing some Reinhardt. You can fly as Reinhardt. I mean, I've been asking for that balance change forever. So I'm just thrilled that it's in the game. Yeah, it's tons of fun Stadium. I've really been enjoying playing some of the preview servers and stuff like that. So I can't wait for Stadium to drop next week.
I'm a broken build enjoyer, and I love, crafting the most.
Okay, what was the most broken build?
All right, I feel like we're not. Look, I'm saying I found a Cassidy build where I was just like right-clicking for about 30 seconds. So I think that felt pretty good. I don't know how it felt for the other team. I'm gonna say maybe less good. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say
30 ammo.
They didn't like me fan the hammer, breaking the Rhine shield, and killing him in one right click. I think maybe Johnny didn't enjoy that.
What did I do to deserve that? Like really? But then, yeah, I mean, Junker Queen was one of my favorites as well.
Yeah.
You can like reset the shout quite often, reset the Cornish as well. So, yeah, Stadium is a ton of fun. I can't wait for it to drop.
Super
Great
sick.
season. Yeah.
Super sick. I mean, we got the hero bands coming into competitive.
Oh, Jake.
this season,
Yeah,
too.
Jake, you are. Every time Hero Bands gets brought up, Jake has like a visceral reaction. It's like,
I've been waiting for
He's so excited.
years to
What are you banning?
ban out whatever my opponent's best heroes are.
How will you know?
Oh, no.
I actually wonder. I don't know if you get to see their names.
No,
and
you
stuff
don't, you
first.
don't.
Okay, well then.
So you got to ban.
What would I ban? Just as a pure vibe check?
I'm going Mercy. I'm sorry. I'm not ashamed.
See, that's a weird take. I feel like Mercy.
That's
I'm a tank
random
player.
take.
Like, give me speed. Give me Juno. Give me Lucio. Get me in the fight. Mercy, I'm sorry. You don't help
I think I'm gonna ban Tracer. I think that's the ban.
What? What?
Wait, that's wild.
Insane take. Ban Tracer?
That is an insane take. That is an insane take.
I
Crazy
don't.
things.
I can't wait. I cannot wait for Hero Bands to be in the game.
No.
It's going to change like how the game is being
Absolutely.
played, right? So I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. But we do gotta get into the action. The opening ceremony is coming in hot here for Champions Clash. Let's check things out live in China.
Ho, ho, ho!
现在是向全球直播，我建议让世界上的所有人都能听到、看到、感受到我们杭州的热情。再来一次，你好，杭州！ And welcome to the Champions Clash， 欢迎来到2025守望先锋全球冠军赛。Coming to you live in the heart of China, we'll bring you one of the biggest international battles in the Overwatch Esports。接下来，我们将在杭州电竞中心为您带来本年度第1届的 OWCS 线下赛。Over the next few days, the best of best will go head-to-head in a collision of strategy, skill, and sheer determination。在接下来的比赛日当中，全球顶尖的选手将进行一场关于斗志、关于技巧、关于决胜雄心的尖峰较量。Across 4 fierce regions, North America, EMEA, China, and Asia Pacific, 8 teams have conquered their corners in the world, and now they're here gathering in Hangzhou face to face against each other. 来自全球4大战区，北美、欧洲非、国服以及亚太4大战区的8支队伍已经各自称霸了本土的赛场。今天他们齐聚杭州，将再一次进行巅峰对决。This is where legends rise, rivalries ignite, and you'll become part of history. 这里是传奇诞生的舞台，是宿敌交锋的战场，也是所有人见证历史的时刻。And by the end of it all, one team will hold the crown as your OWCS first stage champion. 在一切尘埃落定之后，有且只有一支队伍将会成为 OWCS 第一阶段的总冠军。So whether you are here joining us in the arena or watching the live stream online, please gear up, get loud, as the road to glory is beginning now. 所以，在场的所有观众以及在电视机前的你，让我们开足马力，发出你们最大的怒吼，因为通向荣誉的路程此刻启程。那么接下来，让我们有请今天将要亮相的8支队伍来到舞台之上。And now let's welcome the 8 teams to the stage. And first, let's welcome the first seed from EMEA, Virtus Pro!
Virtus Pro joins us here on the stage, our #1 seed from EMEA, led of course by Vestola, who has proven it so many times on the international stage. Known for playing brawl and poke compositions, Jae-woo, can he be an impact maker, the young star talent on this team? How will they fare in this Champions Clash tournament?
Alcadia coming in here, the dark horse team from EMEA. Impressive results for these players, a global team coming together. Lambda in particular has had a massive showing this season. Coach Jungbuck has brought a lot of teams to championship performances. Can he do it again here in China?
From North America, seed #1, Nightmare!
Dream come true for Nightmare, joining us as a #1 seed from North America, and now led by Zero, of course. A very young, fantastic prodigy for this team. Has fantastic performances in the Tracer role. How will he be able to compete with the likes of Proper here on the international stage?
Second seed from North America, Space Station Gaming!
SSG, surprising to be the second seed, but I don't think it has cowed them one little bit. These players have massive experience on land. They've got incredible chemistry together, led by their main tank, Kellen. This is a team that can do incredible things, but of course, you gotta give Braun the ball.
Falcons, the #1 seed from the Asia region, and our 2024 world champions, of course. An unbelievably stacked roster. These are some of the best players in the game, looking to add to their legacy this weekend.
Crazy Raccoon!
Crazy Raccoon, always a joy to watch this team. You never know exactly what they're gonna pull out, except that they're gonna execute it immaculately. This is a team that may be the second seed in Korea, but you can bet that they are a threat.
来自中国 China #1 once again!
And you can hear the crowd getting rowdy for once again, the Chinese super team, and truly one of the most entertaining and beloved teams in Overwatch Esports history. What can they achieve here in China?
2号种子 Team CC!
Team CC, a lot of old heads from the Overwatch League will recognize these players. Definitely had a tough road here, of course, with the incredible competition out of China, but maybe with the hometown crowd behind them, they can make some upset victories and make a splash here in Hangzhou.
Stepping onto the battlefield, let's begin the clash. 8支战队会师，英雄再次起航，让我们期待他们在比赛中的精彩表现。
absolutely on fire right now.
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
Sugar-free. Oh, buddy! He's made short work in the back line. Oh, what a knock angle there for Lethal. Standard stuff here for Lethal, really.
What an incredible opening ceremony. I know that crowd sold out within minutes once tickets went live. What was your favorite thing, Johnny? Because I thought the Tracer Recall AR was sick.
Yeah, I mean, I just love how the crowd really got behind the Chinese teams. To no one's surprise, of course. But, you know, once again, they've been a fan favorite for so long, but that major title has eluded once again. So you're thinking, with the fan support in China, could they perhaps get over the hurdle?
Maybe, but we gotta lock in on our first matchup of today before you get too hyped about the Chinese teams. We've got Team Falcons versus Alcadia coming in hot, and I know that we, locked in our predictions for this one. I have a sneaky suspicion things might not be getting too spicy for this first matchup. I'll go first, I'll say it. I did lock in a 2-0 in favor of Falcons.
We had to go with Team Falcons on this one. They're a story team. To be the #1 seed out of Asia is a ridiculous accomplishment. But I want to emphasize, I think there's a real shot for Alcadia to play spoiler here. I think they would need to have a massive overperformance and maybe would need to strike some fear into the heart of Falcons to get that done. But I think there's just a shred of a chance here for me, Johnny.
Shred of a chance. Wow. Look, it's Team Falcons. 2-0. 2-0.
Okay.
Easy as that. I promise you, though, Ash,
yeah?
I'll get some truly wild predictions in later in the tournament. I promise you, okay? But this is not the one.
Because Jake is the one who's spicing things up on the desk right now.
Look,
what?
Lambda? All right.
He just said Alcadia could play spoilers. They could.
All right, well, be objective, okay?
No. Johnny is obsessed with what I. Come on, we're here to have fun, Johnny. And honestly, I think what's been so exciting to watch from this Alcadia team is I saw Lambda in the World Cup a few years ago. I was like, he's really good. He's like a Pharah one trick, but he's really good. But he just plays Pharah. And then just this season, he's playing Sojourn against some of the best players in the world and taking them to task on the Soj. I mean, he's hit this incredible elite hit scan performance. I want to see what Lambda can do on the big stage, on land with all the pressure on him. I feel like this could be the guy for the tournament. And I mean, fair, they're going to need that to go up against Falcons because Falcons has a lot of very serious shooters on that squad.
I will be looking out for the playstyle from Alcadia because I mentioned before, obviously, the aggression we saw from Alcadia. And often when you face the Korean teams, you're never going to have a chance if you take it slow and you're jockeying for position on the flanks and stuff like that. But if you run it down mid, maybe there's a chance there. And that's what Alcadia did so really well in EMEA. I'm not saying that to make fun of their playstyle just running it in. That was really efficient. That was the way to play the Mauga Brawl composition, right? Now, are we going to see Mauga Brawl here? Very doubtful after the patch notes. We saw Mauga get nerfed, of course. But still, though, that kind of aggressive playstyle, that could be a pretty beneficial boon here on the international stage.
My eyes are on Junkbuck. I mean, what can he bring from the coaching role as far as the hero ban system, right? Being able to ban and maybe using bans as protects. I think that's going to need to be a place where Alcadia have some really well prepared strategies. I think if you come into this and you haven't really prepared for this match, which I just don't think is possible knowing Junkbuck. I'm sure he has watched every game they've played in the last year to prepare for this. But I think they're gonna need to have a really rock solid strategy to beat players like Proper and Stalker. I feel like you almost can't just play a heads-up fair game. You need to be putting them on the back foot. Alcadia need to come in here with some kind of a stealthy strat that they have prepared, maybe a way to take us to a certain map pick and make this series a comeback.
I mean, I think the Pharah, right? Lambda playing the Pharah, it's something we actually saw from Twisted Minds in Stockholm at our 2024 finals, of course, where going into the tournament, everyone pretty much collectively said that in scrims, Twisted Minds was the worst team coming into the tournament. But then they actually really impressed us because they came out and they played this amazing Pharah composition and no one was really ready for it. So Alcadia, they do have aces up their sleeve. We'll have to see if they pull them out.
Yeah, I think it's a lot on the line there for both teams, right? And it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But let's see the teams take the stage in China. Team Falcons versus Alcadia.
Now the battle for glory is about to begin. Let's welcome the first match teams. 那么荣耀之战即将开始，让我们欢迎第一场比赛的战队。首先，让我们有请 Team Falcons。
Team Falcons, the superstar squad out of Korea, the best team in the world right now. But it won't mean much until they claim the trophy here in China. You believe this is the first match. These guys, they're not even sweating yet. They're not even worried.
掌声、欢呼声送给他们的对手 ，and now their opponent, Team Alcadia.
It's going to be an interesting matchup here for Alcadia, of course, going up against one of the tournament favorites. You kind of got to feel this one out. What are we going to play going into this matchup? How will we perform and what can we improve, of course, later in the tournament? They have a few options here. Let's see what compositions they bring to their first matchup at the Champions Clash.
Well, we've got quite the David versus Goliath matchup to start off our first day of OWCS Champions Clash. It's going to be a super exciting one, and I mean, there's no one better to take us through the action here for our first matchup of today. Let's toss it over to Mitch and Matt.
Thank you very much, Ash and the desk. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty exciting game to kick us off with, right? Falcons, of course, who got knocked down into the lower bracket in a 4-0 by Crazy Raccoon to come back and win in Asia. Now, Alcadia, who are the dark horse of dark horses at this tournament.
Yeah, and I think for Alcadia, you know, obviously the entire desk picks Falcons, as they probably should. The argument here for Alcadia, though, is that you have to win one less map, right? We're in the first to two here in that first round.
You're still doing this cope thing. You were doing this yesterday,
bro. And at every point, they've exceeded expectations, right? Like, we didn't expect this team to come out of EMEA, right? You kind of look across the field, right? You know, Pep's very strong.
TM,
we looked at Twisted Minds, Ultimates, right? This was kind of like almost the last team in that kind of
They were
grouping.
fourth in the group stage.
Yeah, that you would think would come out. So they've been really nice so far, but still going up against Falcons is a tough task.
I mean, and Falcons, right, coming into this year, they actually lost Smurf. So they no longer had this, like, dual tank rotation they could bring in and have an answer to everything, but...
oh, no, they have to play Han.
Right, exactly. They just have to use one world champion instead of both of them in rotation. But, look, this team still looks really good. Over in Asia... yes, I mean, these guys are locking horns with Crazy Raccoon constantly, and it's always a close game. I love that Majid got into the B-roll here. Mad respect, brother. That's it. You shine out there.
He got into my FaceTime with Danny Lim yesterday, too. He was telling me he was hot out there.
Yeah, I saw you tweeted today. He was having some kind of food. He had an apron on. He looked like he was having a good time. But this team are the real deal for a very good reason. World champions, top team in Asia, and again, they've looked fallible to some degree, but not nearly enough for many teams to be able to put a scratch on them. Let's talk a little bit about Alcadia, though, because this is the team that is built around Checkmate and Landon, and they're surrounding themselves with these really promising players that emerged here from the Saudi E-League and looked incredible. I mean, Ziad is someone I'm particularly looking at. Also, like, Labda with a bit of a role change inside DPS has looked incredible.
That has been probably the most impressive thing, because think about some of the other hitscan players inside of EMEA and how strong they are. Labda is a player that we kind of thought of as like a Pharaoh one trick. Yeah. And he's played the Sojourn throughout here in stage 1 and looked absolutely lights out, like going toe-to-toe and actually beating some of the other best Sojourns in EMEA. This is another step up, though, right? Like, as you go into international play and you draw a team like Falcons early on, this is another level.
And I'm talking Ziad here, but Tread apparently is in the starting lineup. You saw him walk out onto the stage. This is a play that obviously we'd seen in rotation with Ziad, right? Ziad being more of like the diva kind of player. Tread, you know, filling some of those other roles here. But this is a team that was so underrated, but they've got incredible power at DPS. We now understand that. Landon is a rock-solid player. Alongside Haku, they've made an incredible backline here. This is the kind of team that, you know, again, in a first to two, you know, it might be tough to see their quality depending on how this Falcons roster comes out of this. But there's been a lot of chatter, Matt, about the meta and what it's looking like right now. One thing that I'm hearing coming out of the scrims, a lot of teams are boot camping in Korea, is that the scrim results are all over the place. It's really hard to draw.
As they usually are.
But like more than ever, I won't use the verbiage underused, but you can't take anything or too much away from what the scrims have looked like here. But a lot of teams have been playing Winston. Even like Falcons, right, which is a team that obviously hasn't really, you know, always gone for Winston. Harmby, we know, just being a little bit of a preference to go towards those flex tanks. We've seen him pick that up, the Hun Winston, as it's been dubbed. So I'm curious to see, maybe that's why Tread was seeing here in the starting lineup.
Some of it also probably dictated by the map pool, right? A different map pool here for the main event.
There's no like must-dive maps in this map pool. We're going to bring it up right now. So you'll notice there's no Gibraltar in here, and those maps that really force a style. I think Circuit Royal there at Escort is really interesting. That can force poke compositions entirely. Also, Ilios has been snuck back into the map pool here, of course, which is a control map, Matt, that kind of dictates a little bit of dive at times. So, I think, some of those series that start with Ilios could look a little bit different to those that maybe start on Lijiang or Oasis.
And when we did NA, right, a lot of the time it was like Esperanza 24/7 we saw, therefore push. I expect to see some different things here throughout this tournament because you can definitely make an impact throughout the map pool with your, hero bans as well. In terms of what ends up being played, I think look at Circuit Royale, like you mentioned. That'll be one that's kind of like contested, I think. If teams really don't want to play dive, I mean, you can play Winston there, but the sightlines and just the way it plays definitely plays better for some of the more pro comps.
And I'm looking at EMEA teams to almost prefer to try and go in that direction. In the past, those have been the teams that have been known as the more off-tank style teams. VP loves to play a poke composition. That's one team that I feel like would go there on occasion. So keep an eye out for that one as teams, if you drop the first map, right, and you're an EMEA team, you might want to go over there.
Well, I'm also curious, you mentioned a lot of Winston play potentially. There are some teams that
been a lot,
There are some teams that just aren't really great at the Winston, where I'm curious what they turn to with Maga just kind of getting obliterated with the last patch, just kind of sent to the Shadow Realm for just probably a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Maga fans, he'll be back. No, I think there's probably 2 people out there.
Yeah, all three of you in the doldrums.
Got excited. But no, I think potentially you're looking at like Hazard, right? Hazard or Risa. Or Risa always is like on the fringe of being played. So
there was a whole period of time where Hazard and Malga were getting like their health and armor proportions changed and actually swapped between them, and whichever one had the more armor, it became the meta tank of that sort of period of time. So they were very, very close and getting a lot of little tweaks, because obviously they're pretty similar in that they both want to brawl, they want to take space, but they're relatively close range. They have disruption, displacement, and obviously an ultimate that probably Malga's a little bit more powerful. It's harder to avoid, obviously. So we might see it creep back in. We talked about these, as we look ahead to our games today, because we're going to see everybody in first to twos, by the way, where every map really matters. I'm bringing that one back from 2019.
That's throwback.
but they actually matter. They actually matter here. We've seen North America always trend towards like the main tanks. Like they want to play like main tank-based comps, whereas Europe a little bit less so. We saw Junbin, for example, on Crazy Raccoon play ball in that Asia final to try and secure.
And then also for an aim, you have a team like with Nightmare, right? Like they were playing all different types of stuff towards the end in NA. So we will be Lijiang Tower to kick things off. We'll see what bans come in. I think, look, scrims, obviously, you're going to get kind of mixed results all over the place. You're also going to have teams like hiding bans from each other, different map selections. So you might take one scrim against a team a little bit more serious than another, knowing that you might have to play them. They're on your side of the bracket. So a lot of that, I think you'll see really today just kind of the tone set between these teams of how I think this tournament's going to go in terms of meta.
You just saw a glimpse of that, folks. If you've never seen how Hanbin plays, he tilts his monitor 45 degrees away from him when he plays.
I love that poster.
I love him put his Liquipedia results in the background, like he needs any introduction. So, Hanbin's setup is pretty bizarre. There's Landon for you, of course.
Do you think he tried to log in to delete the Paris Eternals?
Oh my God, he was on that team.
Yeah.
That is great. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Paris Eternal. I mean, hey, they had a stage win. They did. Wow, that is. I had scrubbed that from my memory. I'm going to be honest with you. So, Lijiang Tower, obviously, this is the kind of map where we can have some wins, right? We're seeing it in sort of night market, but again, if you're a counter, you might be even considering, Tread's hero pool in the past is definitely, I have felt we've seen a bit more Winston from them, right? Whereas Ziad was the diva option on this team.
And this crowd is no joke there.
Dude, did you see the AR intro?
Did I see it? I was sat next to you. Yes, I did see it. I mean, that was crazy.
So I thought you were looking at your prize picks. I wasn't sure.
No, I was paying attention. That was crazy. And I mean, I always think, we really never, with Overwatch League, ended up getting like a live event international in China. So it was probably back even, but like the Overwatch
we had a homestand. We had a homestand in China.
We won, I think one. So,
and it was awesome.
But like a major international, like a final or anything like that, it was really Overwatch 1 days that happened.
Last time I was there was for APAC Premier in 2017.
But the one thing though, like when you think about like Overwatch World Cup, like the Chinese fans always show up in abundance. They've always been so passionate about their team. So so the initial ban will be Sim here from Falcons. And Alcadia on the other side, you'll get rid of the Juno. So eliminating Juno from the mix. Orbital Ray It's just such a strong ultimate, so it feels like never a wrong option.
Without having had a chance to look into the scrims as much, because obviously teams been boot camping in Korea, they've all been happening on the Asia server. Sometimes you might see like a ban like this in order to protect a certain DPS, but we've seen Sim on Night Market especially, right? She can obviously get you into play pretty quickly and strong in those front lines that do want to make use of shields.
But in theory, though, the Sim is like really good in combination with more of like a brawly style tank with like a Maga.
And we've seen Torb Sim comps not so long ago.
Yeah,
that was mixed about a bit.
That's true, but it could be also like a DPS protective ban, right? You get that initial ban, you can remove Symmetra from the pool. That doesn't allow Alcadia to kind of go into that, so they're forced to go into the support pool. So
Juno is an interesting follow-up ban, I think. Obviously, you'll see her get mixed in here and there. She, really shines in comps that want to make good use of, being clumped up together inside that orbital array. So it might imply they're trying to avoid going into against a brawl style here. The Sim also works in those comps, so both teams may be angling to eliminate one particular style here.
I mean, you're going to see them probably swapped out for Lucio, though. Rather, I mean, you pretty much say that with confidence, right? Like, Lucio seems to be a must-pick in terms of the speed when the Juno's not in the game, right? Juno obviously can't create the same speed as Lucio, but still just having the utility that Juno has on top of the speed is really beneficial. So I expect to see some Lucio play here early on from both sides.
Moments away from kicking off our Champions Clash here, folks. Jumping into Lijiang Tower. It's going to be Control Center to start us off here. #1 seed from Asia, Falcons, current champions of the region, versus the perennial dark horse, Alcadia, now in a 1-2.
And you thought he was gone.
Oh boy.
Stories about his demise may have been too early.
Exaggerated.
Yeah.
It's Malgan time, folks. And of course, Lucio Kiriko compositions here. Mirror match now. We're going to have proper on the Genji versus Checkmate.
So now you actually think that the Sim ban is actually not much of a protect. Like, it actually could have been a legit ban for that Sim.
Oh, not a great start for Tread there. He is blown to smithereens in the front line. And proper has already made his way through Alcadia, leaving nothing but blood in his wake. That was 5K. Just casual rundown. Okay, buddy.
Just making it look so easy there.
How does that feel? Proper. Just touch down in Hangzhou and get a 5K to start off?
I mean, look, in games like this, it's pretty simple for Proper to be able to do so, right? It's just when Falcons gets up against like Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, you're not going to see the same type of result.
I would have loved if Proper gave me a chance to warm up into that instead of just throwing it out straight away. But hey, luckily, plenty more of those than they came from. Here come the stomps now. Tread a little bit low, and again, it's so important to keep that Malga healthy in the front line. Harbin, though, is chilling. Chiyu does get picked off, though, by a railgun, but Tread is down. So frontline advantage here for Falcons, and they can snowball an advantage like this. Alcadia, sadly, feel a little bit outmatched outside of the opportunities that Labda has been looking to open up on this Soj.
Well, this is interesting because this is a composition that, like, EU would typically want to play, right? Like, a composition like this. But I also feel like this is okay for Falcons. Like, this is something they totally want to play as well. As Alcadia, they'll move in, get control of the point here. It will flip, but Falcons just more of a regroup scenario, right? They're going to be able to come back with double support ult here and flip this rather easily.
Couple big picks from Labda. Puts Alcadia in this position now. They've got to capitalize. Kitsune Rush to start the fight off. Railgun at the ready. And in goes Proper, blade in hand, but absolutely no need to make use of it. The Kitsune Rush for Falcons is well utilized, but they also commit a beat to that fight.
They ended up stacking support ults. They ended up using their Kitsune Rushes basically at the same time. And then Shio obviously further ahead than Haku in terms of getting towards that sound barrier. So he has the luxury being able to drop that. But now for Falcons, you don't have any support ult to deal with this Checkmate Blade on the other side. So potentially you're looking at Stalker, right? Can you get a big overclock going, maybe chunk some of that sound barrier off, and then able to kind of deal with that Genji.
You have to wait this sound barrier out there if you're Falcons, so you need to be ready to disengage, but there's no opportunity for that. And that is a huge pick without needing to make use of the sound barrier. Labda, of course, takes the perk that gives him 150 charge off the rail, so easy enough to get those insta-kills. Falcons have to disengage, and Haku still commits the sound barrier here. Falcons have done enough to draw it out because they used both their DPS ultimates.
Yeah, they played and overclock, and that forces the sound barrier out. And this is actually great for Falcons, right? Because you can re-engage. You know exactly where you're at in terms of support ultimate, and you can cage fight the blade. Oh, it's gonna be Checkmate going down.
And the Falcons disengage off this fight. They drag it out. Now Harbin comes in with that cage fight, and there's nowhere for Haku to go. Labda would land and get involved in some of this fighting, but Falcons have both supports alive at the end of the fight, which means Harbin was never going to go down. And that was the ace up the sleeve for Alcadia, that sound barrier that Haku had to make use of. Now, honestly, Checkmate has to go in with the rawest of raw blades and hope that the Kitsune Rush doesn't cause him to get bowled over.
You're going to have Cage Fight plus Blade, right? That was a pretty popular combo that Alcadia can potentially utilize, but you can create so much distance here between the two teams, right? Falcons would control the point. You just need to keep it contested.
Landon goes down at the start of the fight, though. Chio, ever the aggressor, is able to pick him off, and this has gone disastrously for Alcadia. Trent at least is able to get a cage fight in play, but only Harbin was in there, and frankly, Falcons don't need him to finish the job. Classy work for Proper, a second deflect kill for the round, and it has to seal the deal, especially with Chio coming into his own sound barrier. Alcadia are out of options.
But did you see how far Checkmate needed to go with that blade to try and access that support line? It'll be Stalker finishing this one off. This will be a point here for Falcons early on. Lambda gets one with a railgun shot, trying to make it interesting here towards the end, but that sound barrier should be enough. Where Checkmate ends up using that blade, has to go basically all the way down the hallway by the mega health pack, gets booped back, and then now you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, right? The Maga and the DPS are on the opposite side. You have no chance of kind of going after the support line as well, where you can just create so much distance being able to control that point.
But I mean, Alcadia, in theory, can wait for Falcons to take some space in the middle part of the map and give Checkmate an easier killing field. But because Falcons are disengaged, and Alcadia felt the need to chase them with that sound barrier, they don't have a good setup for Checkmate. You're right, he basically needs a Sherpa to access the backline.
And we'll see potentially a Torb here. Lightweight! Torb has been pretty popular. I would say more popular this year than I feel like at any point throughout Torb's esports career.
Perks, bro.
Yeah.
Perks have made a big difference. Obviously, Torb, sneaky, getting these sneaky stealth buffs every now and then.
I also think Falcons is probably pretty happy not seeing the Genji on the other side. Like, Proper's Genji is so disruptive that this is probably a better game here for Alcadia.
Crazy Raccoon banned Stalker's Farah on this map when they played in those Asia finals. They did not want to see it. Alcadia maybe not ready for it, but it is going to be a little bit scary to deal with, especially that you can remove Checkmate's turrets from play, but if Lambda keeps shooting like this, it might not be an issue.
He's continued his strong Sojourn play, right? I mean, you lose that first round, but still putting up a pretty good fight on that Sojourn and gets a first pick off here, so that's going to allow Alcadia to get control.
I feel like this comp looks honestly really good though for Falcons. It feels like everybody's in one of their best positions. Proper back on the Tracer, Hanbin on the Diva as well. Lambda has to respect there as he tries to play by the bridge, but is wary of the concussive blast, knocking him off. Still will play from the outside, and Falcons actually can get a flip going on virtue of being grouped up and forcing Alcadia off.
I would agree that obviously Falcons is on a lot of comfort picks amongst all of their players, but I think that just pace of this game is much more comfortable for Alcadia. I don't think it favors them entirely, but I would say they're probably much better playing this style than they were in the first round.
Hanbin was hoping to pick up a Mega on the way back there, but it just wasn't spawned and available. He still needs to try and contest the point, and that means he has to serve up his Diva Mech, I guess, as a burn offering. Checkmate here is definitely going to start to be an issue. Of course, he's taken the perk that empowers him during his overload, so definitely pretty brutal in the brawl fight. And Falcons, they kind of want a long fight. They want Stalker to soften people up, Proper to go in and finish them now, switching to the Genji.
I think this is obviously a better look here for Falcons because the Genji was giving a lot of problems to the Alcadia backline. I think just put pressure on Landon and Haku to be able to keep each other up. Be a Kitsune rush here for Falcons, kicking things off. It'll be Haku with a beat in response.
Stalker under pressure, but he's able to get away from, oh my goodness, yep, he's on the move, buddy. The perk that allows him to move while in barrage is a powerful one indeed, and Lambda and Checkmate get flattened.
And it just feels like with the Genji in combination with the Pharah, you're just way more all in, right? You can just go hyper aggressive with that Pharah, putting down damage from above, with the Genji and the Diva combination, and just speeding up the process for Alcadia. I think that's where you force them to start making mistakes, and when you can get an advantage.
Lambda's overclock though is active and has already claimed one. Stalker falls into the backline, goes Proper, he's looking for the Soj, gets the damage, but it falls as a result. Checkmate though sent careening off the map, and this is good for Falcons. This is positive tempo for the blue side team in control of the point. Harbin just backs away and will allow Tread to get a remake, but there's not a lot else to work with for Alcadia. They just have to regroup.
Yeah, and it's Team Falcons actually going in behind Shio's sound barrier, right? The sound barrier over on the bridge into the overclock that comes in from Lambda, and you just push directly on into it.
See, that is land deflex, bro. I mean, you can't do that online. That is ridiculous. That's 3 deflect kills for Proper over the course of this game so far. Now Alcadia are in trouble. And I think Kitsune Rush is all they've got to lean on this fight.
But if you're Falcons, you play close, right? Checkmate's going to switch here over to Genji. Falcons, you play close. You have an opportunity to use this blade basically in their spawn, and you get Lambda early.
That's the Stalker difference now. He's really starting to cause problems for Alcadia. Prop's going to go with the blade now, and nobody's there to protect the rest of them. Harbin's on the follow-up and catches Haku with consummate ease. Now Tread's looking for Stalker, but again, he just repositions, gets back in a decent spot to fight, and Harbin has a remake available, so that's 2 Divas worth of HP that he has to work with. Tread, however, can't boast the same. Knocked out of the mech, now can't really have an impact on the fight, and he is eventually removed. Kitsune Rush here now used by Fielder. Harbin still with a remake available, and now it's just the dregs of Alcadia to be cleaned off. Strong showing here for Falcons, and you've got to respect the Farah.
And it's going to be a Falcons map number 1 win in a pretty commanding fashion. Alcadia had their moments, but there was never a part of the game where you felt like it was going to slip from Falcons' control. And I think if you're Alcadia, there's probably like 4 or 5 things you want to ban going into the next map. You only have one choice to go with. It's going to be very difficult to get this next map.
I mean, out of the gates, you're in Amalgamera, right? So already you have to worry about a couple of things. How can we trade damage effectively without putting Amalga in a position where they have to turn their back and run? If you ever have to use, that charge defensively and expose yourself and you get too low in those frontline trades, you're already at a distinct disadvantage, and we saw that happen in that first fight. Labda for me is a bright spot for Alcadia.
Yeah, I would say he played pretty good. I mean, as good as you can play with the amount of pressure and everything kind of going on positively for Falcons, and then Alcadia kind of falling apart a little bit.
Just got a 5K in the first fight. Proper, I mean, what more?
It's got to be so defeating.
I mean, again, it's like, I mean, it probably, if you're going up against Proper, it's like, yes, the legends are true. You know what I mean? It's not surprising to you if you're on the receiving end, I feel.
But this is what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame with Alcadia, where, like, great, you overachieved, I would say, in EMEA, right? Coming out and qualifying for Hangzhou and Champions Clash here. But what do you have at the international level, right? I think this is like a great, obviously, test for this team, especially playing Falcons early on, right? Like, where are we as a team? And, like, where is the potential for this team, right? I still think there's a lot of room for them to grow.
Well, you're playing against an opponent now who doesn't make unforced errors. You've got to put Falcons under such a degree of pressure where they start to make those mistakes, and then you can capitalize on them. They don't just get served up to you for free. You've got to make your own luck, and that's why you have a Sojourn player like Labda who can, just off his own back, fire up an overclock and pick someone like Chio off at the start of the fight. That, for me, is where the openings were for Alcadia. But look, I mean, even the disengagement from Falcons, when they go down a player, 2 players, they do so they're always negotiating from a position of power on these maps.
It never feels like they're truly out of a fight. Like, it always feels like, regardless of what happens, they have a chance to potentially...
Unreal Glaze session, by the way, but it was a great showing.
I mean, it's a deserved Glaze session, I would say, as Falcons looked extremely strong. Where would you want to see Alcadia
Circuit
go
Royal.
to? Yeah, Circuit.
Although, it is Hanbin. And maybe if you're playing against the team that, like, if Smurf was on this roster and still in, maybe you
there are a lot of teams who actually play, like, would rather go Suravasa than any of the other.
Yeah, we always see
hybrids.
that control into Suravasa sort of. I mean, it speaks highly.
This is the NA special.
It is the NA special.
Control Suravasa Esperanza.
little 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look, I mean, some of your options here, if you're a team that wants to play their brawl style and likes to involve Farah in your compositions, Runasapi is a great map for the Farah. You have the open sight lines, and you can play from just around the building corners and be pretty punishing there. In the past, we've seen teams struggle to sort of punish those Farah setups where she can actually play safely out of hit scan sight lines. But I think if you're Alcadia here, if Tread's staying in, you got to ask yourself, what comps are we trying to play? Are we Amalga team? Are we trying to sort of force that, or was it just that one round? He's obviously not quite as robust on a map that has environmental kill potential like Garden, but, you could take Circuit, but Harbin is like an incredible Sigma player. Obviously off-tank, aficionado.
You just play something like Junkertown, just kind of like throw like or Route 66, right? Throw something like that into the mix. Like, I mean,
I think the strategy for a lot of these teams is against Falcons is probably still going to be trying to create situations where dive has to be played.
Well, they get first ban too, right? So could you play a map that is like a Route 66 and ban Diva and try and force them to play Winston, right? Like, if you feel like that's
I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, if that's, look, you're just picking the best of probably the worst options here, but like if that's your if that's your expected path, that would be one way to go.
I know it's odd. We're talking about Winston. We've not seen any of it yet, so I understand why people might be a little bit quizzical about this. This is a little bit of what's emerging from like the scrim scenario over there, as a lot of teams obviously will
Cervasa. All right, maybe we got a little bit of the NA special on our hands here.
I mean, we're looking at a map here where like Malga comp's very reasonable to play. We've like seen a lot of Torb Sim comps in those maps. We've seen Hazard comps in the past, right? You can play the Orisa style sort of brawl. What I want to see, if I'm an Alcadia fan, hypothetically, is them try and pick a composition they think that can actually beat like Falcons' best.
Would you ban Malga? I mean, you could ban like if you don't feel as confident, right? Cervasa, we've seen a decent amount of Malga played throughout it.
I mean, Alcadia, they ban Juno and still play Malga, right?
Yeah.
So, and you'll notice obviously like the Kirikos in those situations are taking the perk that gives them extra like healing against targets that have like critical health, right? So they're like focused on not brawling so much, but trying to get that healing up, because it can be an issue sometimes in the Kiriko Lucio comps, that raw throughput. But I just thought it was a bit odd that they sort of banned the Juno and still end up sort of going for that style. So that's an option. For sure. I think there are quite a number of maps where, you know, outside of these...
So the first ban is Alcadia. They get rid of Genji, which I was talking about in that second round where Proper was playing Tracer at the start. I was like, you'd much rather see that than the Genji. The Genji gave them a lot of problems early on. Getting rid of Genji's also a really good combination with Malga, right? But then also, on the other side, Falcons, they're the ones that get rid of Malga, right? So it seems like Falcons, they're okay playing, whether it be D.Va or something else.
And I wouldn't be surprised, right? Seeing them, you know, like play Diva Comp on this map would be very reasonable. We've seen teams also try and play like the dive style setups here as well, quite often. It can definitely find you some value. So a lot of options here on Cervasa. But again, when you think about that first point, right, you think about that first engagement, trying to control that high ground with your DPS is really important. I think Sojourn's going to be pretty ubiquitous throughout the course of this tournament, as she has been, you know, over the last few months of play.
Just an unbelievable hero, right? I mean, he can provide so much, like, has insane, like, escapability, right? Like, we saw Labda there playing with the double dash, right? Able to just kind of get out of harm's way rather easily. So, Alcadia, huge hill to climb here. I guess benefit for Alcadia is this is one of the shorter series, so you win this, you give yourself a coin flip here in our final.
And this is what happened. Like, you're aware of this, by the way, when you're playing in your regional finals and you know that you're getting a second seed, you know there's a really good chance that you're going up against one of the top seeds from, you know, either China or from South Korea. So, you know, from that, you know, OWCS Asia scene. So you know you're going to be up against it pretty much straight from the outset. But also, you know, you're probably going to have to play a team like this, like second if not first, right? Like if you win your first game,
play them anyway.
If you get an easy matchup in your first game, you're going to have to play, you know, in a best of 5.
There is no cakewalk to a final here, right?
And Alcadia know that because they've spent their fair share of time in the lower bracket over in EMEA. They know what it's like to fight out of that. On to Cervasa we go. So Harbin is going to be on the Winston. I was talking about this a little bit more. You'd be surprised to see that, I guess, knowing what Harbin's preference in the past has been. But the word on the street is that the top Winston comps for the top teams are still beating the D.Va style.
Yeah.
It's still the better option. But Alcadia have also picked up the Torb here. So checkmate on Torb's an odd look, but it does give them a bit more, you know, of a robust response to these dive setups.
The Torb's pretty nasty against that Winston up close, right? Can just kind of like shred through some of that damage. You see Onbin has to be like so careful, especially because D.Va's really good at taking those duels as an offensive threat and then the chase downs.
I like that a lot against the Pharah. You really want to try and control, you know, like Proper, obviously, who's on the Pharah here instead of a Stalker. And yeah, like it's, you know, it's going to make Team Falcons wonder, like, yeah, if we can actually get away with the Pharah. Switching over to the Tracer now is Proper.
I was going to say, that's probably why you also have him on the Pharah, because you're going to switch off of it.
It's not amazing against the Torb, right? You normally would go Genji, I think, against this, but that's been banned. So this is not a perfect option, and Proper will have to play while being pretty aware of the turret as a nuisance.
I really like the Genji ban here for Alcadia. We talked a little bit about it pregame, and we saw how dominant Proper was in map number 1, where at least so far seems to be pretty impactful as trying to build up here towards a Royale gunshot, just trying to fire it across. But it's going to be difficult to kind of dive into this Torb D.Va setup on the opposite side.
So folks, put it in the back of your mind. The D.Va Torb look forces Falcons onto a D.Va of their own, forces the Tracer switch. So Falcons are the ones that have to fit the mold a little bit here, and so far it's been a struggle. Harbin's been desuited. They're still going to come into the fight here with the Kitsune rush, so Harbin's hoping to charge that Buddy Blaster up as quickly as he can to get back into the action. And Harbin wasn't in mech when he killed Checkmate. He legitimately just killed that guy with the blaster. Okay, man.
The fight is never truly over with Falcons, as Regardless of the scenario, that time both teams end up dropping their Kitsune Rush. Hey, you still got Proper alive on Tracer, you got a chance.
I'm not seeing things, right?
No.
Yes, the Kitsune Rush fire rate increase on the Bunning Blast is really hitting different.
High value there. It's Alcadia, though. Obviously,
is that worse than a hammer kill?
No. Alcadia, they just need one fight here, though, man. I mean, they're going to have probably like 2 cracks at end. Lambda still continuing this hard start. I mean, the Gio's got the sound barrier. This is a huge advantage.
There's massive, man. That massive ultimate off the table. And Alcadia hero at 99%. They're just going to finish the job. And Lambda's been dishing it out. Jeez. 3 kills. This guy, born for the stage, apparently. A verifiable land dragon. Comes out and dismantles Team Falcon for the first flashpoint.
And watching him play Sojourn, it seems like it was a waste of the talent. Just blocking it far and just running it down. He has had a great series thus far. Has an overclock, gets that early pick onto Gio. No opportunity for the sound barrier to be matched for Falcons, and that's an easy fight win and point take for Alcadia.
Yeah, great opening here. Gio's already gone ahead and tried to clear that Torp turret out of the way, but you are going to be running into a wall here for Alcadia. Sound barrier here for Gio was an enforced savings plan for that ultimate after that previous fight. Now we'll have that available with Harbin having a mech refresh opportunity. It's going to be Lambda that wants to push up here with this overclock. Big damage already going to get put onto the front line of Falcons, but they have a sound barrier to stave much of it off. Proper there just has to pick away at the Torp turret, but Lambda finally gets onto Fielder. It's going to be a trade though, and Stalker deals with his opposite number. Harbin going for a self-destruct. Okay, bro, come on. Kills Checkmate with a Bunny Blaster, then does it with a self-destruct of all things, gets his mech back. Absolute mayor of Value Town is Hanbin here, and Falcons are able to take this first fight.
And with the sound barrier early, I actually like the way that Alcadia played it, right? They used the Twirbolt and the self-destruct to kind of mitigate some of the aggression that was going to come through from Falcons, but Falcons just ends up winning it in the end. Checkmate will make the change over to the Sim. So Sim, if you can keep this Sim alive, that's always been the thing with Sim. Really glass cannon hero. If you can keep the Sim alive and ramp up against the D.Va, D.Va has no way to mitigate the damage of that Sim beam, right? So you become quite devastated.
I think Checkmate got isolated briefly. He was using the TP to get away there, but he's able to get back to safety. Haku, though, not nearly as lucky. Harmon's able to bring them down, and Proper with his first pulse bomb kill of the tournament, of many, I'm sure, does get rid of Checkmate. The switch over towards the Sim seems audacious here for Alcadia, but Tread and Lab just standing up in the absence of their teammates as Harbin tries to lock it down. Double back to his backline. Fielder's able to stay alive under the scrutiny of Tread and force a D-mech. But Tread out of mech is getting kills as well. A Bunny Blaster fans really eating today.
Haku's back here as well. Lapda's still in the mix, so Alcadia not out of this one just yet.
99% though to 0. This will be a disengage from Team Falcons here. Alcadia have to spend pretty heavily in order to get this. Kitsune Rush committed to that fight, but hey, we're coming back on another Lapta overclock.
One thing I'm also looking at for Alcadia is the switch to the Sim gives you obviously a little bit more offensive firepower than the Torb, but the Torb was really good with that turret of also aiding Landon and Haku in that back line. You saw right away in that first fight, Proper was able to get into the back line, land a pulse bomb, take one out right away. If you're going to play this Sim, you're going to need to figure out a way to keep these supports alive.
Yeah, I want to see the Valley from Matt, otherwise feels like Torb might be the better option, but Sound Barrier here is going to make it hard to see too many mistakes from Alcadia in this fight. Very durable late beginning engagement, and Stalker quickly is bowled over by, you guessed it, Lapta again. Fielder going to fall now, and this will be Alcadia with 2 consecutive fights, putting Falcons in a do-or-die spot for this second flashpoint.
But Falcons, they don't end up using their beat there. They actually, force them back with an overclock. Haku's forced to beat on the other side. So now Falcons can come back in a, obviously they have 99%. They just need one fight scenario. And they can use their beat into the Kitsune Rush. They can use their Kitsune Rush after. So Falcons still in a pretty good spot.
Here come the Falcons now. Checkmate wants to try and set up if he can. Kitsune Rush here from Lando, but a sound barrier for Team Falcons as they come forward. Harbin's forced to self-destruct here, and he gets taken down out of mech. No chance to climb back in now, and Alcadia have the advantage. Lapta leading from the front. This guy is dirty.
I mean, this is crazy stuff. Hey, this is what we saw though in EMEA. We were like shocked. With so many good hit scan players in EMEA, like that Labda was like one of the best. Like you can legitimately make the case like one of the best Sojourns in EMEA.
Yeah, from a region that features Quartz.
Right.
Shockwave.
Yeah.
Man.
Kai, I mean, yeah, just fantastic hit scan players there.
Back to the hunt, Vincent. Stalker also switching over to the Sombra here. Wholesale changes now for Falcons as they go to an echo-based composition. Already getting forced back by Alcadia. Lanta again, well, dead taxes, and this guy getting a first kill in these fights. Forced back a little bit now. The Kitsune Rush is deployed by the Falcons, but it feels like a bit of a feign they don't really have the sticking power to follow up on that ultimate and turn it into a point flip.
Well, what do you think about
on?
the Falcons comp change? Like the Jose, like the, you know, going now to Sombra Echo?
Well, they're trying to make it hard for Tread to bowl Hanbin over. Obviously, like there's the alpha damage that you can deploy there as a D.Va is very powerful, but Proper's having to get rid of Checkmate at the start of this fight. You're going to notice that Proper really needs to use the terrain and the Winston bubble pretty extensively here.
Double support ult here for Alcadia. They're going to have an advantage here for a bit. Self-destruct will go off. You might be able to beat out of this if you can actually get that mech back. Oh, no, you end up losing both supports.
Proper's done well here, finds yet another one, and Lambda was looking here only at eyes for the Winston. Unconcerned about the Echo that was already tearing his team apart. He was locked in on trying to get the mad scientist out of the game. I mean, to his detriment there.
If you could keep Tread up there, there's a world in which Alcadia beats out of that. Kitsune rushes, you probably get the beat out on the other side. And I mean, who knows kind of what happens in a fight like that where, yeah, now you go back. The Torb was really effective against the Winston early on. Sombra can obviously like hack the turret and take it offline for, you know, a brief bit, but still, it's not, you would much rather see the Genji here, right?
Okay, we have a EMP available for Stalker now. Hack the turret first, take it out of the game with a quick virus application. And then look for Checkmate, who gets hammered in that front line. Even here, not enough to stop Team Falcons with a sound barrier, and there'll be an EMP committed in the backside of the fight just to ensure things are locked up nicely. But Lambda's here yet again. Another rail claims Stalker. He's still ready to fight. He has an overclock to work with as well. And notice that Proper's trying to stay out of his line of sight by playing from behind the pillar, but you can't avoid this guy forever. In he comes, sticky bombs go off, but Proper falls to a disruptor shot. Lambda, though, had to commit so deeply to get that kill, and Harbin lays waste to the rest of them.
Yeah, I don't really love that fight for Alcadia. I think, you know, they end up obviously investing both support ultimates. They end up hanging around here towards the end. Lambda now going to go over and play Cassidy potentially as see if there's any more changes. No, he'll actually play the Cassidy. So we're gonna see Cassidy, Torb. This is like a very, you know, almost think back to like bunker type like setup, right? Very stationary. Doesn't want to play that aggressive.
But you can render Sombra unable to translocate away.
Yes.
With that hindrance grenade. Huge part of the kit and why it's so strong here. I've got to see the guy's stats. Lambda is just, I mean, he's good for 3 or 4 every fight. It's not right.
Goes back to the Sojourn. I mean, he was looking like the Cassidy there for a second, but now back to the Sojourn, and you're just dominating on it, so why not?
Still, Falcons do get that flashpoint there, Matt, critically. Yep. So switch over towards the Echo, you know, composition. I think there's a lot of hate for the D.Va. Probably hard for Tread to be as active, to be as busy in this fight now.
I mean, you get attacked, there's the focusing beam, right? And then, you know, virus, like, there's a lot of burst damage potential that you can't really predict. It just kind of happens out of nowhere.
Okay, well, arming down, Overload active for Checkmate. But once again, it's Lambda that opens up the fight. I think the idea is probably, Matt, to take some of the pressure off Hanbin that Tread otherwise would apply. But after that, you're still going to deal with an overloaded Torbjorn. I mean, Sojourn also, with the 150 power railgun charge, is going to work you down very quickly.
If Hanbin goes in onto the D.Va, right, and you have the focusing beam, the hack, and things go down, and you can keep Tread up, it's going to be hard for Hanbin to get out. And that's kind of what you saw in that previous fight. Wasn't able to jump out. I mean, what you see here, I mean, dude, he is locked in. If I'm Alcadia, I'm like, and we win this map, I'm like, hey, get this next one fired up as soon as possible. We don't need a break. Let's just keep it rolling.
Man, sick rails. Not even an overclock there, by the way, for Lambda. Just dealing it out. Obviously takes that secondary perk there that gives him a bit more mobility.
But like I was saying, if you can keep Tread alive through that initial jump in from that Winston and then some of the other damage and like the focusing beam, that's where the D.Va can start following up. And you saw Hanbin die in that previous fight because of it.
All right, sound barrier had to be committed there for Falcons. They have come up in a lot of their ultimates, Matt. That is the positive sign. If they ration them properly out of the next couple of fights, they'll be in good shape. First positive point here for Falcons is that they're in control and they've had a long fight. That's going to give them a good 20 to 25%, even before this stagger is done.
Yeah, you're going to keep Tread alive here for as long as possible.
Press F to pay your respects. Bye, Tread.
That's brutal. It's you're going to get probably another 15% on the point out of that. Just staggering the D.Va out for that long, where this next fight is massive, man. I mean, you win this one for Alcadia, you know, with all the ultimates that are probably expended on both sides, you probably are winning the map. Losing it, though, probably sends us to a final round.
I'm so glad we got to see that. This is that previous fight here where Lambda was resplendent.
And that's also where they keep Tread alive, right? And Hanbin not able to make it out.
All right, into another fight here. This time, Lambda not quite as successful. It's a duplicate of a D.Va for Proper. So very durable looking Team Falcons there. And Tread once again will be forced to hang around too late like the estranged uncle at the Christmas party, staggered out for all eternity to get Team Falcons to 2-2.
It's really necessary, Gio. It's really the stagger that buys them a lot of percentage for Falcons. It just basically means they need one more fight there to end up taking it, as I will say Alcadia much more competitive here in Surabasa in map number 2 is Hack and Virus on the Landon, probably not enough to finish him off.
Maybe the Winston though might get you there. Landon desperately trying to scramble away from the Winston. He's able to switch step out, and once again, Proper dies to Labda. It's been the story of this game so far. Stalker's able to get out after finally getting rid of Landon. It took both him and Harbin to bring the Kiriko down, and Labda gets hit with a virus. Forced away as Haku's turned into a Lucio Pancake. Harbin touches down a Stalker. Well, once he's got the center view, he does not give up the hunt.
Every time we watch Proper, he's just making a beeline for Labda. That time it is Stalker as well, as Primal Rage here from Hanbin. That's Trent going to be resetting off the side. This will be Falcons in control of the point first. I feel like Alcadia needs a fight win in such a desperate way.
I like the perk take here for Hanbin that gives regeneration to those under the projector barrier of Winston.
Yeah.
Pretty handy for Proper to duck in and out of that, get some extra passive healing going. Sound barrier now for both sides, but Hanbin just ceases to exist. There's no other way to put it. Fielder gets a touch there from Lambda, but Alcadia know they've got to really just get over towards the point. They took a fight pretty close to their spawn. Now the cleanup and a cap happening simultaneously will get them on the board on this 5th and final flashpoint. The game is in their hands right now.
And Falcons doesn't have a lot, right? I mean, they don't have anything at this point. I mean, they'll end up building up towards that EMP rather quickly. But with how Lab has been playing in a neutral fight, you think he's going to get a pick, and he most certainly does there.
I mean, Falcons don't have a shield to work with. Hanbin obviously is not deploying the barrier unless he's committing to the fight. You've got to try and take space away from the Soju, but then there's Torb that gets in your face instantly, as is just evidenced in that moment by Proper falling to the Rivet Gun. And this will get Alcadia into a healthy spot now. They're ahead.
Yeah, you're going to get up to, north of 65% here on the point by the time the next fight ends up kicking off, but this next fight is massive. If you can force maybe Falcons end up using like a Kitsune Rush quite early and then disengage, gives yourself a better opportunity, but looks like they're going to back up, allow them in.
Okay, self-destructive for Tread. Molten Core up for checkmate. This is probably answering the question of why they would disengage and play point. Here it comes though, Kitsune Rush opens up the fight for Falcons, and in goes Proper. Once again, thinking of the backline here, but he might have a juicy morsel in the form of Tread, who has to quickly boost on out of there. Labda was hacked and hit with the virus, and Alcadia just burn on down. Falcons have got a decent climb, so I'm glad they tried to ration some of these ultimates out a little bit, Matt.
But for Alcadia, right, there's a lot of spots here where you're not going to get staggered out forever, so you can actually get a quick reset as opposed to that previous point. So they end up not investing that much there. Alcadia actually ends up investing nothing. You come back, double support. I mean, you have all 5 ultimates here to win the game. I mean, this is the best opportunity you could give yourself.
This is the fight, folks. Hold on to your hats. Alcadia trying to stay in this first
EMP,
2 series.
Though, could be nasty.
EMP comes in. Trent the only one affected by it. No, Molten Core's going to come down straight away. Labda into the overclock, but he has a Duke Diva in his face. It's just free health. The Proper's been able to gain himself. He's knocked out of the mech in fairness, but will return to Echo form soon. Harkin is able to get rid of Stalker. EMP deployed, no value to get from it, and Alcadia are fighting back into this game. Chio's off the map now. Checkmate returns to the point as Alcadia will set up, and Falcons only have a couple players left to work with. There's nothing Proper can do against this. We have got ourselves a series.
And if Labda shoots like that,
dude,
I mean, you could have an upset. I mean, dude, he is dominating right now.
Yeah, I'm shooting, boys. I'm shooting.
He's like, bro, I am here. I mean, even Tread's looking at him like, bro, you were just dominating, man. As that is one where, look, it goes down to the final flashpoint, but almost every flashpoint Alcadia was like in control, or like it goes. The ones that Falcons win obviously go down to the wire. Like the initial stuff from Alcadia. Obviously, you're not going to have the opportunity to ban the Genji again, which will obviously hurt going forward. But they looked great.
But I think we saw the game plan that we discussed coming into this game in motion.
Yeah.
Force Falcons onto a dive comp. Bring your Diva in, the classic EU Diva look. Okay, maybe you can't account for Labda going absolutely hog wild on them through that game. But force them into a bit of an uncomfortable spot. How many hero switches are we seeing from Falcons to try to come up with the right answer?
I actually I wouldn't even chalk it up to like Hanbin playing the Winston there. They just looked really uncomfortable dealing with the Torb without the Genji in the mix, right? Like we saw them constantly. They were trying Echo, they tried Sombra, they were on Tracer. Like we saw I mean, they're just playing just about everything. I think we even saw them play Sojourn early on as well. So like trying so many different things where that Torb is such a nuisance for like Tracer Sombra, where like the Genji's pretty effective against the Torb. And then obviously not having it proper is fantastic on the hero. A huge swing.
There are some strategies that you're trying to use to counter a Torb composition that don't work when your enemy Sojourn is popping off. We saw like Proper came out in the Pharah to start the game. He's like, all right, I can really control the space on this first point here, make use of the high ground, try and pepper these turrets down and make it possible here for Stalker to finish these kills. But very quickly we saw Harbin get off the Winston, back to the D.Va, says, no, this is where I need to be, especially against this Torb comp. Proper switching over to the Tracer and never being able to get into their backline, really. At no point felt like he was able to do his thing on the Tracer, and so we switch. We go towards that Echo Sombra composition, which is very good at limiting Tread's effectiveness and creating a bit more space for Hanbin, or maybe taking the pressure of the D.Va and the micro rockets off of him.
Yeah.
But you're still dealing with this. You don't have a D.Va with a D-Matrix to eat this damage. You are at risk of losing picks in the neutral scenario, and Lapta is just delivering.
And it also felt like that any time they were able to keep Tread alive after that initial kind of burst from Falcons, where Falcons uses some of their abilities, goes on in, tries to put pressure on the D.Va. Anytime you could keep him alive through that, that was a fight win for Alcadia. And man, I mean, I was talking a little bit about it before. I was trying to sell y'all on Alcadia, how they make it happen. Now it's like, I mean, look, obviously Falcons, they have map pick and first ban. Going to be a massive advantage here, right? But still, to put yourself in this type of situation for Alcadia, you have to feel great.
What if you chose a map that was more dive appropriate and banned the D.Va, right? Try and play Winston Mirror.
Wait,
or you ban the Torb. You ban the Torb, but again, Genji's not going to be banned here. So, do you care that much about going up against the Torb comp?
Do you ban, like, the Torb ban for Falcons feels silly, right? Like,
I mean, it kind of...
Because then you open up support and tank for them on the opposite side. I mean, that would dictate much more of the composition you would play.
Crazy thought. If they're not going to play Soj,
do you ban Soj?
Just ban it. Yeah. Right? There are some... Oh, God. Echo here on any of these maps? Oh, man.
What do you think? Do you... Esperanza?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, look at the escort pool, right? Like, I mean, you know, play Root?
No. I don't think you can really play the Echo there. That would be...
I don't think you're going to play...
Some really long sight lines on those remaining maps.
Circuit feels like something you would have said Alcadia would have potentially have gone to, right? So, like, yeah, do you play one of the push, right? Nuke Queen Street we didn't have in NA and EMEA, so it will be Runasabi. So they go with the push. I actually think, given the escort map pool, I think this is probably the right call.
Yes. We talked about it before, it's pretty Pharah friendly. I'm looking at these bans. I do think that you... The thing is that Lapta can obviously play multiple hit scan picks, right? Ashe is a serviceable option if you don't have access to the Sojourn. Some players like Lethal are playing Ashe anyway, right? Just because of the pressure, the heal pressure you can put down with the dynamites. And I don't think Ashe's perks are necessarily groundbreaking in terms of changing the way that she plays. But there's some players that look pretty good in that regard. It's a D.Va ban. They did it. They went for it. So they might again. Is Runasabi? I don't feel like this is a particular Winston-friendly map.
Well, I mean, you could play just Maga, right? Like, if you wanted to play Maga here, this is a map in the past where when Hazard was in the meta, we saw some Hazard. Arisa sneaks in here on Runasapi time and time again. So, but Falcons banning the...
Pharah ban's very good.
Yeah, I think the Pharah ban's pretty good there for Alcadia, right? That's a hero you probably were not going to play anyway. Because, well, I mean, your Pharah is just playing lights out on Sojourn, so why make a change?
Never gone back.
And for Falcons, right, I guess, like, what, you get rid of the D.Va. This puts you in either, what, Maga, Winston, at least from what we've seen so far, that type of territory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, it's gotten a little bit spicy. I would say, like, were Falcons to be unleashed into the lower bracket, that would throw the entire thing into chaos. I mean, you just... Yeah. you'd be even more scared of losing those first games here. But, again, the D.Va definitely was an issue for them. Like, Hanbin tried to play it at one point, and they look at what the comp ended up looking like for Falcons to try and limit the effectiveness of Tread. Like, the fact that we're looking at a Sombra being picked up there in order to try and harass the D.Va. Also, we saw it used a little bit against the Torb Tyrants, hack them, virus them, and try and get through them as quickly as you possibly can. But yeah, I do think that you can play a Brawl here. You probably, if you want to play Brawl, D.Va's annoying because she can actually make use of that high ground that's present on parts of Runasapi where the checkpoints are, right? There is that balcony that can be used quite effectively.
I mean, if you play Maga here, right, it's probably like a Maga, Sojourn, Genji potentially for Falcons.
Yep.
on the other side, it would probably be, instead of the Genji, you would play the Torb, right? In response.
I think we can, like, I'm going to throw us back to Control Center, the first round we saw. I think the Malgamira definitely favored Falcons. I think how they
with the Genji in the mix.
Yeah, I think how they played the Malga's life in the front line was really good. Obviously, Proper was looking unleashed. That's the kind of map, like Runasapi's the kind of map we can do much the same thing.
Malga head-to-heads, like, if you were going to get, you know, if you're Alcadia, right, and you're like, hey, you get a game 5 where it's going to be a Malga battle head-to-head, like, if you told them that before the series, they probably sign up for that. Like, they're probably like, yeah, we'd be totally fine with that being the way this series goes. Like, you know, low chance you win it 2-0, but to get there to a final game in a Malga head-to-head, you probably take that.
I think a question a lot of people might be asking, hearing this discussion, is like, why do you not care so much about the Torb if you can play Genji? Like, why does it feel so much better than playing a Tracer against this?
It just feels like the Genji can just, like, you can get rid of that turret so fast, and he's just so much more devastating on the back line, especially when, you know, the Malga, like, let's say you're playing Malga with it, like, the Stomp comes in, the Genji dash, you can just burst down some of these targets, like, so fast. And then, look, Blade is really effective, right? When you can use that Blade, get out a sound barrier, right? Even if you don't really get a kill with it, just being able to force something out, much better, obviously, than, like, a Pulse Bomb in that type of scenario.
Got to look there, of course, at some of those Falcons players. I mean, so many world champions.
Do you think they expected this series to be closed? If you were to, like, you know, give them some... They would obviously, if we interviewed them, tell us, yeah, this is going to be competitive. But, like, if you gave them some true serum, like, would they tell you?
There's actually a great storyline behind this game. Do you guys remember back, it was like 2022, 23, I'm going to hope Johnny can confirm this for me. The game where Jungkook hits a shatter on Havana as the Outlaws beat the Shock, right? Was that 22? 23? That was like, okay, 21. Oh, buddy, okay, I'm old. That was like the first time that the Junkbuck and 9K duo like split up and had to play against each other. And that was when Junkbuck actually won the first of those like student versus master coach matchups. And 9K goes, you know, he goes on record and says, I'm pretty scared to go up against a Junkbuck team first because there's always some really good strategies that we like are generally afraid of, that we really respect. There's like, these two coaches go way back, man. Like they've been working together for a long time. Actually, it was the Krusty and Junkbuck sort of duo, excuse me, back on the Shock. But obviously, you know, still, 9K's like, I respect this guy a lot. So, you know, I can't see not only with, you know, incredible, I think, players that have kind of come out of nowhere, many of them. The amount of talent coming out of Saudi Arabia is pretty crazy. Like
for Overwatch, it's insane. Yeah. I mean, it feels like every year we have new players out of Saudi that just come through. And there's one thing to like do it in EMEA, right? But then you see it at Overwatch World Cup. You see it like a spread really across of EMEA. Like there's so many talented players.
I'm so glad you brought that up because, you know, that World Cup was pretty wild. Obviously, seeing China and Saudi Arabia in that grand final. That much of that Chinese, in fact, the entirety of that Chinese World Cup team is here in Hangzhou. We'll obviously slightly different teams.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, I think, far away might have been on that the Chinese team is on CC here, but it's going to be great to see them playing. In the next matchup, of course, we've got Virtus.pro versus once again, which is going to be great.
The crowd there is going to be insane for that one.
It is just incredible to see I would say our 4 regions, as we've considered them in the past, finally brought back together. And even after a year break, it looks like once again haven't really skipped a beat. So very excited to see them come out on what looks like a bit of a Winston meta. At least it's one that allows for that, right? So yeah, we're going to be treated to quite a specialty over the course of these next few days.
Dude, this match being a potential upset in the first round would be crazy. Like, would reset everybody's expectations of the tournament, the bracket, how things go. You start to look at other matches a little bit differently, right?
To look at the whole lower bracket differently.
And I think it was really hard, like the bracket set with where the Chinese teams are placed in and like how you kind of value them potentially before we even saw them play, right? And then now you're kind of like, oh, well, you know, how does VP match up against
what about like CC and Nightmare? That's a real wild card, right? A kind of matchup where Nightmare, and don't forget, are the #1 seed from North America, right? So in theory, have that more favorable starting matchup based on seeding, but you just never really know. And we're talking about, by the way, like a Virtus.pro that lost to a T1 at Suit Cup, which isn't even here. They're not even here. They're not even a top team out of Korea, right? They're like 3rd. Mate, 4th. I mean, Zeta Division's there as well, right? The depth there, I think we're seeing in that region is crazy. But here we go. Runasapi had a cider map in his first of 2 is on deck.
This is fairly similar to what we saw in Control Center, but because the Juno is banned early on, right? We saw like Lucio in play, so you're not going to play the Brig with it, but now you see Brig in the mix. The biggest difference, obviously, is Proper going to pilot that Genji, where on the other side, Checkmate going to be playing that Torb. If they can neutralize Proper on this Genji, Alcadia could take this.
I mean, they couldn't do it in the first map of the series, could they?
But there was no Brig. They were playing Lucio, right? So Brig actually adds a little bit more of a defensive mechanism into it.
And hopefully we can talk a bit about our perks. There we go. Sorkin takes Checkmate out early. Lambda, though, is there. Look at him on this off angle, and no one's really attending to him right now. That feels like a dangerous move to make. The Torpedoes end up claiming Haku. Lambda, looking for a fight. Somebody, please, give me blood. Anybody. Not to be. There's Tread now falling in that front line. There's not much left for Alcadia to really pick up here.
It seems like they're just really strong here. Falcons at playing this style of play as they will get the bot moving into Alcadia territory. Alcadia gets on it for just a second there, so they get 3 meters on the board. But Falcons early on, it's a pick from Stalker. Getting Checkmate, obviously pretty massive. We talk about how impactful that Torb is in this composition, in this style that they would like to play it. So losing him early on, that stinks for Alcadia.
Absolutely. Again, some of these big perks, right? We talked, I think, a little bit about sort of the whiplash knockback to slam into the wall to get the extra damage. It's always fun to see.
It's a fast blade.
Yeah, I mean, there's one fight Proper has built that up. So we'll see, if the Brig really makes a big difference now as the blade comes on in. Sharp and keen, as Proper always is. Just inanimate objects falling to the blade so far, but Checkmate's turret is out of the way. It leaks it. There it is. Eventually, Alcadia buckle. Proper's able to get into the backline well and truly and remove both healers and leave Tread stranded. Wilson, he screams as he finally capitulates.
Falcons, they're going to get close to taking checkpoint here as there's been no slowdown. That was the orbital ray there used for Alcadia. It is a rally invested there for Falcons, so don't have that big Brig ult here for all of the ultimates coming in for Alcadia, but you're going to be able to fight with your orbital ray and cage fight. Like, that's a pretty nasty combo in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Tread here in that front line now as the orbital ray comes down. He wants to try and get clear of it. Of course, the damage boost can be a bit of a problem, but Haku is not allowed to escape. Catchfire for Tread is made use of, but again, you can break through it pretty quickly. As the Molten Core is a deterrent for Falcons, but they do happily take that close fight, and it's another comfortable win. Checkpoint gained, and they're well and truly off and running.
It's like, have we ever given a player of the match to like a player on an individual hero? Like, just Proper on Genji is the player of the match.
Don't worry about
Only when he was playing Genji. That's the player of the match. As right now, Falcons pushing deep into Alcadia territory. They're going to go play the Sim. So we'll see now if this makes any bit of a difference, but it seems like Falcons totally fine backing up, conceding some space here to Alcadia, and then taking the fight on their terms. It's probably building up another blade.
This is the kind of map where you can set up defensive turrets when you're playing in these sort of narrow straightaways and those little corners. You can give your backline a little bit more. It might be a deterrent for Proper, as he'll obviously get snarled up in those, and it's an issue for him to try and dive in. First of all, get rid of the TP. Remove that mobility now away from Alcadia. It's time to go. Another blade! God, easy come, easy go, I guess, and Proper just whips it out once more. Easily dealing with Haku first. Lambda, who would have been scary in any other team fight, not in this one.
Yeah, you just play around that corner for Falcons. Proper at that point was like 86% to a blade, so you let him farm that up. And then Alcadia kind of forced to play offensive, right? They can't just kind of play that neutral around that corner. The clock would just end up rolling down. So they have to be the team that is the aggressor, and you're just going right into a blade. I mean, that's unlucky there. Alcadia kind of falling apart here towards the end.
Big rally. There it is. Morale boost taken from Fielder, so Inspire lasts for 3 seconds longer when activated by Whip Shot, which is amazing when your flankers can dip in, get the Inspire proc, and then have extra healing for extra time as they dive into a backline.
Alcadia looked pretty competitive in the first map. Obviously take map 2, but Falcons asserting their dominance here towards the end. Not the way that Alcadia would have liked to see this one potentially end, as it'll be Stalker end up using the overclock.
Can you guys tell that Matt is gearing up for a match finish here?
We are 124 meters to 3. And look, if you know anything,
back a little and stretch.
You know anything about push, you're gonna need what, 6 fights, 7 fights to go the opposite way. We've seen it.
Statistically, though, one of the most unlikely outcomes that you can imagine here on this kind of map. Harpy knows caught inside the cage fight. Now Checkmate also going to throw a wall up here, so this is Alcadia. Okay, they get a favorable fight, and to their credit, they don't spend the rally or overclock in doing so. So that's 1 out of 6. We'll keep track as we go.
Here's the hardest part about push, is that Falcons obviously going to have the close spawn still, so they're going to get another fight probably around mid-map, per se. maybe even a little bit closer if they get like quite aggressive around the corner here, kind of going up the slope. Then you're going to get another fight before checkpoint. Then you're going to get a slowdown with checkpoint. Then you're going to get another fight, right? So it's like, and you only have so much time, right? You're going to need to be perfect for Alcadia.
Maybe they can be. Okay. Whoa, that's scary. Trying to break some ankles, but Stalker's ready for him. Railgun straight to the dome. Unnecessary given how low Labda was, but Stalker does it in style. Probably he will harass, holding onto a blade, hoping to garner some degree of attention, but won't be looking to commit yet.
And we're not even back with the bot towards mid-map, right?
Blade's going. Please! Oh, please, why? Okay. Hanbin a little bit late to the party there. Still, Fielder's going to try and dive on in here and see if they can get rid of Tread, but he's too healthy. There's too much healing for him. Haku, though, can't say the same for them. Taken out straight away here by Stalker, and Fielder is going to commit the rally. So without Proper, they offer him up as bait to look to try and start a good fight, but that Sim is motoring. Checkmate, though, can't quite topple the Titan that is Hanbin, but Lapta's there to help. They reach up and deal with him, but time is ticking down. Alcadia at least, though, have some positive momentum, but Proper's back in the fight. He hoped to find more than just the one kill. They had to be satisfied. And there's Labda putting him to the bed yet again.
So if you're Alcadia, you're like, okay, we need to get checkpoint with about like 2 minutes on the clock, minute 45, right? That gives you like a puncher's chance in order to win it. But I like what Falcons is doing. They just constantly flood out, taking the fights here mid-map. There's no meterage gained by Alcadia throughout all of this, even with some winning fight.
Okay, slide away there from Labda was good. He's able to be a part of this fight still, but Stalker hunts him down. Now, on the enemy side of the wall, Alcadia don't really have a safe place to be. They try and push ahead of it now, and Landon knows he's in Stalker's sights, and he's trying to avoid it. Fielder taken down early. It's going to be an orbital rain now for Alcadia committed as Trent combines it with the cage fight. Proper can only deflect for so long before he's got to give up the ghost, and still, Chio still looking to fight around this. Landon got brought down. Falcons just trying to turn this in the muddiest game possible and bleed the clock.
You just turn into a little bit of a mess there towards mid-map, right? At this point, Alcadia has to invest into every single scenario, right? With the clock just kind of bleeding down. And Falcons, look, they just keep throwing bodies at it, right? Let's get back. Let's get another fight, another fight, another fight. Force them to consistently fight here. And only, I mean, you gain out of all of this, right? It's been about 2 minutes. You gained a little bit more than 3 meters.
Note the 2 hearts per keep for Hanbin, so we'll gain regeneration when he's on an objective, which is the bot in this map. Trying to make use of that now. Of course, this trend is going to fall first. Not a great sign at all for Alcadia. The rest of them, unfortunately, like dominoes, must follow suit. Stalker didn't even need a rail to claim that fight, and Labda went for the ultimate. Unfortunately, just not a fight where Alcadia's Sojourn can make the difference.
And it's a huge ask for Alcadia. Like, this is why it's so important not to fall behind in this type of fashion in push, because you're asking them to be perfect against such a difficult opponent. This will be a rally here from Fielder as they want to get a grab. They push right on in. This will be a blade to follow things up here as well.
Such a scary combination, the rally with Amalga diving on in, and Alcadia, I think, finally have been silenced in this first game of our Champions Clash. They're going to be shut in Sword as the bot looks to try and get home. Stalker has a round to make use of it now as Trent wants to step up and make a stop happen. Has to play though from behind the barrier, and there's Labda around the winner making a try and bail his team out. A second kill, surely not more than that as Proper goes looking for the Widow. Labda has had his time in the sun, he's had his fun, and Proper is here to put this game to bed. But Alcadia refused to bow here at the final hurdle. Hanbin charges out to try and regain control of the bot. With only a minute left, Alcadia have so much map to cover.
Anytime Hanbin can stay alive here on that bot would have just been time delaying, as now checkmate will go over to a Genji. So a flat-out mirror matchup. It'll be Hanbin getting that close spawn, so you're going to get another fight here towards that mid-map.
50 seconds to play. Orbit Array at the disposal of Landon here, and Team Falcons don't have any big ultimates to rely on. Let's see if Alcadia can at least get a cheap fight win now and stay on the bot in overtime. It's going to be checkmate looking to come forward now. Has got to respect the brig, but elsewhere Stalker's found a ultless kill onto Landon. The lion's share of the healing now unavailable for Alcadia, and Haku's forced to commit the rally. No choice but to try and keep his team in the game rather. But Stalker is just popping them. Beautiful stuff. Knows he doesn't need fully charged rails to finish them off. An hour, 17 seconds left. It's the final stand in this upper bracket for Alcadia.
And that's a fight win there for Falcons through the orbital rate and rally on the opposite side. That is nasty work here. Is under 5 seconds. It is right up to the spawn door.
There's no way Trev was going to survive that. Checkmate stuck in the doorway trying to make use of this blade, but the cage fight really limits his coverage, and Stalker's eventually going to bring him down. Your current world champions though not without a rocky start, will advance in his upper bracket.
So, not easy there for Team Falcons, but in the end, they take care of business. When they're on that Malga with that Genji in the mix, it looks almost impossible to beat.
Coach Sparkle there, getting excited, of course, one of the most recent additions for this team. Even subbed in for them at a recent tournament for Stalker. Didn't go so well, don't ask about the details, but great to see him there, and he's got to be feeling good at least about getting to the first 2 threes now in this upper bracket for this team.
And I think for Alcadia, I mean, it's obviously a loss, but you have to feel pretty good about how you played against Falcons. I think obviously just the proper Genji and the amount of pressure he's applying to you is kind of where your team crumbled. But how many other Genjis are you going to play like proper throughout the tournament, right? I mean, not really.
Not quite at that level.
Not at that level. So,
my boy's error though.
But you still feel pretty good maybe for Alcatia in that lower bracket, but Falcons look sick.
We saw them at their strongest and potentially their weakest here in this series, but your current world champions, Team Falcons, still make a strong statement at the start of the Champions Clash. Let's head to the desk here and break down our very first match of the weekend.
Well, what a matchup to kick things off. Not quite the 2-0 that we thought it was going to be, Jake. Alcadia had some bite back to them.
Yeah, you know, I think that this is still a good start for them. As much as it's the loss, like, let's be honest, beating Falcons would have been a shocking result, hugely impressive. Getting a map win, though, it puts wins in their sails. It shows that there's a lot of teams in this tournament who won't be able to take a map off Falcons. So I think Katsuya down to the lower bracket. They're down but not out. That being said, I mean, this 5K from Proper to open the match, talk about a statement for Falcons. That's the most Proper Falcons moment of all time. It's like, yeah, okay, first fight of the tournament, and I just eat you all up for breakfast.
Yeah, and then we went over to Suravasa. I mean, loved that. What a performance. I mean, if you can do it against Falcons, then you've essentially proven that you're able to deliver amazing Sojourn performances against any team in the entire world. And so this makes the tournament a lot more interesting now, because you're thinking Alcadia, with Sojourn performances like that from Labda, they could essentially take on any team in the world. Now, they did lose 2 maps, you know, playing the Mauga composition against Falcons. You shouldn't feel too bad about that, because this is essentially, you know, the best team in the world on their best composition, the one they play. Proper MVP, much deserved. Matt talked about the Genji performances really shown in this series. Falcons, they dropped the map though, but Proper looked fantastic on the Genji.
Yeah, Proper always such a threat, you know, on pretty much anything he plays. The team often just like flexes completely around where he can have the most impact, and well, there's a good reason for that. And I think the Genji is probably the most explosive hero to see it on, because, you know, talk about feast or famine, Proper very consistently eating well in these big fights, you know, with the pressure on him, all the resources given over to him, and it's for good reason. He delivers time after time. Like you said, that map loss, definitely not the ideal here, but Falcons, these guys are elite. They played so many tournaments so many times. They're just like looking ahead to the next match already.
Yep.
Oh, they definitely are. They definitely are. I think it's pretty insane, though. We do have to give Alcadia still the credit that's due for being able to even take down Suravasa up against a team like Team Falcons. But let's take a look at our bracket as well, just to see, you know, how things are going. Who are they going to be facing up against as Team Falcons obviously move on in the upper bracket, and Alcadia are their first team to see down in the lowers. And I know that when we're looking at this right now, the expectation with the Virtus Pro versus once again coming up next there, Johnny, who do you think, who's landing where?
Who's landing where? Oof. I mean, wow, this is going to be a very interesting match too we got on our hands here between the Virtus Pro once again. I really struggle to like pick one of these teams, because as much as I want to see once again come out playing some dive heroes here, you know, VP has looked fantastic playing the Sigma composition. Bestola has some really great performances in the Soup Cup this previous weekend. So, you know, I'm not really ready to call one of the favorites in that matchup. But we have to make Preds, so...
It'll be later, it'll be later. Yeah, we definitely will, So don't forget, our second match of the day will be Virtus Pro versus once again. We're gonna head to a quick break though, and we'll be right back.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘입니다. 지금 2025 챔피언스 클래시를 시청하고 계십니다.
Welcome back, everybody. Team Falcons made a stamp for our first match of today, but before we get into match number 2, I actually wanted to talk to you guys a little bit, because if you think you guys have what it takes to make your way into the OWCS, you guys have to sign up to compete in Season 5 of the Overwatch 2 Faceit League. And for your chance to make it to the main stage, visit faceit.com/OWCS for a little bit more info. But now that we got that out of the way, we got to talk a little bit about the match that we were teasing right before this break. Virtus Pro is going to be super exciting, but we do have the interview actually first before we even get there with, oh, no interview, sorry. So we'll be skipping that, and we're just going to be heading straight into the VP versus Once Again matchup here, Jake.
Look, they got no time. These teams got to start reviewing. They got to get on to the next game. Falcons, the winners interview. Come on, wait till the trophy comes out. Then we start to talk to them. You know, they're not interested in any of that just yet.
Yeah, let's get on to the next match here then. Virtus Pro against Once Again. So, you know, now that we've seen one match, Jake, we spent the entire pre-show talking about Dive and Winston, and we've been hearing about all these, you know, Dive compositions, and then we see Mauga come out. How are you thinking about the meta so far here?
I mean, I'm not fully convinced that it's a, like, quote, Mauga meta just yet. I think Falcons is probably the team with the most interest of, like, the whole tournament of making this a Mauga meta, and I think they're going to play it as much as they can. Like, that's what they beat the world with. Like, of course, they're going to try to bring it out. But I'd expect to see more diversity. I mean, these are going to be two very interesting teams with, once again, wanting to play a lot of dive, a lot of main tanks, and then Virtus Pro, I think, wanting to play a lot of, you know, towards Vistola's strengths on the off tanks. I think this will be another match to really indicate more how the different teams from different regions are seeing the top strategy.
See, that's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear Jake say that, you know, Mauga, pretty specific for Alcadia and Falcons. You know, both of those teams have loved to play that hero. Mm-hmm. So now Virtus Pro, obviously, they also love playing Mauga in Stage 1 so far, but they could also play the Sigma, for example, the Diva. We have seen that from Vistola in the past, but Once Again loves playing Dive. So if Once Again plays Mauga in this matchup, then we maybe didn't have the right prediction of the meta going into the tournament.
No, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, right, before we get too far ahead of ourselves and whatnot. But when it does come to this Mauga, I mean, were we really even expecting this pick to come through for a lot of these teams, considering the nerfs that had just come out recently?
I mean, it's a surprise. We didn't see it at all in the promotion relegation, where we did see a couple of the new teams that are going to be coming up out of that Faceit League and into OWCS in the next stage. It was like very heavy on the dive, a lot of Winston, Hazard, a little bit of Diva, a little bit of Brawl with the Ramatra, the Orisa being played as well. But I don't think we saw any Mauga, so I'm a little bit surprised to see as much as we saw in that first match. But I do think I'd be pretty surprised if Once Again, maybe Virtus Pro a little bit more likely to lean that direction. I mean, Vistola is so mechanically strong on tank. I think that could be a good look for them. Play around Jwoo's Genji and really enable him to pop off against this Once Again squad. But I think the real question here is like the Virtus Pro performance on land. Guys like Jwoo has had a huge breakout year, has been a star performer in Europe. I would say the best flex DPS in the region right now. However, this is on stage in front of the hometown crowd for the opponents in China on land. I mean, this is like a real moment for Jwoo to show, can he really keep up in the basically the maximum possible pressure a player could be under.
I love that shout. I love that shout, because we got to actually talk about what we're expecting when it comes down to this matchup between Once Again and Virtus Pro. I'll kick things off. It actually kind of pained me to go up against Once Again in this one, but I did vote 2-1 for Virtus Pro for this. I think that it will go the distance in this first to two. But Virtus Pro, I had to back the fact that they're undefeated in the EMEA.
I was going into this, Pred, and before the tournament had started, I was thinking Once Again, I was thinking this would be a comfortable meta, I think they would play it, but honestly, watching that last series, seeing the amount of Mauga and like different Diva styles that both teams were able to deploy in that last match, I think I take Virtus Pro as well. I think if Vistola can keep the game in his wheelhouse, it's really going to be that clash of styles between, can Guxue get his heroes to dominance, can Vistola force their strategy onto the match? I think that's what's going to decide it, but I have VP taking this one. I have a lot of faith in guys like Jwoo and Vistola, even to go up against the best Chinese team here in Hangzhou.
Well, I mean, it feels bad for me in this scenario because I'm predicting against my European brethren in this instance, and I just gotta go with the Hopium, Jake. I gotta go with the Hopium. I went with the Once Again. Like, I cannot not predict Once Again. They got Leave and Shy, they got Guxue, and yes, I mean, part of it was because, going into the tournament, I thought we'd see more dive. But even if Virtus Pro plays some of those compositions, I still think that the damage players for, once again, are so impactful. I hope, because again, they're a bit of a wild card. We haven't seen them in quite a while, besides the qualifiers, right? But I really do think that, once again, they are capable of some insane performances on the international stage. We've seen it time and time again. Thinking back to Toronto, the last Overwatch League playoffs, of course, and thinking about the World Cup, for example. Like, these players keep surprising us. And so going into this tournament, I'm really excited to see how they're going to stack up against some of the international competition. But I'm not counting them out. I'm just simply not overlooking the fact that they definitely have what it takes to take down some of these top seeds.
No, that's definitely fair, especially with the home crowd energy standing behind them there as well. But we're going to toss to a quick break before we come back with our next match.
At your service. Been a while since I had so much company. The hunt begins. Nothing personal, kid. As the bounties keep coming, I'll keep collecting. You got in my way. Outlaw country, huh? Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on. Come on! I'm notorious for a reason. I never get tired of this.
I'm no scared of nothing.
I'll get quite the payout for you. Nu Vangada! You wanted the best, and you got it?
It's time for Stadium 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the games begin. Coming out of the gate with some new tricks. What a game changer. The dragon becomes me. Hey! Bounty eliminated. That's a massive score for Genji.
I've got you in my sights.
Talk about a fresh perspective. It's a close round, folks. We're coming down to the wire. Anna's taking matters into her own hands. Looks like Moira's got a few tricks up her sleeve.
A taste of poison.
It's a multi-ball! Oh, massive play! Massive! Close one! Let's see if they can come back next round.
Something's not right here.
What's going on out there, guys?
We just gave them that one. It was pity.
What can we do better?
Okay, the Zarya is frying us.
I could build beam flexion for Zarya. Let me sell something real quick and buy that one.
Good idea.
I'm basically just spected to Nano Boost. If we group as 5, I hit somebody and it hits everybody around us.
And then everybody gets a taste. I'm just going to heavily invest all into my weaponry. Every single power-up, I'm just going to be a DPS machine.
I think what we need is more orbs.
Make sure they're healing orbs, though.
Definitely not.
All right, let's do it.
Match point!
That's what I'm talking about!
Push fast right side. Push fast right side.
I'm on Zarya.
Get Zarya! Go!
Me and you. Oh.
I've got you in my sights.
Big slam!
I got the point.
Right side. Kill Juno. Nice. Good stuff. Oh, Reaper behind. Box out.
We died by mini bomb.
Okay, reset.
We have Nanoblade for next fight. 3, 2, 1,
Go.
There we go.
We all got it.
Walk forward. I'm ulting.
I can fight. Let's go!
Fist bumps on land.
MVP!
The goddess is here.
Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here, standing by next to Hanbin from Team Falcons for the post-match interview. Great job today. How are you feeling? 일단 시작부터 좀 어떻게 지금 어떠신가요, 심정?
이겨서 기분 좋습니다. 이겨서 기분 좋습니다.
이겨서 기분 좋습니다. Right? Hanbin says that he feels great because he got the win. I mean, I do have to honestly say that I was expecting a 2-0 victory. I think a lot of Falcon fans were expecting a 2-0 victory, but that wasn't the case. You guys lost one map in Surabaya, so I want to ask you about that. What happened? 자, 제가 봤을 때는 이제 2-0으로 이길 거라고 많은 분들이 예상했을 거라고 생각하는데 그게 아니었죠. 2-1로 승리는 승리지만 2-1로 승리하셨는데 그 2세트였던 수라바스에서 어떤 문제점이 있었나요?
일단은 저희가 밴할 때 30초 재는데 이게 좀 생각보다 30초 되게 빨리 지나가서 잠깐 정신이 저희가 좀 못 차렸고 첫 경기여서 그래서 근데 그 안에서 저희가 더 꼬인 것도 많아가지고 그래서 오히려 잘 꼬이지 않았나 다음엔 안 꼬이니까 그래서 좋은 경기였다고 생각해요 다시 졌지만.
I think the bottom line, it was a good match. That's why it was 2-1. And also, I think the big problem that we had was the ban system. We had 30 seconds to pick our bans, but that 30 seconds went by really fast. And I think that was one of the big problems that we had. But I think it was necessary because we needed that so that in the next matches to come up, that we won't be having the same trouble as we did for the first match. And yeah, like I said, you guys did get the win, so you guys are moving up. Hanbin, I want to hear from you. Is there like a team that you want to beat in the Champions Clash? 자, 두 번째 질문으로 이제 오늘 승리를 이제 이기고 이제 계속 올라가고 있습니다. 자, 이제 한빈 선수 보셨을 때 지금 우리 챔피언스 클래시에서 이 팀만은 좀 다시 좀 이겨보고 싶다라는 팀이 있다면?
이 팀을 이기는 거 그냥 이기고 싶은 팀. 네. 뭐 라쿤밖에요. 아니다. 그 원석인 그 구셰의 팀을 좀 이겨보고 싶습니다.
Hanbin first said Raccoon, and then he changed his mind. He said he wants to change his mind and he wants to beat once again, and he wants to face off against Gushui and beat Gushui as well. I feel like that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Gushui versus Hanbin. Are you confident that you could win? 어때 구슈이랑 1대1로 이렇게 싸우면은 이길 자신 있나요?
자신은 항상 있는 편이고 자신감이 제 무기인데 자신감으로 한번 도전해보는 거죠 뭐.
I'm definitely confident. Confidence is one of my strengths. It is one of my weapons that I have as a player. So with that confidence, I'm confident that I could get the win. All right, Hanbin, high five. Great job. Back to you over at the studio.
Well, we got to the interview eventually. It was so nice to hear from Danny and Hanbin. And I mean, I love how he asked him who he wanted to face up against, who he wanted an opportunity to beat during Champions Clash. Nearly answered with a tale as old as time with Crazy Raccoon, but excited to hear that he wants to go head-to-head up against once again there, Johnny.
Yeah, they had that moment earlier this week. I forget exactly what the quotes were, but Hanbin essentially reached out to Gushui and was like, "Oh, Winston GOAT, like my Winston hero," or something like that. So, Hanbin has been studying the Winston POV to pick up the hero, learn some, and Gushui would be a pretty good opponent for Hanbin. So yeah, I'd love to see that.
And I think that's something of a grudge match, right? With in the Esports World Cup last year, with once again coming in with like very little prep or practice and still being able to upset Falcons. I mean, that stung for that team. That's a team that came into that tournament wanting to be a competitor and wasn't even in the final two at Esports World Cup. So I think getting revenge here in the Champions Clash on the home turf for once again would be perfect for Hanbin if they can do it. I mean, that could be a scary match. That could very well be the next match, if once again, of course, take this upcoming series. They're going to be facing Falcons in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they definitely will be. But before we even get on with our matches and whatnot, if you guys are just tuning in now, I want to give you guys a reminder to link your Blizzard and Twitch accounts to get that opportunity to pick up some of these sick drops that we have here for Champions Clash weekend. You were talking about the loot boxers earlier, Johnny.
Yeah.
What's not to love with them?
Yeah, exactly. In just 1 hour and you get a loot box. Also, keep in mind, these drops change every day. So, if you want the May skin, you gotta watch 5 hours today. You know what to do. There'll be new drops tomorrow.
We're here to commit. Thoughts, Jake?
I hope we see a little May come out in this tournament. It feels like the meta is not going that way. I mean, it's pretty rough in a Maga meta, pretty rough in a Winston meta too, but I a little thematic May. I hope somebody brings it out.
We did see some from Virtus Pro in the Soup Cup. They played at Circuit Real, for example, with the Sigma. So, given that we're about to see Virtus Pro, maybe we'll see that. Because Circuit Real would be the map that Virtus Pro most likely would pick. It's like Vestola's, home map.
I don't want to like spoil this for people, but like I'm pretty sure Circuit Royale's a Winston map right now.
They played Sigma like this earlier against Korean.
I mean, I think VP is probably not going to play Winston. Like they can play Sigma and they can probably win with it. However, I think like a really good team with Winston, Genji, Ana is like it's very hard. It's a very good matchup against Sigma in particular. If you get to third point on circuit, like Winston's better for sure.
That's why I picked him once again.
Than Poke. So it's
because it matches up well against Virtus Pro.
It's fair. It's fair. Maybe you're making me. I'm not doubting actually. I won't doubt just yet. The Mauga. I think the fact that Mauga is playable and is being used by top teams in that first series says to me that there's a real ace in the hole against Goucher's Winston, something to shut him down, especially for teams that don't want the Winston Mare match.
No, like we just want to see the. Look, okay, so we got like a minute here. So I got going earlier today with my competitive drive.
Yeah.
Because did it go well? I went like 4 and 10 or something, but I got the first tier for my competitive drive. I bet there are some people who are watching this and trying to get their own competitive drive like that. And I was just queuing in. I just wanted to play some honorable Winston. And what do I get? I get Roto players. I get Mauga players. So I'm asking, I don't want my competitive drive experience to be Goucher's experience here as Champions Clash. Let Goucher play Winston. Okay? Don't.
Go Roadhog, Vestola. Go Roadhog.
That would be actually low key. If we got one Roadhog map, like I'd love that. I'd love that. Shades of Junbin at Dallas. But
could work.
Come on.
Take us to Leo's well. It's a classic.
Come on.
Hey, fair enough. But we actually got to head to a quick break. But the players are, it's getting close to being ready and whatnot. They'll be on stage soon. But we will be right back with our next matchup, Virtus Pro versus Once Again. Welcome back, everybody. We're headed into our second matchup of today with Virtus Pro versus Once Again. And let's do a little introduction to our rosters heading into this matchup. I know we're super excited about this one. Johnny, you've been hyping up Once Again to me like in the green room. I heard you on Plat Chat.
Oh,
you've been going on and on.
Yeah, look, you gotta hype them up.
This is their moment, right? Like for a team, like
in China? Are you kidding?
For the Overwatch competition to come back to China to be competing there. But of course, Virtus Pro, #1 out of EMEA. We got to look at this team as a serious threat here. They kind of obliterated the region. Jwoo, I think, is a big part of that. Shockwave together, an insane damage duo. Fixa also really impressed me. I mean, such a stable main support for this squad. They really have like a lot of heavy hitters. Gala has looked great on the flex support too. So across this lineup, I feel like they can kind of handle anything. Vistola in particular has really evolved as a player, bringing out a panoply of different heroes where he used to be maybe more confined on the off-tank role. Now the team has opened things up diversity-wise. They have the tools to take it to Once Again and kind of silence this crowd in Hangzhou.
Yeah, I think Coach Smash has done a fantastic job like working with this roster and figuring out what works for this roster. How are we going to use hero protect bans to set up Vistola to have great impact in that tank role, of course, but also the flexibility in the backline. I think it's been really impressive as well. Fixa playing the back, for example, the Brig, but also Gala. Would we see the signature Ilari being brought out for this team? Lots of questions, but Once Again, can't wait to see this roster participate here, of course, because they are capable of taking down the best teams in the world when they're allowed to play the dive composition. They have two incredible damage players in Shai and Leave. Leave, of course, the 2021 Overwatch League MVP. He was the best player in the world that year, of course, and he's so capable of matching even the likes of Proper, for example, Stalker. We talk about these legendary damage players on the Korean teams. Leave can take it to them, and Shai, he can just take over the games like Labda did earlier in our previous series, of course, on that Sojourn. So this roster right here, when they play at their best, it's world beater stuff. They could beat literally anyone. The question is, what level of play are we going to see from Once Again? Because this is a team that hasn't been able to participate in OWCS China. There was no OWCS China last year, of course. It was reintroduced now in 2025. And so we haven't seen that much gameplay from Once Again. What is their practice been like? What level are they playing at? These are unknowns. We're not quite sure. So going into this tournament, how are they going to stack up against Virtus Pro? We can just guess, essentially.
Yeah, it's a big question there, right? Because even just talking about the practice that you were mentioning there, Johnny, Jake, you think about maybe even scrim opportunities in China because of the fact that the servers weren't available for these teams. It really changes how much practice and prep or reps they've been able to get going into the 2025 season. Yeah,
I think with the servers, Overwatch servers coming back to China, it's definitely been a big moment for the scene to kind of rebuild. But I think one of the challenges for Once Again is how far ahead of the region they are. I mean, honestly, the qualifiers, I think pretty much every single game they played, they just stomped their opponents. There wasn't another team.
One map they dropped.
Okay, yeah. But no one is pushing them to improve and to hit their highest potential level. And now they're going up against the best teams in the world. That can be a challenge. VP has been tested a little bit more, I think, through the season.
Yeah, they definitely have been. Virtus Pro, our undefeated team from the EMEA region, heading up against Once Again, who will be standing in front of the home crowd. A lot of pressure on them, but also the energy to back this squad as well. Let's see them take the stage for our second match.
好的，今天的第二场比赛 ，Now match 2 for the day. Now let's welcome EMEA #1 seeded Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, the #1 team out of EMEA. It was hard fought to get here, but they were undefeated in that first stage. Just a shocking domination from them. All foes tested and conquered. Now they're here in Hangzhou, China, fighting to show what this region can do. And can they be successful against China's #1 team?
From China, Once Again!
Again, takes the stage in front of their home country fans here in China, of course. We talked enough about their potential, but how will they fare in their very first matchup? Going up against Virtus Pro, it won't be an easy task for this team. They're capable of taking them down, but will we see the execution be on point for once again?
It's going to be interesting to see this litmus test, it feels like, here for once again making their stamp back into the OWCS for their first debut since the leagues ended up swapping things out here. So I'm really looking excited for this matchup between the Giants of China and the Giants of EMEA, sorry. But I gotta know, you know, throwing it over to Mitch and Matt, what do you guys think for this matchup?
I can't think of anything else than getting to witness the re-debut back to the international stage.
It's like their third debut.
Hey. Doesn't matter how many times. It could be once again, twice again, thrice again. I'll still turn up. Give me front row seats, bro.
I am cautiously excited for this. I'm excited to see once again play. But I also think that if there's a lot of Maga like we saw early on, VP's a tough opponent to get early on here. So although you got a little bit of like a hometown buff going on here for once again, I think yeah, they got a whole stadium full of people. I think it could be pretty difficult here against VP.
I mean, what I'm hearing, you know, from the teams that are obviously these guys have been playing against each other a whole bunch, is that this once again roster, it's been a year off competitive play. Obviously, not being able to play the game at all. But the spirit of this team, the spirit of the Hangzhou Spark obviously remained. And they've come back and people are saying, you know what, they're still incredible at the game. Leave, Sai, Gushui. I mean, this team's kind of doing it all, you know, very much, you know, almost entirely that same look that we saw from them, of course, not so long ago now.
But it is a year off, right? And it's not just a year off for them. It's like a year off for like the entire region, right? So they obviously put together a team that has the most talented players in the region, lots of chemistry already. And you started to look through the CN qualifier, and it was a bit messy at times in terms of the play. So it's really difficult to gauge where this team is
There's
at.
definitely not a ton of depth in the Chinese scene yet, right? I think that for this once again team, they were able to make their way through the qualifiers pretty comfortably here. Obviously, someone we're looking at is Mew, you know, a player that maybe didn't, you know, have the glory of this team in the past, is sort of brought up and, you know, is the fresh face to this team. And we've been waiting to see how these guys like dice up against other regions, because we know Virtus Pro have tested themselves at the Suit Cup, and look, they made it to the grand final and they got thoroughly drubbed. It was like a 4-0, not the result they were looking for against a T1 team that is not even considered by the best in Korea, right? So these guys, though, incredible quality. They are very stable, Virtus Pro, right? I think they're a great foil to what we're going to see from once again, because we know this team wants to dive. They want to play fast, they want to play loose, they want to play in your face, and Virtus Pro often want to be the antithesis to that.
Yeah, right? Virtus Pro doesn't exactly want to go that route in terms of gameplay.
You had me, it doesn't want to go.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, essentially they just don't want to go. We'll see what maps they decide to go to. I was actually laughing.
Who's the first seed in this matchup, by the way? We're not even sure. They're both number one for
I was looking at the commentators here, but you guys can see it at home.
You?
Yeah. I'm the really tall one that's almost out of the screen, and then that's Mitch. That's I was like, hey, they have their own version of you and me. I'm the really tall one there.
Don't let them wear suits.
I'm the really tall one in the suit.
What is different? What is different?
Yeah.
He's wearing a suit, brother.
Hey, we gotta get them.
You can wear a t-shirt.
We gotta get them some hoodies. We gotta get them some hoodies out there, man.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the Chinese respected broadcasters wearing a hoodie? Can you imagine any respected broadcaster wearing a hoodie?
Yeah. Jake's worn them before. Johnny's worn literally the entire show, I think, outside of you. So maybe this is a you thing. But
didn't I lose a bet and have to wear a hoodie for one broadcast once?
Maybe. So we got Lijiang Tower here kicking things off. So it is the VP map pick. And then for the bans, you have a Pharah and a D.Va ban. So obviously VP can play a good amount of D.Va. You see the Pharah gone for VP. But interesting set of bans.
I mean, it's not surprising. You're targeting Vistola here. You do, like, teams that want to play Winston are generally trying to avoid dealing with the D.Va, right? To the extent that Falcons contorted themselves into a shape by playing like this Echo and Sombra composition of trying to shut down Tread in the previous game.
Here's the thing, though. Let's say once again wants to come out, play, you know, Winston, right? Maybe Sojourn, Tracer, whatever, right? VP just turns around and plays Maga, Sojourn, Torb. What do you favor in that matchup?
I mean, the Sojourn Torb is pretty good, especially with Pharah banned.
With the Maga? Yeah. On Lijiang?
We're talking about Leave.
Yeah.
We're talking about Leave, who's someone who can You know,
bro.
pick up the Genji, look pretty incredible. A number of you can't ban this guy out. I want to point out there.
Yeah.
Shy is also on this team, guys. I mean, I'm sorry, but like it is
pretty nasty roster.
Yes, I mean it is exactly what it used to be in so many ways, and it's very exciting to see them get out onto the stage. Virtus Pro, I
Probably
think,
some nerves here though for them. Like we talk about VP, obviously, like a huge moment for them playing on stage, but the fact that this team has been gone for so long, their first big event is in China, where an international event for Overwatch. I mean, you see how packed it is there. There's probably a lot of pressure on the once again crew to put together a good performance, especially, I mean, the crowd's going crazy.
and if you're a more recent viewer, this once again roster, I mean, it's worthwhile remembering that, in the previous era of Overwatch, we're a top 3 team, right? They showed us an incredible reverse sweep in the last Overwatch League finals in Toronto, and at third place in their tournament with a electrifying style of play. Really impressed us, but there were weaknesses that could be exploited by more stable teams at their tournament, more flexible teams, right? That could find comps that could punish, like this dive obsession that, once again, at the time the Spark had. And these guys here, you've got to expect now, in EMEA, in fairness, Winston comps are not necessarily ubiquitous or their dive style, right? It's been a lot of teams, like a lot of coaches have kind of dubbed EMEA as the off-tank region and NA as the main tank region, right? Shorthand for describing the preference for a lot of EMEA teams to try and play D.Va where they can, whereas like NA, it's seen like, we'll go to the Winston comps.
Also, I guess for this team as well, right? They were at EWC, so they get an invite there last year, so they do get that. But before that, I mean, you're thinking back to BlizzCon, right, where they hit second to Saudi Arabia, and then back to that final season of ALC. So very kind of long breaks between competition here.
Feel that? The magic is seeping up out of the cobblestones.
Oh.
If there are cobblestones in here, you'd be able to see it. We're back, folks.
I thought
Once
you were having,
again,
like, coffee jitters. I was like, I see that, but
no,
I don't feel them.
Here we go. It's going to be an Orisa comp here for Virtus Pro. Once again, on a classic. It's not fan service. It's just the way these guys like to play. Going to be a Winston-based comp, and Gushui opens up the account onto Shockwave already. Shy is stuck onto the point, but buddy, you've got to get up early in the morning to come at this guy on the Winston. Here's something else. If Astola has nowhere to go.
And this is the bread and butter for this team, right? So good at these types of compositions. And when we see them moved off of that, that's when they are beatable. But VP coming out here with Orisa, Sim, Torb off the rip. So don't want to play a Maga here, don't want to play a Sojourn of your own. Playing this Sim with the Orisa. Orisa can definitely sneak her way into this meta and then also gain a little bit more mobility here with that Sim.
Now they've got to make use of the Sim here, but again, it's Gushui, the only player getting kills right now on the side of once again. Newcomer Mew gets involved, though, when Fixer's already down. Virtus Pro had hoped to get this Orisa where she's needed most, but once again, ignore her and hit the backline too hard.
And this is the wildest part with this team, because you could have told me any result would happen in this match, and you probably, it's somewhat believable. So once again, getting off to a fantastic start. I don't love the VP comp, if I'm honest, though. I think there's probably better pathways you can take, even though the deep is gone.
I mean, we've got concerns about the depth of hero pool available to this team in terms of the comps they've got. Gushui briefly knocked back by the Javelin, but he's happy to corral Virtus Pro inside the dojo, and now he's going to teach him a lesson. The black belt of Winston himself has come to take the place over. Shy, again, also happy to keep VP locked in that room. Jay move over towards the point, the rest of Virtus Pro over to TP there now. Kitsune Rush in play for Virtus Pro, and there it is! It's Shy! He's found himself 2 and 3 with the overclock. Roll it back the years, folks. And not a damn thing has changed.
Man, could you have asked for a better start for, once again, the crowd going absolutely nuts.
Johnny's smiling from ear to ear, bro. He is like, he's cheesing on the desk.
So he's getting on the next flight to Hangzhou.
We're actually unfathomably back right now. It is crazy. Here's the stick. No quite kill there for Lee, but the Trace has been a nuisance, and Virtus Pro are beating inside their own spawn. The #1 seed from Europe is already under extreme duress now, and Gushui hits a primal. An easy juggle as Gala of Astola will fall. Oh, buddy, make it 3. What a definitive statement here for once again. We're back, and we're never leaving.
This place in Hangzhou is going to go nuts if they win this one.
Get me a box seat for that.
So it was actually a really nice Suzu from Gala to keep Fixa alive. That pulse bomb actually connects, but Gala able to keep fix out live, that allows them to beat, but you're beating back in your base, right? So not an ideal scenario for VP. Is honestly, I think for VP, you just gotta chuck that one out. I mean, you got absolutely nothing going on there.
Yeah, brutal. Really couldn't get started.
Jaewu, of course, map pick as well, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, look. Jaewu has been heralded as like a, a real up-and-coming player. Like, people have said the next Proper, right, potentially. But on the sim, doesn't really have much space for that skill expression. This is like the most dire hostile composition you could imagine Virtus.pro are playing right now. They are really trying to control, once again, and how they move and take space. But Shockwave's turret's already taken down. Gooseray can just right-click it. Didn't have that one a few years ago, did you, mate?
There's also no long-range threat, though, for Shy, right? Shy is able to farm up these rails and just put down damage with really no
pressure.
No pressure in response. Yeah.
And once again can disengage, they can make space for their DPS. Shy has got his feet up at the moment. He's basically playing wins level Overwatch here.
I mean, there's no threat, right? There's zero threat of anyone taking him out. So Vistola gonna go over to the Ramatra here. I think this is gonna have some changes as well. I imagine you change out the sim here. So yeah, so you're gonna change out the sim onto the Tracers. So obviously making a complete comp switch pretty much here for VP. I think it was necessary. They were not going to win playing that style.
Well, Shy strikes yet again. Gala this time is the casualty, and Shockwave's got nowhere to go, man. He just pins into the wall. We get another rail. Again, this Ramatracom looks just as awkward. It's slightly more mobile, I guess, but the premise is the same. Virtus.pro needs Shockwave to be given some room to breathe, some room to work, maybe challenge Shy at long range, but this guy is taking on all comers.
They need anything positive to happen. I mean, it's not really just on one player for VP. I mean, they are just getting beat down right now here by, once again, it'll be Kitsune Rush here, right basically at their spawn door. It's going to force Pistola all the way back out with the rest of VP. They're going to have to wait this out.
Once again, clearly happen to make use of that there just to force VP back now, getting north of 50% and counting. Leave another pulse bomb here, and Gala's not on the Kiriko to stave it off. If it's a stick, it's basically a kill, but it might not even be needed in this fight. Gala and Fixer already down. Leave wends his way into the backline and plucks off the last remaining support player. Stick is good, folks. Vistola will fall as Mew finds the extra damage. And Virtus.pro are not on the level of once again.
I mean, this does not look anything reminiscent to the Virtus.pro we saw throughout stage 1 of the OWCS.
Bro, it took them longer to get on the stage than this match might last.
Hey, you said it. So it did take a bit. No, they're going to take that long. I'd like to see a better response here. But VP, I mean, you got like one last crack at this. And I mean, because you made so many changes, I mean, you're going to just have what? You're going to have your Annihilation to work with. You're going to have a Pulse Bomb here as well. But it's going to be a Gooseray Primal here. He's going to have Primal anyway. It's going to be fun.
Good stuff for Fixer. Stops Gooseray on his way on in. Now the Annihilation's in play. Shy is committed to this. He has to try and fight for the Mega Health Pack, but he gets caught out by Gala before he can get there. So Vistola gets his value. Sound Barrier also committed to that fight. And once again, don't have that big damage output from Shy, but Gooseray's cleverly been able to get the Mega Health Pack on the high ground and stay relevant, and he's managed to find Gala. Shockwave here, the player called upon to try and match Shy across the map, but who is going to match Gooseray? Space created once more. Virtus.pro shattered, and Shy is back in position to unleash hell.
And they get that burst kill as VP, but they get absolutely no kills on the follow-up. It's just kiting there from, once again, they work their way back onto the point behind this Kitsune Rush. Hey man, this is, it's one fight one there for VP, but it really ultimately doesn't feel like it. Is once again, it's just dominating.
Yeah, it's a one-sided affair, to be sure. This is a VP Mac pick, and even with Farah out of the game, Liu is still able to find edges on this Tracer. Absolute domination. And you better believe that's a pleased crowd, as once again, slaps down this EMEA #1 seed in the first map.
That is about as good of a 2-0 performance you can get on map #1, as that'll be once again taking a 1-0 lead here against VP. But that just feels like a little bit of a statement, right? I know VP, obviously extremely strong team. We know how they've played throughout the year thus far. And once again, we kind of like, hey, a little bit of a toss-up in terms of the performance you were going to see from them, right? We talked about how maybe CN not the strongest of all the regions right now, but man, they just beat the hell out of VP.
It's not a question, I guess, of the region's strength, but what once again able to bring, and
true
with the roster that is tried and true, has been through some of the greatest challenges in the Overwatch world. It's probably no surprise to see them at least be competitive. I'm not so sure if
this is
That was what we expected, though. This was a dominant showing.
This team really, like, a lot of these players have been playing with each other for a very long time, so it's not like the time off. There's a lot of, like, we got to rebuild the chemistry, right? Like,
it's already there.
They're going to be able to put it together.
It's all there.
And if you don't have chemistry, I mean, just have sick talent, right? So, I mean, we know, like, how good Guxue and Chai and Leave and the rest of the crew is. You can make up for it there.
And so, already, we're seeing a situation where Virtus.pro don't get to play the D.Va. Now, in fairness, that's not a band that, once again, are going to have access to for the rest of the series. So that's the, VP at least have gotten that out of the way. Vistola can play the hero that he is most known for and, obviously looks the most effective on. But the answer to the D.Va ban is something that will have a lot of teams' ears perking up watching this game and realize that something simple as taking D.Va out of the game forces this contortionism into so many different comps. It's like the Orisa setup, which is reasonable. We talked about on the desk. They said you could expect to see some of it. With the Sim, Torb, very, very hostile to these dive kind of compositions. But when you've got Shy, who just dominates both those DPS at range, just fundamentally Sojourn so powerful against both of them.
So I guess with VP getting map pick and then ban pick, right? I mean, would you be shocked if it's anything other than a Winston ban?
No, I mean, it has
to be a Winston. Yeah. So, I mean, lock that one in and then figure out the map.
Something we never saw Guxue sort of play in, and well, obviously domestically, yes, but internationally in a hero ban world of Overwatch, right? They could never take his Winston away.
The other alternative would be picking Circuit, banking on the fact that you probably can't play as much Winston, that you could play Sigma D.Va, and then for the final map, be able to potentially go there. And then give once again probably the option of you need to protect the tank role and then give us free option of the supports and damage dealers.
I think
that would be your trade-off.
That's a fair question, because as much as this once again team were so lauded and praised in the past for their play, they probably realize they've had to evolve now as well, just like everybody else with the game. In the past, you didn't have to worry too much about having that depth of different team compositions. Now you absolutely do. It's just evidenced by VP struggling in that map. So, mate, what else do they have?
And
if you're something new,
and if you're VP, I mean, it's a little bit of a gamble, right? You're basically gambling on the fact that you think you can go to Circuit, Winston won't be effective, you can maybe ban something else out of the game, and then that's good enough to take you to that third map, and the Winston ban is there.
Why do I feel like they'd play Winston anyway?
They would. They probably would. Honestly, they probably would.
Call their bluff.
And then you look like a little bit of a fool if you don't ban it, right? And then you end up losing there, right?
But it objectively is not great on Circuit, right? There's like a lot of long straightaways without the verticality that Winston loves to make use of, to make the jumps a little bit more efficient. But look, you got shooters, man. If Shy's gonna keep showing us that level of gameplay, right? You try and play another Torb comp, you might find things pretty difficult.
Did you play I was gonna say you played Junkertown maybe?
Oh, okay. I mean, have a look at this. So, what are the Winston hostile maps? I think you still play him on definitely parts of Junktown. He's great on second, third as well. Obviously, you can make use of just that high ground area there as well. Circuit is the obvious choice, but perhaps that's the red herring in this sort of map set. New Queen Street, obviously, features a little bit less of that verticality. You do have access to it in some parts of those streets where you can play inside the stores, but maybe not quite as comfortable.
I guess the other alternative would be to pick Suravasa, the traditional map 2 pick, and then basically they're forced to either go for a game 3 push or one of those 3 escorts, right? Which you have Route 66, Junkertown in the pool, right? Which aren't, and Circuit, which all that they're not the best.
We're having this, right? Bear in mind, we're having this entire conversation on the provision that we're assuming there's a Winston ban here for Virtus.pro. That's not. It feels like their safest bet, but it's not guaranteed.
No, I mean you would. I think in a. Oh, you got some stats up there.
The healing done. Oh, you can't see. 13k healing done for once again. At 7.4k for VP. That's just on healing because the backline was constantly dead.
And if you're wondering, that is 38 deaths to 4. Yeah, I don't have to tell you what side.
That's a 31.5 KD to a 0.3 KD.
31.5. That's pretty good.
Pretty damning indictment of VP's struggles in that particular match.
If you're on Call of Duty, Ricochet would get you out of there. Like, hey, you're cheat.
Does anybody get that reference?
It's the anti-cheat.
Oh,
they get rid of you.
You could have just dropped the classic. Oh, it was Call E-Sick one, and I would have got that. But okay, that's a Ricochet. Okay,
so
was that a Cassidy perk?
We're all waiting on VP in terms of what route they decide to go to in terms of their ban. I think we both agree probably the safest is banning the Winston and then getting you to that final map, potentially, if you're able to still kind of beat it. I think banning the Winston and then once again winning the map would actually be quite fascinating, because that would just tell you the level that this team is operating at across the board, right? I mean, they would be...
Yes. The problem is, like, we're assuming that, like, not being able to play the Winston is going to be a huge problem for this once again team, which might, you know, those aren't the bets for this one. Don't worry, that was the last map.
That already happened.
Yeah, that was a thing that...
Spoiler alert. Once again won that one.
I mean, yeah, they're obviously, they're looking incredible. I want to circle back because we didn't have a lot of time to discuss VP and what they are capable of, because if we go to a circuit kind of map, you do have Gala on this team, and there are some niche windows where Liari is actually quite a powerful option.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to try and play a poke style, VP is definitely known to play poke. Those kind of comps, though, do require you to match up against your opponent's DPS while also playing poke, right? We've seen what Shy's been able to show us here. Shockwave felt a little bit restrained in that game and obviously spent a lot of time on the tour, I think. So, but, you know, that's someone that you can definitely still put your faith in. He's come a long way since he's, you know, the last few years of play.
I guess another route would be, if you're going to want to play Sim Torb, would you give her to Sojourn?
I mean, no, because you play against Farah Genji.
You definitely put yourself also in a corner where
you just died to Farah Genji, I'm pretty sure.
There's no option to move off of that, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, you kind of like put... I mean, you could play...
Like you have to be really careful. Yes, you definitely can. I mean, like we talked about it earlier, there are some like hitscan players that will be more than happy to go that way. Like Lethal, for example, will play Ashe. We've seen it from Seeker on occasion as well. You know, you've got to be careful if you pick a map that's like very good for Farah, right? You've just like, if you're against like Soj Farah, you're like Shockwave, for example, will have to deal with Shy and with Leave, like respectively, and deal with that. A lot of theory crafting going on here. We're going to go to a quick break now as we resolve something down in the arena. We'll be back with map number 2 of our second best of 3 of the evening. Don't go too far. It's once again going up against Virtus Pro.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough. And we're diving right in. They nearly cinched the win this round. This is a round you won't want to miss.
something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you. I've always liked a challenge. I always deliver.
Goodbye. Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of heart! Brigitte, the heart of strength! Amélie, the heart of grace! Kiriko, the heart of passion! Freya, the heart of courage! And I am Juno, the heart of hope! Together, we will take down the Hollow Hearts! The Full Heart Beam!
I run this show.
My spirit grows strong.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked.
You are under my guard.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my god! God! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Righto, folks, thanks for sticking with us. We are moments away from jumping into our second map of this first of two series between, once again, and Virtus Pro. And if you missed the first map, it might have been because you blinked. It was lightning fast, as once again have reminded us that they never left. They were always here.
Yeah, they look as good as ever. As we actually get right into this. So we'll get an idea. So it is Circuit. We're highlighting this potentially. We'll get an idea what the bans are. Winston is in.
We forgot about Ligue, of course, who can Hugin can sub in. Also, just a quick correction. Obviously, Mew is Suneus and Evital, so not a fresh face at all, but just likes to change his name to a different Pokemon every year, which I respect, but also can be confusing.
That was like when Morta would ask us to pronounce his name in a different way every year.
Valutaya Morta. Yes, so there you go.
So, it's a Ramatra ban for VP, so it looks like they actually probably just use that to protect the tanks, right?
Yeah, and and the Baptiste ban. Okay,
so that eliminates like Sigma. Well, I mean, you still play it, right?
It definitely reduces its effectiveness for sure. That's a pretty heads-up ban here, I think, against Virtus.pro. You're still going to run a poke comp though, and you can. Zen is an option here. Fixer wants the Brig, which will give you an answer, I guess, like D.Va trying to push up. You can really farm a lot of easy Inspire procs off whip-shotting the D.Va. And of course, you know, with the right perk, you can increase that Inspire uptime drastically from whip-shot. So decent healing option, good for throughput in general, but we finally get Jwoo here on a hero that offers more skill expression options.
I was also going to say, it's a huge moment for Jwoo, right? You get dominated as a team in map number 1. You're the top team in the MEA, right? You come in here and just get 2-0 thrashed, right? Not a fantastic showing. Doesn't portray a lot of confidence, right, moving forward.
Scootray out, but Liga gives them an option here at Flex Tank, and once again, hoping to have the answer now against Virtus.pro, who do want to play a poke style. Shy wants to play it off angle now, but already Jwoo's come to call. He's going to reposition somewhat, but the pressure on the shields is immense, and Virtus.pro are crumbling. Not the start they were looking for. Once again, give you enough rope to hang yourself.
And VP is fine, slowly taking up, moving, and creating that space. But you see there, that's where the Baptiste would come into play. The dive comes in, the Immortality Field comes out. That's enough to kind of, with the Regenerative Burst, right, keep players alive through that. And that's where the Sigma comp starts to get rolling there, when you're just able to live for that long. Without that just kind of huge beacon of survivability, now it's a little bit closer to the game, right? Where if Shy hits like a big railgun, you can go in on that.
It also doesn't get, it means that, like the Genjis get to play so much closer to like the action. Easier access to backlines, potentially. That's why Liga's got his work cut out for him, and he's already dealt with Fixer. Rally here for Mew. Gotta catch them all, he says. Virtus.pro will have no choice but to comply.
So, I mean, that is both support ultimates layered on top of each other for once again. So, Gala will be able to build up towards this orbital ray, and that will essentially be kind of free coming up. But Shy with an overclock, leave with a blade. I mean, huge opportunity here potentially for once again go early, and it'll be Jwoo using the blade going early.
Shy trying to get away. Vastola ends up catching him with a Hypersphere though on the backside. Lee hoping to reciprocate here, but only has eyes for the front line. Vastola does go low, and eventually Liga gives enough damage to topple that frontliner. And that's okay, that's cheeky. Unfortunately, cat's out the bag there for Jwoo. Once again, did enough in that fight, answering Jwoo's blade and getting rid of the tank.
And not much gain there though by VP. I mean, it essentially gets them back to the same spot, like right around the corner. He'll be an overclock, so they'll actually end up losing that position, hightailing it the opposite way.
Here's that orbital ray. Shy is hoping to find a play that's not playing from within its bounds right now, but that's a big ask. Fixers have been able to deal with Leave here. And there's the Gravitic Flux. No big catch outside of getting Liga D met, but that's probably enough here for Virtus.pro. They spent heavily, but that checkpoint, that first checkpoint is looming.
I mean, I think they know that if they lose that there, you're below a minute. I mean, you might be looking at yourself going to the loser bracket just off of that, right? Man. So you absolutely need to go as hard as possible in that fight. But pretty good defensive showing this far from once again.
This has got to be one of Virtus.pro's best maps, best looks against a team like once again. It's a must win. Obviously, goes without saying in a first to two, but with this comp, you've got to show your best. Leave there, well, wins the Gentleman's Duel of Genjis with a deflect to claim Jwoo. And Shockwave's overclock doesn't do too much except open up a bit of room. Liga doesn't fully respect it, and it's going to be once again snapping back into a frontline role.
And a lot like what I was talking about in the pre-game of this going into map number 2, you also saved that Winston ban, right? So even bigger here for VP if you're able to win it for your odds in that third map. But this is once again just bullying them back to the spawn.
I'm sorry, it is just fan service.
Yeah.
The script writers have inserted once again into our tournament to bring us joy. Now, Virtus.pro do get that checkpoint, yes, but there's a lot of clock to burn still, and that cart is slipping down the incline.
And you're not playing like a D.Va, right? So you don't have high access to get that high ground,
sitting
right?
duck down here. It's the most awkward part of the map to play the Sigma comp.
So you're going to be kind of just poked down as you moved up. And it's hard because you need to hold on to some of these resources like your shield and like your kinetic grass to have the HP pool to exist, but if you don't use them, you might just die.
Oh, Vistola's going to be in trouble here. Yeah, absolutely pounced upon. Again, it's a Jaegu blade that gives an opening, an opportunity for Virtus Pro, but Leave is ready to deflect any more pressure. Now with a blade of his own, he's going to look for a chance here. Liga being desuited and eventually, oh, Fixer, okay, with a whip shot finisher. Tasmin once again have to be cautious.
Yeah, you don't fight this if you're once again, you back up, but hey, they got other plans. Shy will pop an overclock. You still have Leave here as well. They're going to end up getting Mew back in the fight here as well.
And Vistola's a little bit too late to the fight here. I mean, you saw just how exposed Fixer was in that situation against that overclock from the GOAT Shy.
Ugly.
Oh, buddy. A minute 23. Not much time to work with.
Jaegu now on the Mei.
I mean, all once again have to do, dude, is hold VP in place for long enough for Shy to work through their numbers. There's another rally coming up here for Mew.
And I gotta say, I'll love to hear the Death POV. I think once again, banning the Baptiste here is such a great call. I mean, the BAP is so good in you know, with the Sigma here, being able to use that lamp at a distance, being able to save some of those cooldowns. Doesn't feel the same without it.
Matrix really dirty with 150 charge Sojourn Whales as well. Like, let you work through those big healthy targets. Once again, though, it is an orbital raid that gives Virtus Pro some step to this game. Shy here doesn't really have much else to do but try and pick out the weakest targets. It's really just a stagger here now as they get caught out. But 40 seconds left in the game. VP have at least maintained some ultimates. This is very doable, but man, they've had to fight for every inch.
Most importantly for VP, they actually get this space, right? You're not constantly moving up towards this high ground. You can control this door. This is where Mei can be pretty effective with the walls, right?
They've got through the worst of it.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, have to be aware they need to try and bait a wall here for Jaegu. And that means they'll probably only have a couple plays. They've got to go now, I think, yeah, try and bait it early instead of being in an awkward position when they've got to touch with just one on the wrong side of a wall. Here's that overclock now for Shockwave, and he gets what he came for. Leave is picked off, and that cart's been moving this entire time. So checkpoint number 2 is on the docket.
It's, not pretty, but they put it together towards the end here. So take a look. Is that is the knockback? Yeah.
So Vistola's taken the knockback perk here, which is really powerful when you're trying to clear that space up, right? Some people take like the you know, like the floaty perk here. Just, you know, it can be effective in some cases, but now if Liga or anybody gets too close, they're kind of held in place, hovered a bit, and then shot back. It's really bad if Leave gets caught by a raid of melee. But you do need to hit 5 direct hyperspheres to charge that up, so you're not going to have it available all the time.
There is so much poke, though. You have it a good amount of the time. It's orbital rate. Once again, I think just trying to get control of high ground here, right? This is a really odd spot for VP to be in.
Okay, Gravitic Flux. Might just be Liga caught in here.
Yeah.
Get himself a mech for free. Now that means once again, he really have to back away. Looking for a pick here, though, still. The win condition still revolves around trying to take Shockwave or one of these supports out of the game.
And if you're once again, it's just stopping them from completing the map good enough, that's kind of what you're probably discussing right now, right? Play around this choke. This choke by the spawn, so difficult to get in. Look at this.
Shy
on the sneak.
Okay, overclock available. Shy now from the back line. Can he put the pressure down where it's needed? Fixer able to avoid the scrutiny, but Ares Gala getting taken down. And that is exactly what once again we're looking for. Blizzard does get deployed, but it's a little bit too late in the day for Jaegu, such that the follow-up just isn't really there. Vistola busy though with Leave. Takes him out of the game. Both DPS are down for once again, but there's plenty of hitting power with the rest of the team. And that's the end of the line for VP.
And once again, has to feel pretty good about their chances here on Circuit Royale. It's a map that we actually think is pretty good for VP, right? It kind of works out playing a Sigma, no Winston out there. Liga has to come in here for Guxue. But once again, man, playing that Diva looked very strong here.
And again, I think the fact that VP can't, you know, take Genji out of the game, right? They're still dealing with that Diva pressure. It means that there's not like that pocket Zen option, which can be quite powerful, you know, to get a Discord on a Diva, for example.
Well, I guess discussing it, if you would have banned Genji, let's say, your VP, they could have banned Sigma on the other side. They could have banned Diva, right? Could have maybe taken away what you actually wanted to do.
I mean, Virtus Pro definitely do respect Ramatra's ability to walk up on these Sigma comps.
Yeah.
And obviously just kind of ignore him. You know, the added mobility you get from Nemesis form does let you circumvent or just walk past the Sigma and ignore him outside of the threat of accretion. So Vistola also took the perk that Kinetic Grasp will reduce that accretion cooldown, because he's constantly, like, Diva cannot interact with accretion.
Yes.
Constantly want to try and stop her in your tracks. He's invested all of his perks into raw stopping power of people that try and walk up on him, but it's far more threat than just the enemy Diva. I wonder if we get
And what do you think about Jaywu going to the Mei? Like, it's a short-lived stint on Genji.
On that part of the map, it makes sense because of the chokes.
What about here at the start?
I mean, don't love it. Don't love it. It's just far too easy to get around that. You've got so much mobility on your team. Everybody, once again, virtually can circumvent a wall or get back to safety with the exception of Mew. Big ask, I think. Still on the corner here, like catching someone out, just giving you a couple of extra seconds to get damage on Liga might result in a DMEC. That's very aggressive from you. There's the wall that comes out, it just doesn't matter. Hey. He won't stop. The wall doesn't slow once again down for a second.
No. I mean, the wall is a complete non-factor. You just kind of walk around it. I mean, you see you using the bash, just getting into that space, and like, screw it, let's just take the fight as fast as possible.
You know, an unwillingness to like lose those mate perks, which are quite powerful, like wall up time increase is pretty potent, but there's no good situation. I mean, now it's terrible. Now it's really not good.
Yes, I mean, not even kind of worried about that in that type of situation. Is VP. I feel like this is a must-win fight because if you lose this here, I mean, what? It's going to be over 3 minutes on the clock to get through the second part of the map, and they're playing the D.Va, which is a little bit better to challenge that high ground. Brutal if they lose this.
Oh, Mew brought down. It's a great overclock from Shockwave and a very important pick. Liga would want to try and disengage back to safety. Shy getting a pick might have opened things up, but Shockwave has maintained a great output in this fight.
Look, I mean, if the Brig is going to play that aggressive on the other side, speaking about Mew, you have to punish that if you're VP. That time, Shockwave just takes him out right away, and you know, you lose that Brig. Brig is a lot of healing that the Brig pumps out, right? Because when you're in these brawls, you just kind of have constant uptime, you know, on the Inspire. So just kind of passively pumping out all that healing damage. It's a huge hero to get out early.
Still question marks on the Mei, honestly. Obviously, you don't get your perks, you don't keep them round to round, so Jaywu doesn't have that reason to stay on this. I guess the wall for the ability to disengage from behind seems fair, but eventually, once again, they're going to find you. They're going to find you where you hide, and they are going to dispatch you. There's Mew. Bursts into the action once more. Feels like a proper raid boss here with this orbit array. And yeah, comfortable fight win for once again, and they've kept a couple of big DPS ultimates for later.
And that's Rally and Blizzard used there by VP. Did end up layering both support ults on top there for once again, but you can play close to that door, right? With this Blade and this overclock, you can get a lot of this cart progress for cheap, essentially.
Liga wants to play close. Blizzard in that previous fight kind of went off without really being noticed. Jaywu still, though, looking to make something happen.
Nothing.
Yeah, Gravitic Flux doesn't catch anything. You see Shine just slide away. Overclock is active right now, and you see Liga's a problem in that backline, and there's nothing Pistola can really do. Thankfully, Gala, the Medi Blaster, is able to bail out the rest of VP's backline, and Shine realizes there's not much more to do here for now.
And that is huge there, with VP able to keep that backline alive when Lieb is going in with that Blade. He gets kills there. This is really a second point already here for once again.
All right, Orbit Array in play for the moment. Dangerous though, Shockwave has that overclock active. Another strong fight there for VP.
Dude, it's like, it feels like VP's put a few really good fights together. There's still 3:14 on the clock. I mean, this is still a really difficult hold they're going to have to pull off. And you see they get aggressive. They want to not allow once again to get any space.
Now the Damocles sword that hangs over VP is again that support ultimates coming back online. Mew playing inside the orbit array looks pretty terrifying. Right now though, definitely a bit of an ultimate drop for once again, and that was a fight that, you know, both their DPS ultimates were maintained for and couldn't find value. Rally here for Vixen means that Lee has to respect the backline, the disruption potential. Shai was hoping for a pick there on Shockwave, but close but no cigar.
Be a self-destruct here available for Ligue, so you'll be able to get a new mech back. Looks like VP on the retreat. A few players low. It's going to be Fixa using the rally.
Yeah, keep that shield durable here. Fixa going for a bit of a stun in the front line, but here's the Orbital right now for once again. It's going to be Blizzard to try and slow this down, but Liga gets in there anyway. Shy does get caught out. Orbital right now expiring, but Pistola's caught in a corner with nowhere to go here. Throws the shield up, trying to fight Tide, trying to stay alive. Gala desperately trying to keep this Sigma in the fight, but eventually all things must come to an end, and Pistola has to submit. There is right on the edge of this checkpoint, by the way, and once again have 2 minutes now plus that extension to get just through this part of the map.
It's the rally for Mew there towards the end. Ends up, you know, Visola was staying alive for a very long time. Gala doing a great job keeping him up. But that rally and just the extra healing there provided by Mew for once again makes it almost impossible to get those players out. And I mean, you see this golden box of victory here marked blue for once again. They don't have to get that far, man.
No. And honestly, they made good progress already without there being a fight. Overclock now. Shy's time. He was the deadlock breaker in the previous round with a flank play off this Overclock. He's looking for a target. This isn't a great one. Now, though, it's set up in a pretty nice spot. The blade for Leave. That could be devastating, though. Gala already torn into. And there's much more for Leave to have his way with. Shockwave's done well, at least getting rid of Shy, but it's just still a lot of threat, a lot of pressure. And Vastola again gets sandwiched. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to go. Man. And now Virtus.pro don't even really have time to get out of the spawn properly. Once again, the victory lap here as they will advance in this upper bracket, just clearing off VP one last time. Vastola switching to the Winston, trying to get back into the fight. They are well and truly back, folks, now on the international stage, announcing themselves. The heirs of Chinese Overwatch have come to throw down.
That is a statement win there from once again. Coming in here 2-0 against VP, a team out of EMEA that we all really loved. They were playing fantastic in that region, looked to be trying to put together good performances at the international level, and once again shuts that down right away.
Come out of Circuit Royal, we talked about it. It's VP's best shot. They try and set up the Sigma composition. They try and answer the strengths of this once again team. And once again just goes, okay, we'll take your Baptiste away. We'll make this Sigma comp just a little bit less lethal, a little bit less durable. We'll deny that immortality field from being a possibility. We'll deny the Ant Matrix. And they're able to get in and get the job done. Not always clean, but I do think if you're VP and you're going back, you're going, okay, we really tried this May. We felt like the wall gave us time to sort of regroup, to fall back, get topped up, and continue to fight in the front line. But this is a once again team that is going to keep asking for more from you. Keep getting in your face, keep closing the gap. They have extreme mobility with this composition. And I think we've got to point out, they can also bring Liga in to play something not Winston. This team has the depth in terms of players to play any style. We're going to go to the desk here to have their thoughts brought out over a great reawakening now for once again.
Okay, maybe our predictions didn't go quite the way we expected. Jake, Johnny, you coughing over there? You have something to say?
Yeah, you know, as expected. In the end, once again, they really came alive. They were even better than I thought they'd be. Like the way they started off on Lijiang Tower, I was like, this is just like story.
I gotta say, I think VP looked a little flat. Like I really like they ran out with the. I wanted to see a little Torb Sim. That was a little bit too much of a cook.
Yeah.
Into the Winston, you know, and honestly, I think once again, I agree with you. I think they played phenomenally. But yeah, VP, like I thought maybe we'd see a bit more Malga based on how that first match went. I thought that would be maybe potentially an answer to Gushwei's Winston, but they go a very different direction and they got caught flat-footed. This is a VP team that isn't used to losing.
Yeah, so you're saying here in this situation, once again, yeah, they looked insane, right? We're seeing it right now in the highlights, but you think that maybe it's a little bit about Virtus.pro not being at their top level of gameplay like we're used to seeing?
Yeah, I was a little surprised maybe to see some of the comp selections. I liked, I think it was a great point Matt made about the Baptiste ban on circuit. I think that really limited the potential for Vistola's Sigma to be as lethal as it otherwise is. And in fairness, I mean, Shy is just firing on all cylinders this series. The Sojourn creating so many picks, so many big opportunities. I thought the Brig Juno in particular from Monk and Mew was fantastic. Whether they're playing, I mean, even the Lucio Curie, right, with the Winston, or in this map, the Brig Juno, it's just really strong backline, those supports. We talked a lot about the DPS and the tanks, but I was also really impressed across the board here for once again.
Yeah, and looking with the player of the match here on once again being Leave, I don't think there's any surprise, Johnny, with this one.
Well, you could have picked a few different candidates.
There
were a lot of player of the match candidates in this one specifically. I mean, the way Gushwei started off on Lijiang Tower, that brought a lot of excitement. Shy had some incredible moments, like you pointed out, Jake, as well. But Leave is just like brings it consistently, right? And considering that you're such a flex player that can play at such a high level on so many different heroes, Leave is going to be one of those players for once again that is going to dictate how far once again can make it in this tournament. Started off here pretty strong, but overall, I'm actually going to echo what you said about the backline for once again. I was really impressed by Mew, how Mew played the Brigitte especially. Really took it to Vastola early on there on Circuit Royale, which forced the Mei swap to come in from JWoo, but they just kept working around it, working around the Mei walls and dealt with the resource management accordingly. So I was mightily impressed by the backline off once again.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them make their stamp on home turf, right? And let's see where they're headed into the bracket as well. We've had 2 matches pan out so far today. We saw earlier Team Falcons take that win up against Alcadia, no surprise there. And that means that they'll be facing up against, once again, with the 2-0 victory that they were just able to take now with Virtus Pro, who dropped down to lower bracket. It's the EMEA Derby once again here.
Man, that's a big match. Falcons versus once again. Like, not super shocking to see it this early, but it is such a match.
I can't wait. I can't wait, Jake.
Oh
my God.
I mean, once again, they looked lethal beyond. I mean, they played a few different comps in that series, but it was way beyond the comps. They felt like it didn't matter what they played. They brought ridiculous aggression. I mean, they were taking it to the spawn doors on Lijiang Tower. Whenever they have any kind of ulti, they're going in super, super deep on Circle Royale. And so, I mean, we talk about the energy of the hometown crowd, but they're clearly, you know, transmuting that into their gameplay, right? Like, the aggression is ridiculous. They're swarming over the enemy team. And that's the way that you want to play on LAN. You need to be really taking it to the opponent, making them feel that pressure of the crowd. They're executing exactly how they need to potentially go far in this tournament. And I think Team Falcons are probably just watched that match and are like, okay, like, this is, it's going to be a big game. Like, I don't think Falcons can come into that match full of confidence. I think they have to put some respect on what, once again, it put together.
I love the storylining that we have going on here. And speaking of that home crown advantage, we've also got to take a look at our next matchup that is going to be Team CC versus Nightmare coming up right after this break.
大家好，我是晒，您正在收看的是《守望先锋2025全球冠军赛》。
Welcome back, everyone, to the OWCS Champions Clash. I've got a new treat on the desk for you guys. Stole them right over from the casting booth. Okay.
He can be a mean person sometimes.
Oh.
He can be a mean person sometimes.
Really?
He can.
Not to anyone but you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm good, don't worry.
Is this like a sensitive topic for you?
No. I mean, I'm used to it. It's been too long.
Every time he
Okay.
tells a lie, he gets shorter.
Yeah,
That's what we've ended up with.
That's where I.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
the chair doesn't.
you know,
get
on the
lower.
chairs right now, you guys are like the same height, so.
Yeah, I mean,
True.
the magic of TV, right?
Yeah.
This is fair. This is super fair. Well, I love having you guys on the desk with me, but before we get into the action, I do want to let you guys at home know about a little giveaway that we've got going on here for Champions Clash. It's a Gleam giveaway. You guys can enter the Champions Clash giveaway to earn Overwatch 2 Black Cap bundle, the Lifeguard bundle, or 1,000 Overwatch 2 coins. Sign up at the link down below at bit.ly/OWCS CC giveaway. That's a long one. They're a little bit of a mouthful. You guys can read at home, hopefully. But you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. So more fun stuff for you guys at home, all the viewers and whatnot. But we got to get into this next matchup. We're talking a bit about the home ground advantage with, once again, this is another similar situation for Team CC. I think different expectations, though, in this matchup up against Nightmare there, Matt.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Team CC is once again in terms of like quality. I feel like there's a little bit of a step down, maybe a little bit of a tier break between those two teams. And I think we were all pleasantly surprised what we saw from Nightmare in North America. So I think this one is going to be obviously a bit closer.
I think we're going to see that there's like maybe not as much depth in that Chinese region as maybe in, like, let's say the Korean region, for example. We've got amazing quality players there, but just how far down does that go? This CC team, though, does feature some like storied players of yesteryear, and mixed in with some maybe newcomers and less sort of proven quantities. So I think they're a dark horse in this kind of tournament, but it was what Alcadia were able to do.
Well, I was going to say, I was like, we all thought that would be the case. Then Alcadia Falcons goes the distance, and then VP gets smashed, right? So, hey, who knows?
You never know. You never know. It's different energy on LAN as well when it comes down to for these teams too. But let's talk about predictions a little bit here as well. I'll start things off. You know, I had to go with the fact that Nightmare had a pretty crazy upset up against Team Liquid within the NA region. So I actually went 2-1 with them up against Team CC. What about you guys?
I like it. I'm actually in the similar boat. I believe I gave CC that one game, you know, home turf advantage, little one gamer there.
Yeah. I'm buying time to see my pred come up so I can remember what it was, but I do think it was probably a Nightmare. I might have given him a 2-0 here. I think that like these guys, they have been out at LAN, they were in Korea boot camping, they played in that Soup Cup. I wouldn't say it's the most auspicious run for this team that is the #1 seed from North America, but I think it's a young squad that got some really important like LAN experience.
Yes.
And that's kind of the message from Coach Sweets as well. They've said like, you know, we didn't play our way, which is a little bit of a non-answer here. I said 2-0, but I do think that's pretty instrumental for them because when you get onto a stage like this, nothing prepares you for that. I do at least think though that, you know, getting out at LAN recently has helped a lot.
That's super fair. I think it's also an opportunity to kind of shake off some of that bad juju to have that first LAN experience. And then you go into now Champions Clash with that dust off your shoulders, if you will.
Yeah, and I think there's also, you know, you go into, you know, obviously the fans are going to be for Team CC, but you go into it with an opportunity, like I always liked when we were doing COD, of like you have an opportunity to like shut the hometown fans up a little bit. Like, you know, it feels much better when the room is silent, right? You know you're making an impact.
Something tells me that wouldn't shut them up. Not after what we just saw.
No.
Nothing really breaks the spirits of Chinese Overwatch fans on a day like today. But like, there's a reason why this team was the #1 team in NA. And yes, it was like an upset win over Team Liquid. And I think they had their problems as well. But I'm generally excited about what this team can provide us. I think like they've got great veteran leadership in the back line. Ultravire is the kind of guy that's really seen it all in terms of competitive Overwatch. And the rest of the team is young, very, very young. Like guys like Zero, I think, can sort of step up. Lethal's such an interesting story for me as someone who's like kind of been around.
He's just a gamer. He's a gamer.
Because when he was on this team initially, he was a sub and he was just like the vibes guy. And now he's had to sort of he's had to step up into this team and take it, not only leadership role, but also
set the alarm 5 minutes before the match, you know, roll out.
I'm seeing the vision.
Yes.
Yeah, and just dominate.
Generally, and I think,
That's
you know,
confidence.
they've also got a tank player in Kuffer who's going to have a lot of eyes on him because another young guy that is going to go up against some of the best in the world. But I do think it's another metagame that kind of favors his preferred pool.
That's totally fair. How do you feel like that, I guess, ends up panning up against a team like CC, though?
I mean, they're a bit of a wild card. Like we talked about, like the Chinese region, like maybe doesn't have the most depth, right? But I think you see the talent, the individual player talent.
At some roles, these guys
top.
look nuts. Like you have Gaga, Tank, you've
Far
got guys
away,
like
always brilliant.
Exactly, Far is super. I do think this team has some serious firepower. I'm curious to see what their DPS line looks like. Kaneki only had a pretty short stint at the top level for a time, and now he's back. So
I would say this is where that year gap, like off in terms of competitive play, probably.
Gonna show for these guys more than once again.
Probably shows more here. Yeah.
For sure. Well, all great points to keep in mind. We are going to toss to a quick break, but I promise we'll be back sometime soon here for an exciting third matchup of today.
Welcome back to Hangzhou, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Lee from once again after their great win against their opponents. Fantastic job. And of course, I forgot to mention, we also have our translator, Chinese translator, Xiaoli here, who's going to translate Lee's answer for me. All right, I have one question for you, Lee. Big congratulations on getting the win. I mean, the last time we saw you guys was at Overwatch World Cup 2 years ago. Now you guys are finally back. You were playing in front of your home crowd. Did that make you nervous at all because you had to wait for like 2 years?
我们大概就一个问题，在上一次见到你在线下的话呢，是在世界杯的时候，这么2年之后，在你的主场观众面前们在比赛的话，你会紧张吗？
其实说实话，这么久没打线下赛，我原本以为自己会很紧张，但是没想到就是真正坐在舞台上的那一刻，发现听见大家的欢呼跟鼓励，就很兴奋，不会有那种紧张的感觉了。
I thought I would be very nervous, but once I get back to the stage and heard the audience cheering for us, I feel everything is just fine.
Oh, first nervous, but not anymore. I think you got the home crowd on your back. You guys are looking fantastic. Big congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time, Leaf. And yeah, that's it for the interview. Take it back.
So great to hear from Danny and Leaf in that interview, and the fact that, you know, Leaf seemed to feel like he was right back at home there, Matt.
Yeah, though just getting out there, dominating, just cool, calm. I mean, he's so good. It's like, it's wild. I mean, the fact that, like, they were just kind of, obviously, no fault of their own, like over on the side, right? You know, just watching these other teams play. There's also probably a little bit of like, man, I'm watching these teams, like, go to these events, and like, we're clearly better than these guys. Like, I can't wait to go there, just beat them down.
And like, it's funny, like a year off for these guys didn't really change anything for them. Like, everything I've heard, like, finally now that Western teams been able to play them, they've been like, oh, bro, they're still sick. They're still so very good. Because obviously the most important thing in Overwatch is that team chemistry, and they spent years developing it. Like, through thick and thin, they were initially not a great team. They were like kind of middling when they really first started with this roster, and then very quickly, like, they showed us just how great they can be. So I'm very glad to see that they've maintained that sort of legacy that we saw over the last few years. And bro, I mean, I'm scared for Falcons. I'm telling you, man, these guys are cracked.
I mean, it's a great way to start off their run, right? Within the upper bracket here for, once again, that opportunity to really solidify their stamp early on here in Champions Clash.
Yeah, I think to also, like, kind of like how Leaf mentioned, like, you know, the nerves potentially, right? To just get that first game out of the way and get it out clean, right? It's not, you know, 2-1 down to the wire. You can feel everybody in the crowd getting nervous, and then all of a sudden now you're nervous, and then it just kind of snowballs, where I think just getting that first one out early, just getting a big win, especially against one of the other region's best teams, I think is a huge
You kind of prove to yourself as well that you can do it. You remind yourself of, you know, because it's been a few years, I think, you know, and they've stood on the biggest stages, right? And they've come very, very close to being the best team in the world. I'll just say that straight out. You know, that last Overwatch League final, they were third. They had incredible reverse sweeps throughout that tournament. Unfortunately, you know, just Florida were a better team in that tournament and couldn't quite get there. So it's very cool that we get to, like, keep that hold over here, and they still seem to have that same, like, passion, that same desire to compete here in a different era of Overwatch.
Talent-wise, they've always been extremely close. It's just like that last little bit that they never really seem to be able to put together.
Over-pushing, like
For
a
sure.
little bit, yeah, a little bit out there. But.
For sure. But let's lock back in on our next matchup, our third matchup of today, right? And we got to welcome the new casters in the booth. They're not new to OWCS, that's for sure. Though. Jaws
Came in just
and
today.
Rose, how are you guys doing?
Doing good. Excited. I was pumping my fist in the green room earlier. I was like, yes, okay, we're back. We're so back.
We're
Chinese
so
Overwatch
back.
with once again winning. No, it felt real good. And obviously, like you mentioned on the desk as well, the audience was just going absolutely ballistic. Like, every single kill, it was sick.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, like, even just the energy that you could feel when the teams were walking out onto the arena, I could feel it coming through the screen. It just got me so hyped, and so I'm really excited to be here to jump into the action.
I love that. You know what? On the desk, we already handled our predictions, but you guys are going to have a chance to talk about yours in just a second, because I believe the players are ready to get onto stage. It will be Team CC versus Nightmare. This is an incredibly exciting matchup here.
Yeah, I can't wait. I think this is going to be really fascinating, especially, you know, with what we get from Team CC, I think is a little bit unknown. I expect Nightmare to be the team we saw in NA, though.
Can't wait to see them take it onto the stage here. Team CC versus Nightmare.
From North America,
Yeah, Nightmare has been extremely strong throughout their run in North America. Zero and Lethal as the damage dealer duo, some of the most exciting young players we have in the region. Kuppa as well can play just about every tank. Really excited what him and the rest of the squad can do.
to the second stage from China.
Here it is, Team CC, while maybe not having the quality to topple that once again team in their home region, still a really nasty roster, I think, getting out here onto the stage. A lot of holdovers from the previous era of top-level Overwatch. Expect these guys to show the quality that got them to that level in the first place. Faraway as well, a member of that, second-place Chinese Overwatch World Cup team. I think this team is definitely a dark horse, but has got what it takes to compete here.
Well, I cannot wait to see how this matchup is going to go. We just talked to Rose and Jack over in the casting booth. I cannot wait to hear their predictions going into this matchup.
Oh, predictions. Finicky one. I'm not going to be like Jake, though. I'm not going to instantly switch my pred and then instantly lose it. Absolutely not. What is your prediction, though, going into this series? What do you think?
I have Nightmare winning this one, but to be honest, taking a look at Team CC, I actually wouldn't be surprised to see them win either.
Okay.
Like, I know that it seems like it's playing both sides of the fence because it is, but you can never underestimate a home crowd on LAN, right?
Yeah.
And you can't underestimate this roster. I think there's a lot of star power hidden behind the curtains, and so it just might take a little bit of that energy to bring it all out.
What's the scoreline then?
I think it has to be 2-1 Nightmare.
Okay, 2-1. Okay, I'll go the other side of things. I think I'll take Team CC. But let's talk about Nightmare coming into this one. Rose, of course, coming in as the #1 seed from North America. Their first chance here to really show the stage and the crowd as well what they have got in terms of comps. I mean, look, the idea of dive coming in, like, the Chinese teams are going to be very good. Gaga, extremely good on the Winston, but I think Kuffer is going to be up there too. One of his best heroes is that Winston.
Absolutely, but it's not just the Winston dive that I think makes this team a particular threat. They have a lot of variety in terms of the other compositions that they can run that make them super scary. If Winston gets banned out, that's not something that Kuffa is going to be upset about. He can go to play the Ramatra. He was able to be super proficient in that for the first couple of weeks of North America, but he also has a fantastic hazard that he could also pull out of pocket.
Let's chat Team CC then. Their opponent, second seed, obviously, coming in from China. And look, Pineapple and a lot of these names, you're going to recognize them from the days in the Overwatch League, both on Charge, Hunters, like Gaga especially, an absolute beast on the Wrecking Ball. Any kind of dive character that you want to play, he's going to be rocking it, and it's going to be a tough match for Nightmare. That's why, you know, I'm going for Team CC in this one, Rose.
And that is a really good bet to take because Team CC has a lot of the backbone players from the early days of Overwatch contenders in the Chinese region. And so when they had that dominance there, it's why you see a lot of these teams as players that made it onto the Chinese Overwatch League teams like Hangzhou Spark, like the Guangzhou Charge. And so to see them back on this roster together, it's so exciting because it brings me back just a couple of years ago when Team CC were running the tables in Chinese contenders.
Yeah, there are a few names there as well. Every single name that I see on different teams, I'm like, oh yeah, Avril has said this guy's really sick. Like, super rich. Avril was like bigging that guy up for the longest time. Same with the Pritter as well. It's just good to see him back in the mix. When it comes to Nightmare though, Rose, even looking at the backline, Ultraviolet, easily the best flex support in the West.
Yes.
I would say, not even just North America. And then Admiral too. I think he's looked his best over the last couple of years, improved from the Overwatch League up until now. And that backline has just been so stand out, like super stellar, super just keeping each other alive and just being able to dish out a ton of damage too. And that is what is required in this kind of meta. You're going against someone that's a team that's going to be really aggressive on the dive. You got to keep yourselves up. And I think Admiral and Ultraviolet, they're going to have their work cut out for them, but they're going to be pretty all right.
And that's exactly what you want to see, though. In a dive mirror, if we expect both of these teams to run dive, it really is going to be about that backline presence.
Yeah.
That's public enemy #1. That's the exact target that these Winstons are going to want to go after. So if you have that survivability with your backline to keep each other up, that just means you have an even better shot to actually win the overall war.
Lijiang Tower is going to be our first map in this series. Of course, first to 2 here in the upper bracket. First round of games. Now, Nightmare, that's their map pick. Do you think that really tells us anything here about what they want to play?
Not really. I feel like Lijiang Tower is just kind of every
team's
the default
favorite
pick. Map.
Come on
so
now.
I
It's
feel
the
like
best
we're going to
control
see
map.
that a lot from our first map of each series.
It's the best control map. Come on now. I mean, you can argue me in the comments all you want, but it really is.
It's
and
pretty
it
fun.
shows a lot of different looks as well, like Control Center. A little bit more tough to play something called, like the dive.
We've already seen Malga.
Nice. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Malga too. Honestly, when the gates rolled up, and I was like, double Malga coming out, I'm like, no. The prophecies.
We're so back.
No, but luckily, I think what's been really nice is that the meta has been very open. We've seen Dive, we've seen Malga Rush, we've seen a little bit of Poke as well from Vestola on Circuit Royale. But Lijiang Tower does show us a few different looks. And we'll see if Team CC want to just run pure hyper-aggressive dive with maybe a Gaga Wrecking Ball if we're lucky enough, but it's probably going to be the Winston. I wonder if Kaffa can kind of trip them over with something like a Hazard or even the Mauga, like you said.
I think it definitely depends on the stage, as you've already alluded to. For each individual stage of Lijiang Tower, we do seem to see different flavors of these compositions. And now I'm confused, because that does say Ilios.
We'll soon find out. It is going to be Ilios. Okay, there you go. Lijiang Tower, we're not going there. We're jumping on to Ilios as our first.
Isn't that a nice switch up, then?
I'll take it. I'll take it. Don't mind a little bit of Ilios. Means we might see a little bit of Roadhog. Probably not on well. But
well, we actually could see the Wrecking Ball, though.
hope.
I actually think it might be even more popular on Ilios than it would be on Lijiang Tower.
Honestly, it's pretty
so,
good on Ruins.
Wrecking Ball?
So,
ooh.
Yeah, that
Don't
is
mind if I do.
a vintage pick. I'd love to see it. Now, speaking about backlines too, I mean, Faraway is nothing to scoff at either. Like, his Ana play was sick back in the Overwatch League, and I'm curious how he's going to match up against Ultraviolet, who I would say, like Admiral, has just seen just a drastic improvement over the last few years in his play. I think Nightmare, although even like Mitch was saying on the desk, a little bit of an upset over Team Liquid in North America, I think the team is still just so solid at its core. We'll see how they do up against Team CC.
Well, North America was such a weird region. I think it was very difficult for us to tell which was going to be the best North American teams, because it was very top heavy. We had 4 teams that were really vying for those top spots in North America.
Yeah.
And they all beat each other at some point. We called it the Circle of Equilibrium because there wasn't really a clear favorite in those top 4. But Nightmare coming out on top, I think this is a really great opportunity for them to be able to prove themselves. Looks like they're even getting some fun in with their mice before they actually get into the map.
2020 LA Valiant in the back there. Okay,
that's a throwback.
Okay. I see you. I see you. That was a strange time for LA Valiant, thinking back to it. The crowd has actually been so sick too. All the signs. There's been a ton of cosplays actually in the crowd as well as they've been.
Oh my god,
over it.
the sign game for this audience is
crazy.
So
the neon
on point.
signs and stuff.
And then we also saw some really good printed signs too. I don't know.
It's different, man.
It does hit different.
Lands hit different. We'll be loading into the map in just a moment. Of course, it is Ilios, and like you alluded to, you know, you can actually play the Wrecking Ball there. We'll obviously see the bans as well, which I'm sure the teams are kind of discussing at the moment. Saw UV kind of spinning his mouse a little bit there, ready and warmed up, I'd imagine. Looking fresh as well.
I love how there's smiles on this team. I feel like that's how you know that they're really excited about what they're going to be getting into. And we get a chance to take a look at the bans now. Winston, followed up by a Cassidy ban.
Okay, a Winston ban from Nightmare. Okay, a little bit scared of Gaga there. What does that ring to you for Nightmare? How do you expect them to respond to this in terms of tank picks?
Well, I was going to say, actually, that it almost feels like we should expect to see Gaga on the Wrecking Ball.
Sure.
I feel like that gets opened up even more. If you know that Winston is now not an available tank option, why not just go down that route of being able to still play a dive, but with something like a Wrecking Ball? Maybe I've just got my fingers crossed. I really want to see this Gaga Wrecking Ball happen, but I'm hopeful.
I mean, we've seen a lot from Team CC, to be fair. I mean, you look at their most recent games, they've been playing Sombra, a little bit of Reaper, like a lot of different picks. Very versatile DPS line. Ooh. Wait, that's kind of clean with it.
Those
though.
are heat.
Hey, can we get one of those? I do need a new desk mat, so if anybody can grab me one of those, that'd be sick. Let's jump in though. Ilios, our first map. Nightmare banning Winston, and then a Cassidy ban on the side of Team CC. China's number 2 seed versus NA's number 1. Their first showing here. North America, they're gonna have to do them proud.
Something that we actually have seen Nightmare play a lot is the Sombra coming out from Lethal. If it isn't going to be a Winston dive that we've seen Nightmare go for, maybe it's going to be something like Genji Ashe or Genji Sombra. That's definitely on the table now.
Sojourn just still incredibly strong though. The Winston bans could also lead to maybe a bit more of a Mauga pick as well, to be fair. Could be fairly easy to lock people down as the Mauga. A bit difficult on Ruins, but Lighthouse is not a bad one. And there it is. I mean, Gaga's already hovering the ball. Oh yes, here we go. 5 seconds till the gates unlock. Nightmare versus Team CC. Kaffa running out with Hazard. Okay, Hazard versus Wrecking Ball Rose.
got the Hazard versus the Wrecking Ball, but still an opportunity for Lethal to switch to something later. But the fact that you have this hit scan, you were prepared to see a Kaneki Pharah come out with the rest of the team being able to support this Wrecking Ball dive. We'll see how you're able to actually get set up here as we see Kaneki trying to get a wrap behind the enemy team. Need to scout out these Hazard Walls and see if you can pick somebody off from the back.
Doesn't quite find the direct hits there. Lethal going super low, kept up by the backline. However, that buys Team CC a lot of space. Looks like Cover is going to try and contest the point as much as possible here, but Pineapple is going to be there to match him. Not willing to let go of the point just yet.
It's going to be a hard brawl, though. It comes down to which team is going to be able to get the first pick. And you can see these health bars starting to fall, but it's going to be Lethal that's going to fall first.
Yeah, first kill, Super Rich taking out Lethal. Okay, points capped, though, by Nightmare. Pineapple and Gaga want to set up for these dives, but it's still hard against the Brig. Pineapple, no recall there, goes pretty low, receives a pack, has to get back, but look at that. Nightmare instantly lose the cap throws. Only 6% on the board.
There isn't a whole lot of staying power for them, and it's going to have to be relying on these cooldowns to get back in. Kuppa's already so low, and he's going to start to run out of HP to work with.
Pulse bomb already for Pineapple here as well. It's going to be tough. I mean, look, Pineapple's not even going in for these dives with Gaga right now. It's actually Farway that has set himself up with a kill. Pulse bomb goes wide, but doesn't matter. Zera, Lethal down. Team CC, they're not here to mess around.
No, I mean, take a look at how many picks Team CC are getting in the backline. There's no more DPS available here for Nightmare, and Team CC still have control of this point. As you see Kuppa start to make his way back, this is where Nightmare can really start to put their foot down as they build up to these ultimates. But it's been Team CC that have pulled the trigger first. Pineapple already throwing out that pulse bomb, but Farway's getting ready to go with this Kitsune Rush.
Mine's in 10% as well. Look at this backline presence here. Kaneki picks up a kill on Ultraviolet, rally pop by Admiral. They're going to try and push forward off of this one. Not a lot of healing now for Team CC, but they're close to a beat. Kaneki eventually falls and the point gets capped. But Team CC don't invest a lot into that fight, Rose.
They know after you see the downpour and you get locked in, the rally invested on top of that was just so much for Nightmare to be able to push into that point. Now we have Team CC coming back with 4 ultimates. Feels like it's just going to be an overwhelming amount of damage.
Orbital Ray for Ultraviolet. That Bob from Lethal can be a thorn in the side for Team CC. On the high ground currently, getting poked a little bit. You can see a couple of direct hits, but nice shots from Lethal. Kaneki had no business in that fight. Oh my god! Okay. They're not here to mess around either. Lethal with a little triple.
You don't need ultimates if they're just going to be able to get the picks here. I was going to send everybody on Team CC back to spawn and having to rethink how they want to actually engage. The fact that Ultraviolet was able to hold on to that orbital ray is huge. Can just send it down through main as you see Lethal start to get set back up on the high ground with the Bob available as well.
Gaga's now behind enemy lines. He's going to try and come in onto Lethal. Coach gun available in 1%. Mines deployed on the point. Bob's going to be there to try and clear them out. An ult dump here from Nightmare as they also use the orbital ray. Team CC are going to try and just play the periphery now. Just wait for Nightmare to maybe overextend. And there's the kill onto Lethal. A nice little barrage, and in fact 2 for the Pharah. Sound barrier does connect, but not quite in time to save the Pharah's life. Point's going to get capped here for Team CC. Although Nightmare's going to be able to get back on the point in time. A rush on the point's going to get hard, though, for Kupfer to stay around. And, well, Gaga has a triple boop on the Hazard to get him off the point. And that will be that. Team CC recap.
But take a look at this. Lethal's actually going to be coming back on the Sombra. Now you have the opportunity to actually hack out the Wrecking Ball, which is something that Nightmare might have wanted to try to play for. See if Lethal decides to stick to this. But there is enough time for Lethal to be able to come back in on the Sombra and actually build up to an EMP to try to finish out this map. They have a couple more ultimates to work with here as Zera can open up some space with something like the Pulse Bomb. It's a whiff and a miss, though.
Yeah, Pineapple. No Pulse Bomb connection. Zera's got a Pulse Bomb of his own now. Overtime is rapidly approaching Rose. Zera's in a good spot here to harass the backline, but he is alone right now. Can't really team up with anybody else.
Cover has the downpour.
Downpour available, yeah. I mean, can they actually find anybody, though? Look at Pineapple's positioning right now. It's going to be tough for him to re-enter that fight, and the downpour connects, and it connects with Gaga. One of the best players to actually take out of the fight right now because the touching of the point is going to be so tough for just Pineapple alone. 10% to go as Nightmare might just be able to find this first round. Kaneki falls. Gaga is going to come back in just a moment, Rose, but Zera is still holding on to the Pulse.
The Pulse could be just the perfect thing you need to just stop that wave coming in from Team CC.
Okay, they do manage to trigger OT, but how long can they actually stay alive? Gaga is going to be ring around the rosing on the point, but the rest of his team, while he's trying to contest, are just getting torn apart, to be honest. Pineapple's trying to land a connecting kill onto Ultraviolet, but too little too late. And that'll be the rally to finish it off, as Gaga is slain by Lethal Sombra, and they take round 1.
Zera didn't even need to use his pulse bomb there either. You saw the rally as just kind of that extra little treat on top to be able to finish out that round. But how close was it at the end of the day? I think if we're going to see these two dive styles against each other, this is what you should come to expect.
Lethal swapping over to the Sombra. I mean, you called that at the very start of the game, right? We know Lethal likes to play a lot of hit scan. He had that insane Widowmaker performance on Junkertown in stage 1. We'll see if he ends up switching again to the Sombra to be a nuisance for Gaga.
I think it's tough to invest into that right away because you never know what Team CC is going to do until you see those gates open. The Ashe was so smart to lock into early because it gave you a good fighting chance against this Pharah coming out from Kaneki. And as you see those rockets go long range down the midpoint, Lethal is probably pretty happy about his choice to have the Ashe so far.
How did Nightmare really take space here? Look at Kuffa already. Used pretty much every CD to get out of dodge. Lethal too. And this is going to be the big problem. Lethal actually getting into a position where he can be effective in the fight. Effectively taking down this Pharah, just poking at her to make sure she has to play scared. Not many crazy sightlines that aren't going to be instantly checked by the Wrecking Ball.
And I love the way that Kuffa is playing this as well, because if it's not the angle that Lethal is going to be able to get, it's Kuffa actually forcing somebody out and maybe into the sightlines of Lethal, and would you look at that?
There's the kill, but it does end up getting traded. Unfortunately, no pack there from Admiral to keep him alive. And now Admiral fears for his life a little bit. A lot of nice little rally procs there, or Inspire procs, sorry. As Nightmare do end up controlling the point here, and again, Team CC, they need an extra couple of kills because Ultraviolet and Admiral, full HP, almost 100% of the time. Eventually, Kuffa is slain. But how long is it going to be before they actually take this point, Rose?
There's so much stall potential on Nightmare that it's very easy for Nightmare to cycle their bodies onto the point. You have the speed ring coming through from Ultraviolet as well, and the point is still not capped. Team CC have to get a couple more picks.
Yeah, Kuffa's going to come back. There's the wall, he's on the point. Couple of pixels away from being capped, but Nightmare aren't going down without a fight. It's actually super, it's that falls. Kuffa finds one. I haven't given up the point yet.
This is going to be 50% territory here for Nightmare as they still keep control. They force the pulse bomb out of Pineapple. Maybe that would have been the equalizer here for Team CC. But the fact that we saw Super go down with the sound barrier, you gotta go back to spawn now and reset after that one.
Kuffa just wrapped him up with a nice little bow on top there, straight back to spawn, and I love the aggression from Kuffa, and they've saved ults. They've got basically 5 right now. Admiral 5% away from a rally.
I mean, you could keep it up with the downpour here. Just lock everybody down when you look at this in its last fight territory.
Orbital Ray from Ultraviolet to start us off. Bomb available in downpour 2. Looks like the backline, instantly killed. Far away, didn't know what happened. Didn't know what hit him. Pulse bomb available from Zera 2. The mines have hit the point, same with the sound barrier, but here comes the downpour locking people in place. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, as Lethal just tears your head off. 10% to go now for Nightmare. They might just round this one out 100-0. Bomb for the backup, the ball is dead, and Nightmare, they're gonna take this next map, or take this next round even, 100-0. One lifeline remaining in Pineapple. Maybe Gaga gets back in time, but this overtime wick is burning down fast.
That looks like it's just gonna be it, and what a statement that Nightmare could make on this round alone. Nobody else from Team CC could touch. Gaga's trying his best, but looks like Nightmare are gonna take it, and the map.
100-0. And 100-99 on the first round, but Nightmare shore things up in the second. That is one map win under the belt. And you only need another one here to advance in the upper bracket, knocking Team CC down. Damn, what a performance there from Lethal. I said, might be a little bit of a struggle getting a good angle on the Pharah, but the backline just so stable, just keeping Lethal alive against the Wrecking Ball dives, against the Pharah rockets, and then obviously them also being basically immortal there, Rose. Beautiful stuff from Nightmare so far.
What I love about Nightmare locking into that Ashe choice as well is it's something that they've already shown in other dive mirrors. I know oftentimes we're looking at the Winston versus Winston, but I think the same principle applies. Having Lethal go to the Ashe, you've got the coach gun to be able to take the high ground, make sure that you're locking down other angles, and Kuffa plays so aggressive. You could see how often he was trying to just access somebody in the back. Yeah. It just takes you by surprise, and I think it really threw Team CC off their game.
It's the fundamentals of the dive is still there with the Hazard, right? You are just trying to trade backlines. You're just trying to get in there with your Tracer, with the Genji, whoever's kind of diving with you, find these picks. Well, I mean, sometimes Kuffa was just one-shotting far away, right? I mean, that's the deadly power of the Hazard in close range. And these ultimates too, these downpours were very, very good. Initially, when Hazard came out, it was like, wow, this thing goes through walls, goddamn. Like, this is crazy. This ability is OP. And it's like, actually, it does take a little time to hit. You can kind of dodge out the way, but his connections were just superb.
He just gets so close to you. It's hard to back away at that point. Are you really going to press the S key in front of the Hazard? Because then you just get caught in the trap because of the area effect that that downpour has. But I think especially on the second round, you could really tell that the pace of Team CC got thrown off a lot. It took them a lot of time to actually engage onto the point. They were going down with ultimates. It didn't really feel like they had a clear game plan that they could execute because of how fast Nightmare were taking those fights.
Where do you expect Team CC want to go? Obviously, Winston's been banned already, so with that off the table, just go Winston. Just rock out with the Winston.
Maybe we see something like Esperanza. I think there are a lot of really great dive maps in the pool where Winston is a very clear choice. And then we get an even better test of strength between these two teams because this was Hazard dive versus Wrecking Ball dive. I feel like Wrecking Ball can sometimes be quite exploitable with just how fast those control timers can really start to tick up. So maybe you do go with something that has a little bit more delineated attack and defense.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, look, Kuffa wants to run this. Does he end up just matching the Winston mirror? Obviously, coming out of that, you're feeling pretty confident in yourself. And again, we spoke about at the very top of the show how Lethal loves to play things like the Sombra too. I can't imagine we're going to see a ton of that if Winston's going to get played. But on the other side of things, Team CC, they've played Reaper, Echo. Look at like their recent games that they've just had. A little bit of mystery here, as it felt like in the DPS lineup, Rose. I mean, they do have Insane, obviously, on the bench, who will end up coming in for Tracer if they want to perma pick her.
Yeah, we did see Pineapple actually pick up the Tracer a little bit on Ilios, but we do see Insane come in oftentimes, especially in just the last couple of weeks of OWCS China, to come in, play the Tracer, kind of opens up Pineapple to play more of the flex DPS style that I think he is more well known for. And so I think that does give them a couple of other tools to work with, but it just depends on, I think, where they want to decide to take this.
Yeah, maybe push is the game type. I mean, a little bit of Runasapi wouldn't go amiss, I'm not going to lie.
I think Runasapi could work too.
Seen new Queen Street in forever. I wouldn't complain there. I mean, we saw Circuit Royale, obviously, in our last series.
But it's not a dive map.
Sigma, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Not a dive map, but you can make it into a dive. Those changes on first point, a bit easier now for teams that don't want to force the Sigma versus Sigma, like the pure poke. A bit easier to get to the high ground through the mega room, and then you go up the little stairs, and then you jump over, and then you're on the high ground for free, almost. So we'll have to wait and see where Team CC want to take us. Looks like actually it's going to be Suravasa, okay. And the ban's coming through, so we see Nightmare banning Brick, and then a Hazard ban from Team CC. Okay, pretty pissed to cover.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Hazard was giving them so much trouble.
Yeah.
The fact that you can just go in and get a combo onto the Kiriko, and then the Kiriko gets completely sent out of the equation, you just are lacking such an important healing resource. On top of the fact that, like, look at all the other utility that Kiriko provides to these fights. Normal Suzu, no more being able to set up with something like the Rush, and that was something that we saw a lot. Far was just going down with the ultimate in hand.
Well, without the Brig either, Nightmare can easily pivot to what Landon also loves playing, and that's the Lucio. You can just go fast. You can go hard. I mean, look, Ultraviolet, Admiral, they can be super aggressive now. I mean, you can be aggressive on Brig, sure, but if you really want to get in your face, you got to pick that Lucio, maybe pick up an Ana as well. Have to see what they want to end up playing. But with the Hazard ban, yeah, I want to see the Cuffer Winston. I really do. Just this 1v1 matchup against Gaga. A real test of strength for North America. Obviously, everybody expected, once again, to run away with that first seed coming out of China, right? But once again, they got a couple of legends on their team. I mean, they may have not carried the trophy. They may have not won like MVP of the Overwatch League like Leave has, of course, back in 2021. But there are some very, very big names that have been found for a long while. So they're here to make a statement against North America. But Nightmare, on the other hand, look, they've been around the block. They know what it's like. And there's always been an NA versus EU rivalry too. Even if they don't end up winning against Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, they want to go as far as possible and knock some EU teams out of the pool as well, I would imagine.
But I think there's also something to be said about just how North America has actually been able to stand up on an international stage. I think that North America as a region has had some more recent disappointments when it's come to how they've actually performed against the APAC teams. So I think this is also another great point for them to be able to say, no, you can't actually count out North America. This is a region that has a lot of incredible talent. It's just been hard, I think, to hold a candle to some of these Asian teams.
Yeah, that lower bracket's looking rather scary too. You don't want to go out. You don't want to go out of the bracket in general, but
I don't
getting
think you
knocked
want
down.
to go to any of these teams though. Like, they're all so strong.
Getting knocked down this early, not great. I'm ready to go. I mean, Suravasa, a very interesting map too on the face of it. When we saw like the pure Mauga meta, it was like Mauga Juno, right? It was TPing around with Sim, just a lot of like big brawly team fights. But the opening fight is just so important a lot of the time. And so your initial picks can really dictate the flow of the map. It's just how Flashpoint ends up working out. And with that Hazard ban, like we mentioned, maybe, honestly as well, by the way, we could also see Gaga Ball again. A map that's pretty decent for it. Like, there's a lot of ways you can get in and out of the backline, and a lot of mega health packs. Map's obviously rather large, and Ball thrives in a place where he can just escape, get the mega, run back to the team, slam on the backline, get a kill.
It puts a lot of the responsibility on the rest of your teammates' shoulders, though. Because if you are playing Wrecking Ball and you're skirting around the point trying to find the health packs, then who else is there to actually be able to stall out the point for you or take advantage of it, right?
Just like a small pause on the Nightmare side of things. Cover yelling at one of his teammates. He forgot to plug his mouse in. No, I'm not sure what the issue is, but I'm sure it'll be fine in just a moment. We saw a quick hover there from Kuffer, actually. It was the Ramatra, and then Gaga was hovering the Winston.
We've seen Kuffa play Ramatra a lot, especially in the first couple weeks of the North American stage 1. Kuffa was playing a lot of Ramatra. I think the rest of the team being able to support that was kind of just an interesting choice coming out of North America in general. We saw Zera play Genji, Lethal oftentimes playing Ashe, and then Admiral and Ultraviolet being able to follow that up, playing something like a Lucio Juno or a Lucio Ana, just to be able to put Ultraviolet on one of his best heroes.
Yeah, his Ana is just filthy.
Oh, the sleeps are disgusting.
Hoping we get to see a little bit more Ana from UV. Yeah, the interesting thing to think about too, with this Ramatra matchup, if they do end up rocking out with this, you can play a lot more defensively too. You hit a Vortex on the Winston, he's basically dead. Doesn't leave as many avenues for Gaga to really get in the backline. Although because there's no Brig, it's going to be a little bit easier, I suppose. And of course, as we jump on Suravasa, we will always get the Pigeon Cam.
We always have to have Pigeon Cam.
Every single game. All right, Gaga, Winston, Kiriko, Lucio in the backline for Team CC, Ultraviolet on the Juno, and Kuffer, and Lethal actually too. On the Cassidy, was banned that first map, but now Lethal's back in this. This is going to make Gaga just, he's going to have to take some very, very strong painkillers after this, because this is going to be such a headache.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Cassidy is being picked in this matchup, you're kind of prepared to see either the Winston or the Wrecking Ball. You're going to be able to have those Hinder Grenades actually slow down this Winston and hopefully make it a little bit easier for the rest of your team to actually follow up on this. But I'm very excited to see how Zera and Kaneki fare against each other with the Tracer versus Tracer.
Yeah, bubble broken. Gaga knows he is not welcome on the point. Should be a fairly easy cap from Nightmare here. But look how forward Letha is playing too. He knows that Team CC has to invest basically their entire selves onto him or onto someone else to get a kill to open this up.
And Cassidy is way harder to dive than something like an Ashe. You only have that one coach gun to actually get away, and Lethal gets a chance to play way closer to Kuffa, as you were just pointing out. So very difficult to get access to an individual person when Team CC is trying to set up for this dive.
All right, Kuffa's now run out of CDs. You saw everybody just running through the Ravenous Vortex. The one pain in the arse is dead, that's Lethal, but can they actually deal with everybody else? Pineapple on the high ground is going to dispatch Recover quick sharp as that rush is going to aid them a victory in this fight and a flip.
Really good setup there from Team CC to just play a little bit patient. Now they're going to be able to take control of the splash point. Not before Nightmare is able to capture 57% though. Quite a lot to be able to get away with when you know you get a chance to come back into this one with ultimates at your disposal. You're going to be able to have this high noon from Lethal, maybe help push people back. You also are going to have the Annihilation pretty soon here from Kuffa on top of a sound barrier.
This aggression from Team CC there. High noon, unleashed by Lethal, doesn't find the connection. Gaga super low, still manages to take out the Cassidy, however. There's an attempted flip, but it's not looking pretty. Especially with Pineapple on this high ground. They're going to continue this fight, though. They're going to use the Annihilation, and Super Rich popping a little bit too close to that ult. The flip's almost come through as well as Nightmare find it halfway through the fight. And Kuffa, despite losing Lethal that early on, still manages to get the job done.
I mean, that's just the power of the Annihilation. You've got so much self-survivability, and you're able to just go in and get some big punches onto some pretty small, squishy targets. Lethal, after falling in that fight, though, is going to come back on the Sojourn, just has a little bit more presence to be able to deal with somebody like Pineapple that's going to be playing the same hero.
Should be able to get a touch here. There it is. OT triggered. Sarah in the backline. He's going to force a little summit here. I mean, Soundbarrier comes out from Admiral, same with this Ray. I mean, this is a fight for Team CC to lose. There's just too much damage. Pineapple 2 HP, eventually taken out by Zera. You just don't win these fights. A Ray's Soundbarrier fight almost unlosable from Nightmare's perspective. There's only Gaga left. Still manages to pick up the kill though, but there's the point. Couldn't quite get back to it in time, unfortunately, as Zera and Cover finish off Barway and Kaneki.
Yeah, super good effort there by Team CC, and maybe had they been able to touch the flashpoint, then that's something that could have flipped in their direction, but I think you're right. Just having invested both of those support ultimates in, Nightmare should win that fight 9 times out of 10. A lot of investment to put into that last fight, but it was worth it to be able to get that first flashpoint of this map. Now that we go over to a smaller one, Zera gets caught out of nowhere as Pineapple just says, free feeding.
Yeah, and with the 5 seconds, with the point unlock, like, how much are Nightmare going to invest?
I mean, the position goes over to CC.
Yeah, I mean, Kuffa's going to take so much damage, and they can just rip the rush. Both support ults used in the last fight, like you said, Rose. Luther gets a little bit of revenge there. Tracer down, but Team CC should be able to cap. There it is.
The cap comes through, but I'm actually wondering for how long. Because you see Kuffa already stepping under the plate, an Annihilation in his pocket as he's earned that from just being able to get some punches in.
Yeah, he's just going to run it down as well. Pineapple, a little bit too close to the sun. Annihilation just doing so much work for Nightmare already.
Who can walk up to that?
Well, literally 0 people.
Yeah, it's just so tough. And now the fact that you actually saw Team CC back away from that, again, Kuffa is one of those players that's taking advantage of them pressing the S key, especially with something like this from Madra. You just go in and you know that you've got this Juno and this Lucio behind you to also help speed up those engagements.
Good Vortex as well. Gaga there in the corner. Requires immediate medical attention. Farway and Super Rich just healing him up. But all the time, the Nightmare is stalling. Rose is going to lead Lethal to maybe find a couple of kills with this overclock. UV down. This overclock is not doing too much, but it's actually just making sure Team CT is too scared to peek, and that's exactly where you want to be right now with your Nightmare. You've almost got the complete cap, and it's just Zera. You're hiding behind a wall, scared of Lethal. You've got to be more scared of me, son. 85% and building as Gaga ends up going down. Rose, I think this is just a cap for Nightmare.
I think it is, and if they can hold on to this sound barrier and maybe even this pulse bomb as well, it's going to set them up for success heading into potentially the 3rd and final flashpoint of this map. Nightmare are really starting to run away with things.
All right, sound barrier for Admiral here. Same with this pulse bomb for Zera. A little 3-0, is this what I'm seeing right now from Nightmare? Okay, really started feeling themselves on that second control point. went 100-0. We'll see if Team CC want to go early. Looks like Gaga's jumping into the backline as Cover tries to trade. A small little boot there from Super Rich, but instantly taken out by Zera. I mean, Cover, honestly, at this point, looking like a dive character, not much of a rush character. He's just kind of tag team with Zera, and it's been easy pickings of players like Super Rich.
I wouldn't count Team CC out of it just yet, though, because they have built up a pretty intense bank of ultimates. Yes, that pulse bomb was a whiff and a miss, but they get to come in with this Primal Rage.
Soundbar invested by Admiral there. They're in a 4v4 now, as Pineapple also ends up going down. Gaga juggling away Lethal. Is going to be able to find a nice little angle onto the backline, but Ultraviolet is taken down far away with those Pulsar torpedoes. And Nightmare, they're just kind of letting Gaga do his thing and then just killing everybody else around him.
I mean, this is just a bad fight for Team CC to have lost. You saw 3-4 ultimates get invested to no avail. Nightmare just used the sound barrier, and that's kind of it. They stopped them in their tracks, and now we're looking at potentially last fight territory. Look at how the Annihilations have gone so far, and Kuffa's got another one.
3-man sound barrier as the orbital rays on the point. Super Rich evaporated by Ultraviolet. I mean, this is final fight, Rose. No question about it. Pineapple, the only one left alive from Team CC. They should be able to get a recontest here as Zera goes spy checking.
But that recontest is going to be very, very difficult. Pineapple's already so low. Who else is going to go in and touch? And you know Nightmare's thinking this out.
Admiral's managed to chase him down. Zera's still got a pulse bomb in his back pocket. They got an Annihilation too. I mean, this is just over, surely. Team CC have got nothing left. Annihilation rips, Gaga down, and, well, Nightmare, they're just going to run away with it. A clean little 3-0 after the 2-0 of Control. North America here to stay in China as Lethal with a victory firework shooting up in the air. At overclock, not even required. Nightmare, 2-0 Team CC.
Nightmare looked very good in that particular match, and I know the home crowd is probably cheering for Team CC there.
Oh, they're silent now.
But Nightmare, they really earned that win. I mean, they just look so clean. I think Kuffa was able to put on just an enormous amount of pressure that Team CC folded.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looks super close that first round, 99 to 100% going Nightmare's way. But that flashpoint wasn't really close at all. And I expected, and everybody was kind of expecting Gaga, Winston, big things, like jumping into the backline. They've got no brig. But Kuffa, I think, played that very, very smart. Just holding out a little bit. Look, you want to come in, you want to get to our backline, Ravenous Vortex, and then Zera is just whipping in and just mowing everybody else down. Team CC not off to the hottest start, jumping down to the lower bracket, but what a confidence builder here for Nightmare. A little 2-0. We'll jump over to the desk, though. Everybody can break it down over there and send us into the next one.
Hey, clean series coming out from Nightmare, and you know, things looked a little bit closer. Round one of Ilios, it was at 100-99, but then it really seemed like Nightmare found that tempo and continued to run with it.
Yeah, and I think Nightmare, they're just a really, I don't want to say a weird team to play against, but like a lot of the different things, they're kind of quirky, like where they play a lot of Ashe, they play a lot of Hazard. These are things that they were like finding success with in North America. And it's like a lot of other teams don't play this style, so even for Team CC, it's even harder to kind of game plan against. And look, they play this style extremely well. They're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I think just a very talented roster, and there's some of the youngest players that we sort of have, but like Zera just doesn't die on Ilios, like full stop. Like he's a huge impact over the game, and you can start to see some of the value proposition for Ashe in general, right? Against these ball comps, these dive comps, Bob is amazing at staving off anyone who would try and get into your backline, and not to mention that upfront CC you have. Kuffa has tried to play Ramatra all the time in NA. And there are some metagames that are pretty, like, you know, hostile towards him, but you can absolutely play him into these dive setups here, and it's something that, like, has to be looked at to ban. I think that we've seen teams try for that. He's really favored into Winston. Player like Kuffa as well is going to be happy to go there, but Zera, my boy, he's a DPS player, make no mistake. I tell you, he's one of the biggest talents in NA. Great showing from him.
Yeah, he played extremely well in this matchup here, Matt.
And I've loved watching this player throughout, kind of his run here in the OWCS. Is like you can definitely tell like he's a player who's extremely motivated, puts in a ton of work, wants to be there at these big events, and it was awesome to see them qualify. I know, although obviously we had to say goodbye to Team Liquid, it was awesome to see Nightmare qualify because you knew how much it meant to some of these players. And first, coming out here, first game at this international event, putting on a show on the Tracer. I mean, hey, he's what's scary, I think, as well. Like Lethal is like a really sick player. He didn't even really like pop off that series. Like you imagine there's going to be a few games where he kind of like
and not a whiff of the Sojourn either. Like
yeah.
just didn't touch it. Like played a Casti because obviously there's a ball. You want to try and hinder. He's got
maybe this is our event, NA's event.
All right, settle. I mean, this is the number one team.
Too early to call.
Yes. They got that easier seed. That's because they were able to win out, domestically here, but. We know who else is lurking in this upper bracket.
That's the thing.
This team, like, they got the jitters out. Like, they didn't win a map at Soup Cup against, second-rate teams, like, from all around the world. So it's great for them to get a win here against Team C, but they are potentially...
Don't rain on our parade right now. Let us have this moment.
I want them to win, but Team CC are potentially the weakest team here at the Champions Clash, so we've got to see more from them. It's a great start.
Keeping it real here, right? But let's take a look at the bracket, see where we're getting with this coming up behind us. And with Nightmare moving on over to match 8, we obviously have Team CC dropping down to the lower bracket. It'll be interesting to see how things continue to carry forward with Crazy Raccoon and SSG even coming up next year, Matt.
That's going to be a banger. Yeah. I was also looking at match 5. It's like some EMEA on EMEA crime there. Sending somebody.
Someone get Geneva on the phone, bro. That's
somebody. But dude, this game coming up next, like Crazy Raccoon, SSG, that's going to be. I mean, SSG is not a typical number 2 seed. Like they're very good.
They have a lot to prove to me. I think they've got the level they have of this team and where they ended up placing in their performance in NA. I'm not satisfied. I'm a bit of a downer on this desk, honestly. But I know I'm hard on the NA teams. I think that's the reality of it. They've got amazing players. They need to lock in. Sometimes these guys like to have a good time. I know they've got the kind of mentality though that lets them, when the rubber hits the road, they will get serious. They're going to have to be more than just a little serious in this game.
Oh, absolutely. With a foe like Crazy Raccoon that they're going up against here in the upper bracket quarterfinal. But we're going to throw to a quick break, so grab some snacks, and we'll be right back with match number 4.
Hey, we're Nightmare, and you're watching the Champions Clash.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champions Clash. The inspo, you guys got the inspo here? Oh my God, wow. I mean, if you guys are just tuning in right now, I want to remind you guys at home to link your Battle.net accounts here.
Link your Battle.net account.
Okay, thank you, team. Thank you, team. Let's go, team. Just because there's plenty of time to lock in on a lot of these drops. We've got unique drops throughout all 3 days. For day 1, they've been super sick. Matt, what's your favorite one here?
You know, I like my chances with the loot box.
I take the loot box.
Yeah, look. I mean, you give me
loot box enjoyers.
Yeah, it's like, look, you get a little toss up, right? You know, with that loot box, but then you make
listen, your boy, I like my little bit of gambling. You know what I'm saying? You know what you're gonna get. You're gonna get a blue one. You're gonna get a gold one. You know?
We're gamers at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. So here's the play, right?
Okay.
You turn the stream on.
Yeah.
You know, you've already got your 30 minutes. You hit that 1 hour.
Okay.
Maybe that loot box isn't great. You're not feeling the vibes of what you get. You come back, you get those other 3. Then now vibes are back up. Vibes are back up.
$5 from PayPal comes through because Matt's paying you to be nice to him on Reddit, and then you're living large. And you put that towards Overwatch.
I don't even have PayPal.
Yeah,
I'm learning so much right now.
Yeah, that was your excuse at dinner too. I didn't buy it. Yeah.
Learn so much. Love it, love it. Well, we do have a little content piece coming in from Danny, so let's check out what's going on in China.
Danny!
Guys, look how amazing this Ashe cosplayer is. I mean, she got it down to a T, the details. Let's look at Ashe one more time. Come on, one more time. The poses, the context, everything. I swear, I would say Hangzhou has probably one of the best cosplayers. And Ashe isn't the only hero that's being cosplayed. There's one more, guys. My personal favorite, Hanzo. Let's go. Do you work out? Yeah. Oh, he makes me look small. All right. I heard that you have a special move. Yeah. Yeah. Let's show it. Yeah. Let's show it. Yeah. Hanzo came ready. Hanzo came ready with his sword. All right. Yeah. Let's go. You got this. Woo! Boom! Perfection. There's so much to enjoy in Hangzhou, guys. Stay tuned. I'll be back.
Thank you so much, Danny. Love to see that he's made some new friends over in China. Do you think
he got his Shimada brothers mixed up though, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Could you pull those moves off though?
I'm pretty confident.
Bro, this guy can kick higher than you would think.
Yeah,
really? You're flexible.
You're in Toronto. I literally almost kicked Danny's head off.
Yeah, I mean it was.
How tall is Danny though?
He's
that's a little BM. That's a little BM.
7 foot. He's 7 foot. Yeah.
He can't go on any of the rides whenever we go.
Okay, fair enough.
Brother, that's crazy.
Well, he's not here to defend himself, but we got to move on to our next matchup, right? We've got Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming. This one, it's expected to be a little bit of a banger, but like you were saying, Space Station Gaming kind of fell flat beforehand.
Look, the team is really good, right? This is the team that, so Team Liquid comes in NA, they pick the best players because they got the money. The other best players sort of come to SSG, but this is a team that was really born from, Sugar Free and Seeker wanting to play together, and they built an incredible roster around them. But they like to have fun. They really this team really cares about the enjoyment factor of playing Overwatch. But when they get serious, they can really deliver. They should have been the #1 seed in NA though.
Right, but you say you were disappointed in them. I wouldn't say, they had one slip up, at least in my opinion, towards the end of NA. I wouldn't exactly say this team, I'm down on them, right? Clearly Nightmare's good.
Yes, I mean, they're amazing, and they're really well-rounded. My problem sometimes with SSG is that it feels like it's so much rises and falls on whether Sugar Free can, get his Genji and take a game over. And, it's fun to talk about that, get in the back line, and win fights with that ult advantage, but it's a lot to ask from one guy to do this.
Sure. Yeah, you don't want all of that pressure to fall on just one player. That's a huge thing when it comes down to those win cons. But we ought to talk about the predictions coming in here, which I feel like our predictions honestly have not been that spicy on the desk so far today. I don't think today it's going to be much longer.
You guys are spicy thinking you'd give CC a map win, you know what I mean? That's crazy.
Fair enough. I'll take it. I own up to that.
I thought maybe the crowd would get involved. I'm like, man, this one. probably ain't getting involved.
No, it's not. It's not. We got the. Wait, hold on. You put one map for SSG.
Hold up.
Wait.
He goes, oh, I'm so disappointed in SSG. And he gives him a map.
Explain yourself.
What's the deal?
I mean, I like these guys. I'm just hard on them. I genuinely like.
They owe you drinks or something? What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, Lenny, hit me up. You know who to call, bro. No, look, I think these guys do have it in them to win a map. The thing is, they had to play dive mirror. They have to do it. They have to win a map in the dive mirror, but Kellen is the kind of player that can hang. I really do think that, so like him up against Junbin, and look, we just need one Lenny time game, guys. Just give me one Lenny time game.
The one thing I would say, and obviously, we go 2-0, the players on SSG are players who play better in bigger moments.
Yeah, they're a match day team.
Yeah. Like the online stuff probably doesn't excite them that much. That's where I think you see some kind of slip-ups at times. But like in these LAN environments, these players have risen and had good success internationally. Now I think if you tell them, hey, that Nightmare game is either you get to play Team CC or Crazy Raccoon, I think they'd probably go into that one with a different mindset of like, we must win this.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I also don't think this is a team that is necessarily scared of like Crazy Raccoon. And I think you probably look at least if I was SSG, I'd look at the situation of like, hey, almost in the same way that like Alcadia, right? Where it's like, hey, if we get two maps here early on, we get by Crazy Raccoon, we send them to lowers, and then we play Nightmare, a team that we already had in our region.
Okay.
And like we kind of have a path.
Again, it's the best of three cope from.
Yeah.
But I mean, for these guys, like they don't care who they play first, right?
Yeah.
Because and this is like Hunter literally says, okay, so we get a CC in round 1 by getting #1 seed. We're going to play Crazy Raccoon in the second round anyway. Like, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So for them, like, they're locked in. I do think, like, under match conditions, they're a much better team. They've got players that have had a lot of experience at those levels. Seeker wanted to link up with the other best DPS in NA. This team has got the firepower, right? But I'm looking at their ban strategy. I think it's going to be really important. It's something that this team hasn't always like shown as their biggest strength. I think like Unter gets vetoed a lot on veto strategy by his team, so I'm curious to see what they come up with.
Okay, well, let's see who the Lanimals are going to be as the teams take the stage here with Crazy Raccoon and SSG.
It's now battle ready. Let's welcome second seed from Asia Pacific, Crazy Raccoon!
Well, look, they're the #2 team out of OWCS Asia, but you've really just got to throw that moniker away and realize this is a region with incredible depth. This team has got what it takes. You've got Lip and Heesang, incredible DPS duo, Chorong, literal champion, alongside Shu, who is hailed as one of the greatest flex support players of his era. These guys have got it all.
And now, the second seed from North America, Space Station Gaming!
And SSG always steps up in the big moments. Seeker and Sugar Free leading the way. You got Unter there in the back, looking fresh. And this is a team that's coming in. He's got a notebook. Yeah, he's got a notebook here. He's ready to go. And this is a team that's coming in, prepped for an upset, prepped for a deep run at this tournament. This match is going to be nuts.
It's going to be an insane one. I think Crazy Raccoon, no doubt the favorites here. Jaws, Necra, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ash. Yes, Crazy Raccoon facing up against Space Station Gaming. Rose, Mitch gave them a single map there. I like it. I like the gumption. Are you giving them a map versus Crazy Raccoon?
I think they could absolutely take a map, but I don't think I can give it to him. I think this has and should be a 2-0 victory for Crazy Raccoon. Do you want to know why?
Sure.
Because I think history can repeat itself.
Okay.
I have a crazy statistic for you from Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, yeah.
Crazy Raccoon in the 2024 Overwatch Champions Series LANs went undefeated against Western teams. Western teams couldn't take a map off of Crazy Raccoon. Not only did Crazy Raccoon do this at DreamHack Dallas, where they won the whole thing, they did it again at the World Finals, just short of winning that too.
It's a little silly. It's a little silly. I don't expect them either to lose a map here. I mean, this team, and isn't historically accurate, I think, for a lot of teams in Overwatch history. It's like, oh, they've stuck together for a couple of years. This is insane. I mean, SSG have got such a large task on their hands. Do you think Kellen can stand up to a player like Junbin? Is the backline going to be able to stand up against Chorong and Shu in the backline? Like, there are so many questions here. SSG need to prove themselves. Of course, Nightmare have already made it through. They want to meet their brothers there. Are they going to be able to do it? That's the big question.
And I think they can. I think Space Station Gaming is actually a team that could surprise a lot of people. Maybe didn't necessarily have the performance we expected out of this roster in North America. This is absolutely a team that could have gone undefeated, but this is their chance. Actually come in, show that they have what it takes to be the best dive team in North America, and actually be able to take it to a team like Crazy Raccoon.
It's just so hard, though. I mean, the name value on this team alone, despite all the records and their trophies, their medals, etc., it's just so hard to bet against Crazy Raccoon.
4 out of the 5 players on the starting roster won an award in the OWCS inaugural season. They are role stars, they are MVPs. This is a roster that is expected to win. It's why they are considered one of the best, and why you can't take a look at them being the 2nd seed and think, well, it's a done deal for Team Falcons. Crazy Raccoon can win, and it starts here.
Some of the best to ever do it. I mean, look, as well, Junbin on the roster. We have Max as well. They can swap in and out in a meta that is currently a little bit more dive favored. But if, we don't want to play Junbin this map. Oh, we want to play something else. That's fine. We've still got another world beater in Max. I mean, it's going to be tough for Space Station. What do you think would be like the key success? Do we need a Sugar Brawn flu game? Like, where is the key? Where is the path, the avenue for Space Station Gaming?
I think part of it for Space Station is kind of what the desk already touched on. It's maybe just having that pressure off of your shoulders a little bit and saying, we got Crazy Raccoon as our first pull.
Right.
That's unlucky. So, yeah. Maybe just take that and run with it, because sometimes it is about having that weight off your shoulders and you go, okay, we're just going to enjoy playing the game of Overwatch and see where we actually can go with that energy.
Just enjoy Overwatch and then play your
just
heart
have
out.
fun.
Just have fun. Just load to the server, have a little bit of fun.
It's a video game at the end of the day.
So true. Just with a lot of money on the line.
That is also true.
And a trophy at the end of it all. It's going to be a good time. Space Station Gaming, I think Lenny and Seeker, of course, in the DPS line. Look, they're pretty well equipped in this meta. Seeker is a phenomenal Sojourn. Sugarfree is an exceptional flex. But the DPS, the 7-foot gaming Warlord of Flip. Like, we've even seen a little bit of Sombra here today, one of his best heroes. And honestly, there's not too many heroes you can't really call his best. He's just still that good. And Crazy Raccoon, I think a lot of people are going to have them going all the way through this upper bracket, maybe even winning it. I personally have Crazy Raccoon winning here in China, but I think a lot of people also have Team Falcons, to be fair. But we've seen some upsets. Can we continue to see them? That lower bracket is going to look rather scary if Crazy Raccoon managed to go down there at the hands of SSG. That is crazy. He's studying the Thesaurus and Danny Book. Okay.
Oh, that's so funny.
Okay, that was what was in the notebook. Okay.
It's just a picture of Thesaurus' face.
I knew there were no notes in there. I knew there were no notes. Just
It's
Thesaurus'
all for
face.
show.
Just the aura, the energy.
It is about the aura and the energy, though. I think in all seriousness, you have to take a look at these DPS players and see what kind of numbers can they actually put up in the server. Lip is a very tough opponent to actually go up against, but you do have these incredible stars in the North American roster of SSG that are really hoping to actually cement themselves as some of the best, not just in North America, but the world. And this is absolutely 2 players that can do that when you take a look at the caliber of the DPS.
These series as well, especially being first to 2, can go very quickly. Sometimes you can't even find your footing in a game, it feels like, in the first to 2. First to 3, you're like, okay, we go down a couple, maybe we can kind of win it back, maybe take that 3rd map. Looks like we're going to Ilios as our first one. Winston ban for Crazy Raccoon, and a Farah ban for SSG.
I think we're going back to Wrecking Ball. What do you say? Junbin has an amazing Wrecking Ball. Loves to play the Wrecking Ball. We just saw Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to see more Wrecking Ball.
Can probably play Hog too, just saying.
Oh my gosh.
It was a bit of a,
that was a great moment.
It was. I mean,
Yeah.
look, they won that tournament too. I'm just saying, like, hey, Jimmy can pretty much play anything he wants. And Wrecking Ball, honestly, at this point in time, I wouldn't say it was a bad thing whatsoever.
No.
Can Seeker and Sugar Free kind of shut that down? Do they flex over to a Sombra? Not a hero that they're used to playing, and I'm pretty sure they'd prefer to play something like the Tracer, you know, in the long-range hit scan, or even a Sojourn. They don't really want to just be like, okay, we have to now deal with this guy like he's being such a pest. I mean, Junbin and the rest of the dive, this team was built really to play dive if you think about it as well. Like, shoes on it, it's just gross, man. Like, one of the best to ever do it.
I mean, in the last couple of weeks, though, I think this is where we can see sort of the growth of Space Station. They've really locked into trying to play the dive. Now, not being able to play the Winston, it does beg a couple of questions to be answered of where do we actually see the roster go in terms of what Kellen is going to decide to play, but we're gonna have to wait to find out. We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we are going to kickstart this match between Crazy Raccoon and SSG.
Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Kuffa from Nightmare. Big congratulations, 2-0 victory for Nightmare. Easy? Was it easy?
It was pretty easy.
All right. I honestly kind of want to ask you about just playing on stage in Hangzhou. We kind of sort of talked about before we went live, but you said that things were crazy. Can you expand on that?
I mean, this venue is just insane. Like, I've never played on anything like this in my life, so it's kind of just a blessing to be here, and I'm really grateful. And, you know, we'll just keep going with it, keep the energy going. And,
yeah, and even the fans are really good, really crazy too, right? Good stuff, good stuff. All right, one last question. Your next match is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, it's either going to be SSG or Crazy Raccoon, right? I have a feeling it's going to be Crazy Raccoon. How confident are you going into that one?
You know, I mean, they're like the best team in the world, so I think we're going to give it a all, see how we go. But you know, no promises, but maybe we can cause an upset. Maybe we can be the one team that can beat the Koreans. 'Cause I think we're the best in the West right now, so I think if anyone's going to beat the Koreans, it's going to be us.
Yeah. I mean, upset was a thing for you guys, even in the NA side, you know. Anyway, so yeah, big congratulations. Good luck moving forward. Kuffa, thank you so much. That's it. Studio, take it away.
Okay, Kuffa, all right, I like it. Fighting talk, best in the West, all right. So, you know, bring in their all against a probably Crazy Raccoon opponent a little bit later on. Likelihood, Rose, like we were mentioning before, pretty high in this series for Crazy Raccoon to make it. It'll be a pretty insane matchup, to be fair, if Space Station end up winning here. But let's go into the match at hand, however. I mean, Kuffa's going to be chilling, waiting, relaxing, wants to play the best team in the world, get a bit more get a few more reps in, I'd imagine, to hopefully win through that lower bracket. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good experience, but it is going to be a tough task, as we've already said. Crazy Raccoon has yet to drop a single map to a Western team in any of our international lands for the Overwatch Champions Series so far. That is an incredible statistic for one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best teams in the world, some of the best players in the world too. It was Ilios, the map, I believe that was chosen with a Winston ban there as well. So like we were saying, you know, maybe a little bit of wrecking ball here. I mean, Kellen started off a bit slow on the ball when we saw it like quite a while ago, like last year. The Eichenwalder game just sticks out to me like a sore thumb. The impact that Kellen was having just wasn't really there. But as time has kind of progressed, and he's just improved so much on the wrecking ball pick and was one of the pivotal picks for the team in winning some of these big games in North America in stage 1. So we'll see if he ends up bringing it out on Ilios, or like we were saying actually just as we were in that small break, could be a little bit Hazard showing too. I mean, he looks really good into the wrecking ball.
We already got a chance to see that particular matchup play out in our previous series, but this is also a hero pick that we've seen Kellen actually opt for when things like Winston have been banned out. Kellen can go for something like that Hazard as replacement to the dive and still execute a very similar strategy.
Yeah, I mean, look, unfortunately we are just waiting on a PC to be changed out on the stage. I think Unter got into the USB port and there's just Kasaurus pictures everywhere, so we have to, you know, we have to kind of system wipe that and get a new PC up and ready. So we're going to jump to a quick trailer for the new Season 16, which is coming out soon, and then we'll be into the first map.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough. Diving right in. They barely cinched the win this round. This is a round you won't want to miss. To see it, folks.
Something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you. I've always liked a challenge. I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of heart! Brigitte, the heart of strength! Grace. Kiriko, the heart of passion. Freya, the heart of courage. And I am Juno, the heart of hope. Together, we will take down the Hollow Hearts.
Run this show.
My spirit grows strong. lone rose gets plucked.
You are under my guard. at your service. Been a while since I had so much company. The hunt begins. Nothing personal, kid. If the bounties keep coming, I'll keep collecting. You got in my way. Outlaw country, huh? Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on. Come on! I'm notorious for a reason. I never get tired of this.
I'm more scared than nothing.
I'll get quite the payout for you. You wanted the best, and you got it?
Sir, I think you should see this.
Damien Barbosa, Mashiti Betty, and Sahil Bedia, aka The Wolf. All bounties recently posted, all neatly delivered, all very, very interesting.
Interesting. I thought you'd be more surprised than that, Max. I'd call you Marquis, but dark web monikers are so impersonal.
I see. Giffen, I presume. And you come bearing gifts.
Not gifts, bounties.
Yes, bounties. And my cargo that seems to have gone missing. Might you also have something to do with its absence?
Considering there was a problem with payment last time, I helped myself.
There was a problem? Oh my. Perhaps I should fire my accountant. Speaking of surprises, I am curious how you found them. And so quickly. I thought you worked alone.
I do.
Well then, please, enlighten me.
What's the tell? Your targets were nipped. And I'm not. So here we are.
Your storytelling leaves much to be desired. Instead of a story, perhaps a demonstration. Very good, very good. Expensive, but good, good. Here, this is for the bounties. All of them. Keep the cargo. Consider it a bonus.
You wanted me to come here tonight. This was all a test?
It was a calculation. I had to be sure you were right for this.
Right for what?
For a problem no one else has been able to solve. I think you might find it particularly interesting.
I've got other jobs, Max. You understand.
Indeed I do, Giffen. Or should I say, Freya. But I also recognize those moments, rare as they are, when opportunity knocks.
He should have led with this. Leave him to me.
We have so many cool additions to Overwatch with Season 16 incoming. That was a beautiful trailer, by the way, with Freya. I know everyone's really excited about this new hero, man.
I cannot wait to play this hero. I think my teammates would probably think the opposite. You know, they're not excited for me to jump on because it looks like a hero that, like, obviously you need a ton of like mechanical skill, which I have.
That's
occasionally.
you, right?
Occasionally, I'm hit or miss. You know, I run hot, I run cold.
Inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
It feels like we're adding another hero into like that mid-range designation that previously like only Cassidy kind of like, you know, occupied, but also with like way more mobility than he ever had. But then an ultimate that is really about like, you know, CC. It feels like a mini graviton surge in a lot of ways, and being able to draw everybody together as well gives us a great combo opportunity.
I think the mobility is key though, because it seems like there's so much mobility in the game in general that if you don't have it, you kind of
You're Cassidy.
Right? You know, you gotta wipe the dust off every time he comes out. But I think having the mobility and being able to have that kit, I think she can be a ton of fun.
playmaker.
Yeah.
No, for sure, for sure. I think especially with like how the meta is looking right now, with how things are consistently shaking up week to week, it'll be a really interesting addition to see how that kind of continues to shift the way we're looking at DPSs in the game.
Yeah, like how diveable is she is like the question I am going to ask about any DPS that isn't super long range, because I don't know necessarily she's going to fit into poke compositions. I think that she's probably a little bit more limited than that, but I think, like you mentioned, it's got to reward like your individual skill, because so take aim ability right, you know, slows her momentum down, lets her float a little bit, and then like fire from like a really high-powered bolt. So a lot of options. Her perks are also really cool if you've sort of seen some of them, even like the minor ones, like, you know, final blows, like every third final blow giving you more ult charge quicker. Like it's all stuff that rewards.
That could get dangerous.
Exactly, it rewards, and at this level as well, like you're going to see her do pretty dirty things.
Super exciting, super exciting. I know something that you are obviously really excited about. The Doki skins?
The Doki, right?
Chat, we're gonna educate this guy.
So look, I mean, we know.
Need to teach him.
I didn't really know any of the anime skins we had. Now I know just about all of them. I know that Bebop is not a character; it's a ship.
It's the ship.
Ship.
What do you know about Gundam Wing?
I mean, I know so much about Gundam.
Yeah, what's a Gundam? What's a Gundam?
They're kind of like mechs. They're like AI,
you know that because Doa used to build
AI,
them.
The AIs become the sentient, and they become. I mean,
maybe we're overcooking.
What do you guys think, chat? Is he accurate there? It's not bad.
I mean, I'm close. Yeah. So the Doki thing, I thought like this was kind of like, because there's so many animals with the skins, right?
Yeah.
I thought there was like more to do with the animals, but Mitch told me that it's like aspects of the heart, right?
Well, okay. The way I had to explain it to Matt was it's basically, I'm using a lot of IP here. It's Care Bears, but anime with costume changes, right? Obviously, do you know what Maho Shoujo is?
No.
Translation is magical girl. So, you know, it's like Sailor Moon, card captors as well, like old anime like that, where it's like there's a distinct transformation. There's actually anime right now called Zenshi, which also like throws back to that era a ton, which is really good. It's about an illustrator who basically her power is that she draws things into reality, but it like captures a lot of that, and she like kind of draws things from in the past in anime. So I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, I just see these, I'm like, oh, they're cool skins. I'm just gonna buy them.
Think like magical superheroes type vibe.
Right. All right.
Except with more hearts and you know, like lens flare. Lots of lens flares.
Okay.
And also, like the Mercy mythic weapon also fits into that as well. It reminds me of Sakura's like stave from Card Captors. It's very similar. So.
No, it's really cool. I know that like for you viewers at home, everyone like all Overwatch fans, I feel like have been always super excited for a lot of these like anime skins and whatnot. The Magical Girl one's always super popular. So super sick. We're gonna have to keep.
But then there's other people out there like me who have no idea what's going on, but they're like, hey,
that one's a Tyreek Hill skin.
Cool. Yeah, those are pretty flashy. I'll buy those.
It's a learning opportunity.
Exactly.
You need to learn about this is what the people want, bro. I mean, you've got to keep your finger on the pulse, man.
I am.
And we've got to figure out what our anime is to get you into the genre. There's going to have to be one, but it's got to be enough. It's got to have no books. The problem is you have to read. You have to put it in English. So it might have to be Full Metal Alchemist because it has great.
It's tough. Oh, wait.
I was gonna say, we have to get him on a sports
The
anime.
basketball one is actually potentially as good as Haikyuu. I'm not gonna lie. I forget the name of it right now, but there is a really good, like, there are sports anime, go hard, bro.
Okay, all right.
Ice Shield 21, also very good. That's an NFL one.
That'll be my project. My project.
We know the gateway now. We know the gateway to get into it.
We can pick one, and we can all test me at the start of stage 2. And I'll take a test.
That's a segment to keep in mind.
I don't know if we get.
I don't know why I signed up.
You volunteered.
I don't know if we get owned for copyright, but that could be so.
Now I'm
an anime quiz.
But I'll take a quiz. You know, Eric and the boys back, cook something up. I'll take a quiz.
Okay.
I mean, outside of that, like obviously, like season 16 has Freya and also the Overwatch skins, but Stadium, right? I think that's like something we're super hyped about because. I don't know if we've ever sort of experienced a form of Overwatch. I think Perks explores that a little bit where you can build in a direction as the game goes on and there's a feeling of like getting stronger and like adapting to how your opponents are getting stronger as well. And obviously Overwatch, a map isn't like a super long form, but when you have like shortened, truncated maps in like a series, and it's only ranked, right? There's only ranked, so
I just like how it pushes it in a direction where like there's so many cool ideas and crazy ideas with like Overwatch characters that like you just don't want to exactly put into the main game in a ranked and like okay, here's an opportunity to put all these crazy things together. You kind of build up power over time, you over the course of the rounds, and then at the end you end up with just this like overpowered just demon of a hero. Right. And I think that's like super cool. I mean, it'll get addicting. I think. You already see like some YouTubers like, hey, we're gonna put together different types of like, guides and strategy and different builds. I mean, it opens up a whole new kind of direction. I'm super hyped.
Yeah, it's funny when we sort of first picked up, when Overwatch first came in and kind of revitalized that arena shooter genre, we wondered if there'd be this like almost itemization aspect to it. It's really complicated and really deep. I think we've been able to like explore it in Stadium in such a way as like there's a lot of depth, but also it's not like overwhelming. I feel like there's like a decent, like the fact that Reaper can now TP forward and Death Blossom for a brief window, like after he does it's kind of sick. Ana also nanos whoever's in her field of view with one of her sort of abilities here. So, and also like DPS Morris can, do their thing.
It's sick. It's sick.
If you could make one ability for any of the heroes, this is like all the guardrails are off. Going into something like Stadium, what are we doing?
360 Reinhardt Shadow.
Wait, what? like it activates in a ring
around you. Yeah.
So what is the counter to just not exist?
Oh yeah, just put a shield up, bro.
Shield up?
Yeah, shield up.
Okay.
I want Reaper, because there was a trailer like ages ago, and he could use his wraith form to go through walls. I want.
Oh, that was ridiculous.
I want to be able to go through walls, but not just go through walls. I want the ability to hide in the wall and jump down.
That was like a glitch in the game. there was actually a bug in the game with your Reaper TP to the right part of King's Road. You could actually see part of a in development PvE map that was in the game.
I want to be able to.
It was in the game. It was crazy.
Jump scare people.
You used to be able to get out of the.
And like they don't know when they're in the wall. Like you want.
Yeah, I'm just. Yeah. No audio cue, no visual cue. I'm in there and then boom.
Okay.
Because it's Reaper, he has to say, I'm in the wall when he does it. Otherwise, there's no point. He's got to announce what he's doing.
That's fair. That is fair. I think for me, I would cook up like. Give me original Mercy Res plus self-resurrection.
Yeah.
Like she self-resurresses, and then you hit the original ultimate.
That's crazy. That is a wild one. What about Cassidy? His ultimate slows the game down for everyone, including him. So everyone's like moving like this, and he's got like some bullet time. Like,
Mercy should be able to put her staff in the ground.
I'm waiting.
Reset does this already, by the way.
Hold on. Yeah. And then it exists as a respawn beacon for, let's say, 45 seconds.
Okay, whoa.
That might be for anybody who dies within that time in that area.
And call like, I don't know, 100 yards.
100 yards. Okay.
100 yards.
Yeah.
Let's scale it back. Maybe 20 yards, 30 yards.
100 yards is kind of wild.
What if they gave Bastion a shield?
They did that. They did that.
That's pretty good though, wasn't it?
What if Bastion could turn into like a little helicopter? We haven't gotten like a helicopter.
That's true. You're like an AC-130?
Dude.
You're talking about how you're anti-helicopter, though.
I'm cooking. I'm just scared of heights. And helicopters are obviously up there, so
Yeah.
So are planes,
I'm
bro.
vibing.
So are hot air balloons, bro.
Yeah, I don't even really like planes that much. I just don't like being up high.
Fair enough,
That's
fair
why
enough.
we keep-
I think we're
I think
overcooking
you're
a little
loud,
bit on the desk right now. I gotta shut this down before we get a little too crazy. So we're gonna head to a quick break and we'll be back soon with match number 5.
We're back, but for real this time. Yeah, I've arisen from my slumber, and I think they sorted out the issue. I think it was a PC issue or something, not entirely sure. It gave Hunter enough time, at least, to raid the Library of Alexandria to find some ban strategies, I'm sure. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming. We're about to get into this one, the first map, coming up in just a moment.
And this is going to be, hopefully, a good match. I mean, we take a look at Crazy Raccoon, the second seed coming in from Asia Pacific, going up against Space Station,
That's
which
a
is
vibe,
also going to
CJ.
be the second seed of North America. And yeah, I mean, it's been quite some time. I hope the players have been able to actually stay warm for this one.
He's fine.
Maybe just getting into Zen mode before we go in.
CJ, you got to get up, my guy. Upright the seat, get into game. There's the bans. Winston for Crazy Raccoon. Space Station Gaming banning Farah. If you've only just joined us, this is the perfect time. We're about to jump in. Ilios is the map. And yeah, we spoke about it before the obviously extended break there, Rose, but an expected 2-0 for Crazy Raccoon here. I think anything else would honestly be a little bit of a disappointment for them.
Especially when they took all of the 2024 inaugural OWCS season and didn't drop a single map to a Western team. They do not want that trend to start now, especially when this is a huge tournament and just huge prestige on the line for this team. Crazy Raccoon in the APAC finals honestly had a disappointment themselves. After
That is an insane... What?
Wow.
Yeah, that's facts. There he is. There's the man himself. I'd run away from that.
He's too
man.
tall.
He's too tall,
He's
yeah.
actually just too tall.
We were just talking about it, like how tall's Johnny versus Lip? Johnny is taller than Lip, not by much though. 7-foot gaming warlord, of
I mean,
course.
both of them are just too tall.
Yeah, way too tall.
So.
It is really funny watching Lip walk out with the rest of his team. Shu's pretty tall though as well, to be fair. So it's both of them and everybody else is kind of short. It's
Like
kind
a
of
whole head taller than everybody else.
Yeah, seriously. All right, there you go. Lenny got his hands warmed up, ready to rock and roll. CJ, chair upright. Coach is shaking hands. There it is. Secrets exchange. Good lucks and well wishes either side as we're about to rock and roll. Here we go. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming. We're in it, Famalamps. It's a little late over here, and I can't wait to get this one started to see how Crazy Raccoon end up matching up.
A lot of people coming into this tournament expected that dive was going to be one of the more prominent strategies for these teams to go for. So the fact that the Winston is banned out right now means that we get a chance to see something maybe a little bit more interesting come to the table for this first map of the series.
Crowd's very ready as well. Just praying for no more pauses, all that I can see. I call this the ant cam because everybody looks like ants. And there we go. We're in game. Round of applause at home. We finally did it. We are here. Crazy Raccoon and Space Station Gaming. And is that what I think it is?
Looks like it.
Oh, yes. Some of that, please.
Wrecking Ball is one of Junbin's best heroes, so with Winston off of the table, it feels like it's natural for Junbin to go in the direction of being able to go for the Wrecking Ball. But on the other side of things, Seeker going to opt to try to play the Sombra, maybe playing into the hands of the Space Station strategy just a little bit, despite the fact that Winston got banned out. This is something that Space Station can actually prep for now, having the Sombra as a perfect target anti-Wrecking Ball strategy.
It can be so hard, though, to be fair, to lock down that Wrecking Ball. Junbin's not going to stay around for too long. And Seeker's ability to stay in fights now that you can't go permanently invisible can be quite tough. Kellen does get antied there by Shoot. Seeker goes down first, though. Lip chasing him. However, they do end up trading for Chorong. Sugar Free a little bit low, though. Only one blink to his name. Lip trying to chase him out. No recall for Lip either, though. There goes Shoot. Okay, Bliss with a double kill. There's actually a trade back and forth. Crazy Raccoon do own the point. And own Kellen's mech as well. 1 HP on that mech on the high ground. And there is the D-suit. Crazy Raccoon are on the board.
Yeah, I mean, despite the trades here, Crazy Raccoon taking control of the point first and eventually taking control of those damage trades later on. Junbin actually gets hacked out here, and this is where you can see the power of this Sombra. Seeker, though, is going to have a pretty tough go of things. Not only are you trying to target down this Wrecking Ball, but you also need to make sure that you can keep yourself a part of the equation of these team fights.
You have to act a lot quicker now as the Sombra. Like I said, that limited invisibility can just be such a pain. Normally you'd want to like hang around on the periphery, wait for the ball for the engage, but you can't do that anymore. And already actually spotted out on the high ground, so not too much longer can Seeker stay around. Attempted the hack there, but Junbin was about 50 miles away from him. Pulse Bomb thrown out by Sugar Free, just a swing and a miss there. A little bit of damage on Shu, but that's about it.
Kind of all you're going to get out of that one as Space Station Gaming look to have to reset for this next engage. Kellen's coming in with maybe this Diva Bomb, but just to be able to get a reset here, but you're missing a lot of these other critical engage tools, like Secrecy and P.
Seeker's dead again, and it's been so hard for Space Station to actually get a kill. Like, a single kill is all that we need to maybe find a fight on the point, but Crazy Raccoon are not giving them a single inch to work with.
No breathing room for Space Station Gaming, and in fact, Crazy Raccoon are actually going to take the fight to them. With these Wrecking Mines available from Junbin, that's one way that you can just kind of layer them onto the main and make it so much easier for Hiseng to get an angle. There's just too many tools here for Crazy Raccoon, and Space Station don't have this EMP yet as they're working up to this overtime.
Bliss died to Mines and he had the beat. That was their real saving grace. Seeker 1% away from the EMP, but I think unfortunately for Seeker, fight's already done. Space Station Gaming. They got choked out. Man, 100-0. Is anybody surprised? I mean, this is Crazy Raccoon we're talking about.
Not super surprised about that outcome, but maybe a little bit surprised that Space Station didn't have a bit more say in a lot of those fights. Especially when they put so much value on being able to target down something like the Wrecking Ball. Felt like that strategy fell flat. I almost kind of want to see Space Station Gaming go back to not necessarily trying to defend away from this particular strategy from Crazy Raccoon, but try to actually play a little bit more fast-paced, like with their own, I don't know, maybe just not the Seeker Sombra. It just doesn't feel like Space Station to me.
Lip is hounding him down too. And that's what you need to do as the Tracer. Just permanently tagging the Sombra. She only got one Transicator to get away with, and Lip's gonna save a couple of blinks. Looks like Chorong might be switching. Okay, Crazy Raccoon go back to the Brigitte. A bit better on this map too, hanging out with Shu. You're expecting dives to come in, of course.
I love the whip. I just like the shield bash or even the whip shot to be able to deal with the Tracer or the Sombra. I think there's a lot of reasons why this break would give you a little bit more utility in this particular matchup. Look at Jumpin getting hacked though, does have to play a little bit more careful, but you can tell that's kind of the game plan here for Space Station, is make Jumpin's life very difficult.
Yeah, Jumpin do be falling right now. I mean, yeah, CJ's already dead. A slam, Lip follows up. I mean, this really does feel like taking a hedge trimmer to a single blade of grass. It feels complete overkill for Crazy Raccoon. Backline down though, but quickly traded. Look at that, instantly. It's like, oh, we got the kill on Chong and Shu, great. Oh wait, Heesang and Jumpin and Lip just killed everybody. Okay, well, Crazy Raccoon end up capping the point again, and Jumpin is on the high ground.
Take a look at this though. Space Station are finally going to make an adjustment in their strategy, putting Kellen on this hazard. This is a hero that we've seen Space Station go for in some of these dives. Maybe this will help them engage a little bit better, knowing that Kellen can actually go in, maybe isolate somebody on Crazy Raccoon.
Zeke's having a tough time of it as well, Rose. Like you said in that last round, tough for him to stay in and then actually get that EMP. Only got it online at the very last moment. He's 47% on EMP right now. Good whip shot, actually, from Chong there, stopping Kellen with a dive.
There's still time for Seeker to be able to get this EMP online, but I think it's like it's going to take a lot of this coordination from Space Station to actually win a team fight here.
He's dead. Jumping down. Now's the chance to strike. Heesang. Oh, well, they got two Tracers now. Uh-oh. Sound barrier coming through from Bliss. Nice little sit there from Lip. Holding up the arm, though, is Kellen, so reduced damage there on the hazard. And guess who's back in the action? Oh, it's Jumpin. He's got mines in a couple of moments. They didn't even let the point go. A duplication, a pulse bomb thrown out. Kellen, Seeker down. And, oh, Space Station knocked clean out of orbit. There's no chance you win in this fight, not against that rally, and we are looking at final fight territory woes with Mind and Nano Boost still in the tank.
And a very similar situation to what we saw in that last round, where Seeker is still 15% away from being able to get this EMP, and it still takes setup for Space Station to be able to execute on that particular game plan. And so while Crazy Raccoon are going to be in the driver's seat here, gonna walk in all these mines.
Okay, what is Chorong doing up there? I mean, they're super far forward. I mean, surely Shu dies. Scott Nano deploys it onto Heesang. Seeker has got the CMP, but he needs to touch. He needs to be a presence on the point. And actually locking someone down is going to be tough. They end up hacking Jumpin, but he was already on the high ground. Seeker ends up falling. A good sleep onto Kellen, and now still Space Station Gaming need to find another pick for this to be worth it. The EMP found basically nothing, but Kellen actually settles the score. Chorong falls down to the Mantis Blades as the downpour does manage to connect and kill Shu.
Shu goes down, but Heesang is quick to follow up on Kellen, and the backline for Space Station Gaming are starting to falter. With these reinforcements coming back from Crazy Raccoon, might just be a matter of time before Lip is able to lay the pulse bomb, but Space Station finally get a flip. This is where they have to start to turn things around, but it's such a tall order. Maybe the support ultimates coming online for Bliss and CJ, but Crazy Raccoon, they aren't missing a step here.
Yeah, that sound barrier and that rush just so crucial. Look at that defense there from CJ. Narrowly escaping this life there. Did Bliss has got the sound barrier now. With the pulse bomb, looking like they want to try and force this one out of him before they try any meaningful step into this fight. A couple of trays there. Shu and Seeker ends up going down. They're still Jumpin, still in this fight. Sugarfree with no recall and no blinks left to his name is getting chased by Jumpin. Three-man sound barrier for Space Station Gaming as the duplication comes in onto Heesang. And look at this! They've just walked him in! Someone help my mans! Kellen is super low, just forced into this small corridor. A free downpour as well, straight on top of your head. Heesang just does it better as Crazy Raccoon end up getting the flip.
They're gonna get the flip, and it looks like they're gonna get the map as well as the round expires, and Crazy Raccoon, they kick off this series with a dub.
Yeah, hello 2-0 there for Crazy Raccoon. 46% on that second round, but full control, full presence there from Crazy Raccoon, and the tempo, the speed in which they play, you're not really shocked at that at all, but and Space Station shouldn't be either, but it feels like when you go onto a LAN environment like this, and especially in a first to two, things can really start to snowball and slip out of your hands a little bit quicker than you may expect.
Well, a good call out on your part that like that second round did look a little bit better. I mean, the fact that Kellen switched over to the hazard gave them a little bit more presence on the point, and I mean, just getting 46% I think is still a huge deal. A lot of investment from Space Station to go into this Sombra strategy, and it takes time to build up to an EMP, and I don't know if that payoff was quite worth it.
They kind of knew what was going to happen, though. I mean, you touched on that at the very start of the map. It's like, okay, Winston gone, so ball. So obviously, right now, we're going to run out as the Sombra. Sombra did get a little change, of course. Like I mentioned a couple of times there, where you can't just perma be invisible anymore. You do have that small timer. So Lip is able to kind of chase you out. Same with Jumpin, to be fair, in a way. You still get interrupted when you get hacked, when you go for a hack. Like it is hard for Seeker to find a lot of value, even though it's the perfect counter.
I do think that Seeker was doing a relatively good job of being able to manage the translocator cooldown. It just gave him a lot of extra mobility to make sure that you could get away from some of these more like crowd control-y type of skills that Crazy Raccoon had on the team. But I mean, if you're getting forced to translocate out, it means that you're not having much say in the damage department for the team, and I do think that just makes the overall job of Space Station a little bit harder. I mean, take a look at how Kellen kind of gets caught out here, and I mean, what a statement from him. He's saying, like, just that, you know, dupe the hazard and then lock the opposing hazard in.
That double wall was a little devious, I will say. That was, yeah, not exactly somewhere Kellen wanted to be. Literally trapped in a little jail cell.
We don't like tiny Overwatch.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Kellen definitely doesn't. Especially with the wall, too, because you get, like, bounced around when you get hit by it.
Oh,
it's super
it's so, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing him one better there. So now moving on to a Space Station map pick. Obviously, Winston is still on the table here. Do you reckon they'll go for a map that's less catered to that? Maybe they still want to run something like a Hazard? Like you said, Kellen looks pretty good on it.
I think you could realistically see Esperanza, Saravasa. Yeah. I think any of those maps would still cater to a Winston, but also still allow you to play something like the Hazard if you felt like that Winston dive or the Winston mirror wasn't necessarily working out. I also think that it wouldn't be a bad call for Space Station to maybe pick something like
Give us a
Junkertown.
King's Row. Give us a King.
Yeah, I mean, King's Row would also be great.
Or a Blizzard World. I know Jake hates Blizzard World, but I really like it.
I like Blizzard World. I like the aesthetic of Blizzard World.
I don't like pushing third, but first and second are really fun. Very different points to kind of navigate. So yeah, we'll see where they want to go. Of course, this is Space Station's chance to pick, and that they'll be banning first as well. So again, coming into this, you're thinking Crazy Raccoon. They're definitely gonna. Well, Mitch was saying, you know, a little 2-1, but I think a lot of people had this on the cards as Crazy Raccoon just kind of blasting them away. But, you know, signs of life at the very end. Can't imagine we're going to see a whole lot of Sombra. I mean, normally you're seeing Seeker rock up on something like a Sojourn, which is maybe where you want to go to a bit of a slower map where Seeker can really shine.
I think just anything that's going to give you those more long-range sight lines does benefit Space Station, but I think it benefits Crazy Raccoon as well. But kind of as we were discussing, you've got Esperanza as a dive map on the table, so kind of doesn't surprise me that Space Station wants to go that route, but take a look at those bans. We've got Cassidy and Brig coming out here.
Interesting, yeah. So Space Station also want to go kind of fast, but first, Crazy Raccoon is like, we don't really mind this Brig ban because we have Chorong already, and Chorong's Lucio is just cracked, and then we have Shu. So I'd imagine what we're going to be running here is just kind of good old-fashioned dive. Like, we're just going to have the Winston jump into the backline, and we're going to have an Ana set up with those nades, and then Chorong just doing what Chorong does best and just kill people on Lucio solo. So
yeah, just do Lucio things.
Exactly, yeah. Where do you think Seeker's going to go from here? How is he going to actually pivot?
I feel like I just want to see Space Station play like the similar game plan of go Sojourn Tracer. There's a big reason why a lot of these Winston teams decided to go for those particular DPS. I think the Cassidy ban is a little telling. I also think that maybe Seeker could go in the direction of maybe playing something like Ash Tracer, but you kind of need to have the long-range hit scan.
If anybody doesn't follow Crazy Raccoon on socials, you definitely should. The artwork they've made for the players is honestly incredible. You can see it, the little sign there. Each individual person on the team, and even the support staff as well, they've got their own characters. It is really sick. Esperanza is the pick for Space Station Gaming. Hey, I ain't lying. German can still run out with a wrecking ball here. I would like to see some, like you said, a little bit more slow-paced from Space Station. Don't want to get bowled over too early. See if Lenny can be the big difference maker as well. Maybe he does need that flu game.
I feel like it's still a call of Space Station trying to be the pace setters. You know, I feel like Sombra can be very reactive, and I would love to see that more proactive gameplay coming out from Space Station. So I don't know. We'll see if that's something that they can execute on. But it's still a tough ask, right?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, you were playing against Crazy Raccoon, the best in the world. I mean, even Cuffer was saying it as well in the little interview with Danny we had. He's like, look, we know they're the best in the world. Like, all their players are cracked. The team as a whole is just ridiculous. It's them or Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. That rivalry has been going on for the last couple of years, and it has been a spectacle every single time both those teams log into the server. Looks like we're going in though, and I can see little screen peek there. Seeker hovering the Sojourn.
I'm telling you, I mean, this is what we've seen Space Station play the last couple of weeks. So it was a bit of surprise to me to see that Seeker wanted to go to play the Sombra, which is just not a hero that we've seen him play super often, when the key to success for Space Station has been Winston, Tracer, Sojourn. Having CJ maybe play the Ana or the Juno and then go for Bliss on something like the Lucio or Brig. Very standard type of Winston dive gameplay.
Callan on your screen there just a second ago. Here we go, getting into game. Yep, there is the hover. Unfortunately, yeah, I think she was going to play Kiriko. I always want the Ana, but if you're in these really super fast dives, like, the Ana's not as good. Obviously, the enemy plays Kiriko, you use the antis, and obviously your mobility a lot higher on the Kiriko, especially with that double dash perk as well. Two small swift steps, so sick.
And it just makes sure that you're not going to be the one that gets dove first. I think that was something that we did see on Ilios, and so maybe just make sure that you aren't going to be that person that's going to be that target. But it's going to be a complete mirror on both sides here, as you do see Seeker truly lock into the Sojourn. I'm excited to see how we're going to get that done.
Okay, Titan down, Lip already dead. Traded by Seeker though, all onto the Tracers now. We'll see if Heesang and Jumbin, yeah, just demolishing the backline, and this is going to be it. It's the trades of the backline. How long can you realistically stay alive? Suzu used by CJ, no Swift Step. And to be honest with you, Swift Step probably wouldn't have landed him all too far away from Junbin there, as the rest of his team were just hodling around him.
I mean, this is still going to be a team fight win that maybe Space Station can stall out. You still have the reinforcements coming back. Kellen is still alive, has these Winston bubbles, but there's so much pressure from Crazy Raccoon to try to burst those and get that frontline access.
No greedy there from Heesang, not blowing the recall. Knowing that Shu was pretty close by, doesn't want to blow that resource too early. There's the jump onto the high ground, attempted boot from Bliss. Doesn't stop Jumping getting up there.
Wow, he's saying his post bomb already and sticks Kellen.
Good stick, yeah, good follow-up as well. Jumps straight over the top and Lip out a railgun with his name on it. At least Seeker takes him down, but this will slowly fall apart here for Space Station Gaming. Unless Sugar Free can continue his spree. He's already taken down Chorong, and this spot is still being contested.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a couple of trades that make this an indecisive team fight win for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh,
so Space Station actually steal the bot away.
Sugar Free just went absolutely nuclear there at the very end. Jumpin jumps towards that mega health pack, but Kellen was spawning.
This is the type of performance that we need to see out of Sugar Free, though, especially when we see these dives. Sometimes it falls on the DPS to try to be those difference makers. And when it comes down to Space Station being able to take a map off of Crazy Raccoon, I think we have to see Sugar Free and Seeker really show up in the server. And that's why I'm excited to see Seeker on the Sojourn, a pick that he has found so much success with in this first stage of OWCS for the season. Maybe something that can really take it to Lip.
Suzy used pretty early. Both rushes are available. Beats coming online as well in his second, but Seeker already down. Happy with the progress, I'd imagine, Space Station Gaming, but CJ still wants to push this towards this checkpoint. Another rush coming through from Shu as well. Sound barrier unleashed from Crazy Raccoon. They've got to deal with this Primal Raging Winston in their face, but they're going to take the fight to the back line of Space Station Gaming as Bliss falls. And Space Station getting kind of run over. Bot stolen. It's Crazy Raccoon. And now in the lead, or in control of it at least.
Yeah, I mean, Jumpin just had the later Primal Rage there, was able to get that resource on quite quickly. Lip is now going to be on a bit of an angle to try to get some access to Space Station as they sort of make their way back in. Going to have the overclock ready and just lets it rip.
Yeah, just creating a lot of space here. Kellen's on this high ground, he's super low as well. Doesn't, wants to get back to the rest of his team and no one can peek, so he's in a catch-22 situation. Crazy Crew might take the lead here as well. They're going to try and push all the way to Space Station spawn, trying to force Sugar Freeze to press his recall button, and he did so. So he's going to have to play safe for a little while.
I mean, Heesang could just get a stick here as well, and that's just going to be that first checkpoint.
Not quite. Sugarfree does manage to blink on there. And Seeker unleashes the railgun. Okay, he's in a prime position. As Heesang gets his face torn off. Seeker with a triple.
I mean, this again speaks to where we want to see Space Station start to carve out these opportunities. And it starts with Seeker being able to put on the carry pants and show us what he's got on the Sojourn. And Overclock not just the perfect ultimate to do that, but I think just Seeker being able to have these charged railgun shots are what's going to really open up these fights for Space Station.
Sugarfree's a nice little spot there on the high ground. Chooses to now potentially look at jump in and juggle the bot. Really tough spot for the Tracer to be in it. Wants to find entrance, but Seeker's actually going to unlock the door for Space Station Gaming. Yeah, look at this. The difference here between the Sombra and the Sojourn for Seeker is night and day.
And they're going to have that first checkpoint activated. So now they've got those forward spawns to play around with, and they're already starting to hold this corner. Crazy Raccoon know, though, this is where they're going to have to start to turn things around. Heesang's going to be the one that has the pulse ball, but it's going to be the Kitsune rush around the corner that gets Space Station through.
Yeah, Jumbin's now trapped on the wrong side of the team fight. Forced to recall a Heesang, so this could be easy pickings for Sugarfree, but it's Seeker again. Back-to-back deaths there on the side of Heesang. Here comes the rush, the return one. It's a 4v5 on the point. Seeker still with the dash, and look at this firing line he's got right now. Still has to be careful. He's in enemy territory currently, but still, leave Heesang alone, Seeker, please. Straight from the spawn, just 180s, clicks him in the head. Okay, Crazy Raccoon, they still lost control of this bot, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station Gaming, we're still pushing there. Not before we see Crazy Raccoon start to turn things around. They finally got their bearings together as Space Station do have to back up. And Crazy Raccoon, they've got ultimates. So while Space Station have the lead now, there's still 4 minutes and 40 seconds to play around with. And Juma's got Primal Rage. We've got Sound Barrier as well here from Chorong. And Heesang with a Pulse Bomb.
Sound Barrier engagement. Oh, Chorong so close to Ajaxing, but they're going to carry on this pursuit of this Lucio. A little bit too slippery, though, for Space Station Gaming. A good stick, but an instant premise to the Primal Rage, and Lip falls at the hands of Eleni. Jumbin does end up using his own Primal Rage here, but it's looking a little worse for Crazy Raccoon right now. Seeker dodges out of the way of Jumbin, kept alive. CJ and Bliss keeping him up for a little bit longer than maybe he should have been. Eventually, Crazy Raccoon will win it, but they are still in a deficit in terms of meterage right now. If Space Station Gaming managed to reconvene here, they should be able to touch before the lead is gained.
The bot's going to have to take a couple of seconds to start to push this barricade and then be able to capture this checkpoint. And unfortunately, there just isn't a touch that can come through. Space Station Gaming know that they've got to group up as a team of 5 before they can go in and start to contest this spot. But Crazy Raccoon are starting to turn things around. Lip is going to be the one that has his overclock now, and look at how far back they're able to push Space Station.
Yeah, look at that. Easy space creation tool there for Lip. I mean, Kellen had nothing to say in that fight. I mean, you pop the bubble down, you jump away, and then no one else wants to peek. They're going to get their faces ripped. And Crazy Raccoon, they're taking the lead, Rose.
Taking the lead and might even be able to extend that now. With this Kitsune rush from Shu, they're going to be able to play around the straightaway. Okay. CJ is a couple of percentage away, but look at the wraparound.
They're so passive, though. They got to go. Go buttons pressed. Both rushes on the point now as Heesang looking towards the back line, but Chorong also already falls. It's a 4-on-5 as CJ is taking another kill. But still, we're in the danger zone now. 3 minutes to go and about a 30-meter deficit for Space Station Gaming. And with how deep the bot has pushed, it can be a very, very tough fight to win on that small stretch.
It can be hard. Space Station have to win 2 fights in a row here in order to actually try to take the lead. But they're starting to work up to a potential win condition. Sugarfree still has this pulse bomb. You can also see that the sound barrier is starting to come up, but it's going to be about this neutral fight. If you're going to be able to match in terms of those ultimate utilities, then it's like, again, it comes down to Seeker, Lip, on these Sojourns, actually opening things up here with a pick, and Seeker's been able to do that for a couple of team fights now, but it's got to start racking it up here.
Soundbar is available from both Lucios right now with Seeker, public enemy number 1. Both beats hit. Kellen didn't receive the sound barrier though. Should be the focus fire right now for Space Station, but Heesang! Double pulse bomb kill. Bliss Seeker obliterated. And 96 meters is looking also juicy for Crazy Raccoon now. Heesang getting his sweet revenge. That's beautiful stuff. a team kill, and they're going to get forward spawns, Rose. I said it was a danger point in the terms of the time bank earlier on, and now even more so, 1 minute and 30 to go.
Really coming down to the wire here. Space Station have zero room for error. Not again, back in this territory. A meaning win like 2 or 3 team fights in a row.
Wait.
No way.
Jumping in the spawn, kills Bliss. They're going to extend their lead a little bit further. This deep primal rage, and he's still going too. What are you doing here, Seeker? Oh, not on my watch. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and we're going to just extend this lead. A primal rage from Kellen to try and settle some sort of score here, but he finds absolutely nothing. And oh, Bliss, hello. Nice to see you. There's a minute now, and this proactive play from Crazy Raccoon, this probably nets them the series.
Looks like it, especially because Lip is going to just sit with the spawn room doors in his sights with the overclock ready to go. And how does Space Station have to get out of spawn?
What is Blood doing in the spawn? Jumpin is literally touching the spawn doors right now. Both overclocks have been used on this straightaway, but 126 meters and counting for Crazy Raccoon. There's a couple of rushes being thrown out here, but Space Station Gaming need an absolute miracle and then more to try and find the win. Kellen super low, Seeker dead. I mean, the post bomb goes a little bit wide, but honestly, at this point, it might be all for naught. The bot in control. Sugar Free tried to steal it away there to try and turn the ire of Crazy Raccoon. But unfortunately for Space Station, Crazy Raccoon are not here to mess around.
And they might even be able to just finish the map out here. They still have the sound barrier in their pocket as these respawns for Space Station Gaming are coming through.
Sound barrier and Bliss is 20% away. Beat comes in, it hits 4, Seeker down, Primal Rage to boot. I mean, this is a full cap from Crazy Raccoon, no doubt about it. I mean, Bliss, he's got beaten too. Can he actually get it off? That's the question. He's in the spawn. Jumpin is pushing them back in with the Primal Rage, and that's going to be all she wrote. Crazy Raccoon just bowling over Space Station on, honestly, what will look a fairly competitive game from them. A very early lead garnered, but it is all Crazy Raccoon, and it always is.
Wow. What another statement being made here by Crazy Raccoon as they win this map with a full cap and just start out their run in this tournament with a 2-0.
I mean, you're not expecting anything less. It looked very competitive, though, to be fair. Space Station, they ended up getting the checkpoint early. Seeker had a marvelous performance on the Sojourn, but stronger heads prevailed there as Crazy Raccoon finish out the series with a 2-0 advance in the upper bracket. Lenny and Liv giving each other a swift little hug there as now we see Space Station drop into lowest.
I think this was still a match. Maybe we would have expected this as the outcome, but I have a lot of hopes for Space Station after
100%.
seeing just how Esperanza went for them, especially in those early couple of minutes. I think if Seeker continue to have performances like that, Sugar Free as well, and as long as the team can keep their heads held high, I don't think that this lower bracket is going to be the end for them as we take a look at the rest of this day.
Yeah, we're going to jump over to the Desto. Crazy Raccoon with a 2-0 as they advance through the upper bracket.
Hey, how's that prediction feeling, Uber?
So baby.
Why would you play the back, bro? What are you saying? It didn't make any sense.
It was bold of you. It was bold of you. You did keep it spicy. I did ask for a little bit of
Did you give them you didn't give them a map?
No, we voted 2-0 together.
Oh, we've been when we were at the same prediction, we're undefeated.
There's so much to dive into here. We only saw 2 maps, but I mean, I do think that like SSG knew they had to play a Winston mirror to try and get out of this game, and they knew that they just have to pound for pound try to find a way to match up to these guys. And it's a big ask. It's a big ask.
Not many in the world are able to do so.
I mean,
right?
Yeah, look, the ban strategy here for Crazy Raccoon with map number 1 being control is always to try and set up your wrecking ball. So they ban Winston a lot of the time. Yeah. The one sort of tank that can maybe dive a little more effectively than the ball in the right circumstances. And great, you banned out Hisak's Farah. He just plays Echo. He's the best Echo player in the damn world. Like, this team is everything.
I like the hazard look there from SSG, but it's too late. It's the composition that we see Nightmare use. Like, Lethal has a really good Sombra. But you see it here, right? Seeker is so good on the hit scan. It always feels a little bit criminal when he's not on it, and the fact that like
bro was playing Sombra map 1, man. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that like you really want to try and get an edge on a map like Ilios, which is definitely like a dive-friendly map. But when your opponent backs Winston, you're like, oh,
what are you gonna do?
So they're trying to play Diva, right? Which can't outdive the ball, and often can't peel the ball adequately as well. And you're like fully buy into like playing like a dive agnostic front line that doesn't have a hit scan that can be quite vulnerable, right? Like you even if you're Soj and you're sliding away, even if you're Ash coach gunning, you're still under a ton of pressure from this stuff. But I mean,
there's not many spots you're going to find wins.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. We got to shout out our player of the match though for Crazy Raccoon being Lip. We saw a lot of flexibility from him coming out in this match.
Yeah, like, you know what's crazy to me is that I think that this team is crazy and Lip is incredible, but he might be the weak link on this team. And that is not saying much because he's still incredible, but he had a great series, and I think like saw his Tracer play. The fact that they have a hit scan that can flex the Tracer and set up the Echo Tracer comps is a big deal.
I would tend to agree.
I mean, maybe Max, I guess, is like a pinch hitter, but yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think when you kind of go against some of these other teams, right? Like really for them, it's Falcons like needs to play that Sojourn at like an extremely high level, and he can. It's just not. It's not as like consistent as we see some of these other Sojourns. They enter the server every time; they're just dominating, right?
Yep.
So we'll see if he can continue the strong play, right? I know for the first a few minutes there, like Seeker was getting the better of him, but he started to come along later.
Yeah, you had to lean into the Sojourn gap. They were trying to create one. I do want to see SSG keep trying to lean into like the DPS skill expression. And like try and get Kellen on that Winston. They are a Winston team. I think that's definitely like the way they approach things. So we called them a game day team, Hash. I still think they are, but this is like a really, even for them.
Anything the game start tomorrow.
Okay, well, it's not the end of the line yet, right? Because let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see what's going on, because we do have 2 more matches left here for day 1. And it's crazy, Matt, that we're already going to be looking to send some teams home.
Yeah, it's fast. I mean, you fly all the way there to Hangzhou to be done.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Worst places to be done in, to be fair.
I think this next one will be interesting because these are 2 teams that obviously have a lot of knowledge about each other. You know, with Alcadia and Virtus Pro.
A really close EMEA final too.
Yes. Now it's just kind of a rematch like a month or so later, so we'll see how that goes. And for Team CC versus SSG, I think. Okay, so the interesting part here would be is that like. SSG just has a really tough loss, right? They still have to play again today, right? So you already saw CJ on the stage, like just kind of like laying back. Long delay there. Yeah. Now you get a break. Now you got to play another game. And then the other team is kind of playing, you know, at home in their comfort zone, so to speak. So you'd be like, okay, maybe, but I think the SSG will be fine. But like, if somebody told me that game ended up becoming like close and a little bit of a fiesta, I wouldn't be shocked.
I'm on the same page for sure. I think that one could be like a bit of a trap game. I think like playing against Nightmare is weird. Playing against Lethal is sometimes he's just a server admin and you just go next. So there's no guarantee that CC gets swept aside in that game.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun down in the lower bracket. But we've got the first one coming up right after this break. It's going to be EMEA running it back from the last time we saw them in grand finals. Alcadia versus Virtus Pro right after this.
Joined by Junbin from Crazy Raccoons, coming off from a great win. Quick and easy 2-0 victory for you guys. Junbin, this was your first match at Hangzhou, so I just want to get your thoughts. How was playing in front of the Chinese crowd? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 2대0으로 되게 빠르게 승리를 거두셨습니다. 어떻게 오늘 항저우에서의 첫 번째 경기였는데 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 오늘 첫 경기 때 이제 슈 선수 세팅으로 좀 시간이 걸린 거 빼고는 무난하게 잘 흘러간 것 같습니다.
Other than Shu taking a very long time to get into the game, other than that, everything was fine. Yeah, it was a bit of a pause. 좀 걸리긴 했어요, 그죠? He agrees. All right, and also let's look into the future. Your next match is going to be against Nightmare, and I think I have a really interesting question because I talked to Kuffa from Nightmare, and he told me that if there's any other team other than Falcons that could beat you guys, it has to be them, the #1 NA team. So I want to get your thoughts on that. 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 다음 경기 이제 나이트메어 경기가 있는데 나이트메어에서 커파 선수가 뭐 팔콘 말고 다른 이제 팀들 중에서 크레이지 라쿤을 이길 팀이 있다면 우리밖에 없다라고 이런 말을 되게 크게 말씀을 해주셨는데 그거에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요, 준비 선수?
이게 OWCS로 바뀌고 나서 한 번도 북미 유럽한테 져본 적이 없어서 한번 좋은 도발인 것 같습니다.
좋은 도발이요? Okay. Jimmy says that after it changed over to OWCS, we've actually never lost to any teams from NA or EU. So I think that Spice is a good take. Good take. All right. Well, that's it for the interview. Jimbin, congratulations. 자, 악수 한번 하고. All right. That's it for me, guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. What a great interview. I mean, Rose, you're talking about that stat, them not losing to any Western teams. And for Jinbin, it was like another day at the office.
It really is, though. I mean, what else could you really expect? I feel like Crazy Raccoon is one of those teams that you see the name, you see the players, and you go, yeah, okay, they win.
Yeah, we're chill. We're just going to lose this one. We'll go down a lower bracket, we'll win there.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think everybody's kind of expecting that, right? At the end of the day, like, Crazy Raccoon, they're pretty good. Same with Team Falcons. I think a lot of people, if they're doing their brackets at home, they're probably putting those two teams in the final. Maybe once again's up there as well. It's kind of an expected victory for them in the last series.
No, for sure. But with that victory, that also means that we've got, teams knocked down to the lower bracket. We're not going to get quite to the SSG matchup yet because we've got the EMEA rematch coming in. Last time Alcadia and Virtus Pro faced off, it was in the grand finals of the EMEA region where Virtus Pro remained undefeated, Rose.
Virtus Pro has been at the top of EMEA the entire stage. They went undefeated in the regular season as well, leading up to the playoffs. And I feel like it's going to be no different taking a look at this match.
It's VP. Like, they're just so good. Clean in the regular season, only dropped 3 maps or something silly. Like, they're just so stacked. It's when you come to international competition, I felt like this is where they're truly going to be tested, and they have been already, right? And the thing is with being the top of the region in your own respective one is that there's probably not an opportunity for you to really be pushed to your full limit.
Fair.
You're getting a nice little rematch now, but that lower bracket crawl is gonna be a tough one.
It definitely is. It's crazy to already be sending a team home, but let's get into the predictions right off the gate. Hear me out with this one.
Okay.
I think, we're down into the first to threes, right?
Sure.
Potentially going to 5 maps for this. And I actually put my money on this one going the distance. I'm expecting maybe a 3-2 from Alcadia. I want to see the revenge.
Wait.
This is also a team that took a map off of Falcons earlier today. I'm kind of feeling the heat.
Okay, that's a good point.
The vibe check is there. I agree. That's a pretty bold statement, honestly. 3-2? I went 3-0 Virtus Pro. I just think it's going to be a clean sweep for the team. I think Alcadia, they have a lot of strong merits, and they have been the dark horse. They were the surprise team. They did catch a couple of teams lacking, honestly, in regular season, and it really just worked out for them. They perfectly timed everything. Not like they could time that kind of stuff, but I just think Virtus Pro are nigh unstoppable when it comes to facing other EMEA teams.
They had the goods when they needed it most, but I think in this particular situation, I have to go Virtus Pro 3-1. Maybe I'm splitting the difference a little bit. I think we can give Alcadia a map, maybe even 2. I think it's also very possible that it's going to be a Virtus Pro victory 3-2, but it's still going to be Virtus Pro at the end of the day. I think it's just so hard to bet against this team, especially given the caliber of their roster, the success that they've already had in the season. And I think Alcadia, like maybe the Tread tank is gonna work out, but we haven't really seen Tread tested in the regular stage because Alcadia had been playing Ziad the entirety of the first stage of EMEA. And so now it's like, can Tread really show up on this international stage? Yes, they got a map early on, but there's a long road ahead.
Yeah, there definitely is. It is a lot of pressure too, and to also have to go back and have like this kind of revenge match for the side of Alcadia, and for VP to, I guess, continue to show that even though they fell earlier on in the upper bracket, it was a difficult opponent that they're facing up against, and this time around they're here to prove why they were this undefeated team, Jack, in the EMEA region.
Yeah, I mean, look, Virtus Pro against Alcadia here, you can even boil it down to like veteran status on stage versus more rookie talent, right? Tread, very much a rookie in his own regard, facing players like Shockwave, Vestola, they've been on the Overwatch League stage. Like, this is an opportunity for them really to stake their claim as this true dark horse team. Are they going to be able to do it? Obviously, I don't think so, because I think it's going to be a VP 3-0. But if there's any game that can just be flipped on its head completely, it's probably going to be this one, and I will look like a fool.
Hi, it would be super exciting, but we're going to toss it over to our casters to get this matchup started. We saw Jake and Johnny earlier today. Jake, who do you got your money on?
Look, I'm with you, Ash. I'm on the vibe check here.
Okay.
I got Alcadia running this one back. They showed up against Team Falcons, and honestly, where were Virtus Pro in their series against once again? They were quiet. They were not coming to play on land.
It was once again, Jake.
Okay,
come on now. Do you think that Alcadia can replicate what once again did to Virtus Pro?
Maybe. Lavda is that guy. Lavda is that guy. He was putting in work that match. He was popping on land. I'm believing in Alcadia.
We're a little bit split, as you can tell already, because I'm sticking with Virtus Pro as well. I think they're the #1 EMEA favorites, of course, and so, you know, Alcadia, they gotta show it first. They gotta prove it first.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that there's a reason they pretty much went undefeated in Europe. Alcadia made it competitive in the playoffs, but in the end, it was always Virtus Pro. Jwoo, Shockwave, this DPS lineup has been incredibly potent for the squad. Vestola has been that veteran core on the tank, so crucial for them. And of course, great stability coming out of the backline, Fixa and Gala. I mean, this is not going to be an easy team to beat, but when it comes to a LAN, I just put a lot of value on the momentum, on the vibes, what a team is feeling. And I think emotionally, Alcadia has got to be coming into this match in a much stronger place.
Yeah, and I think Alcadia as well, if you look at that EMEA Grand Finals, they actually had a lot of momentum in that Grand Final series because they had a lot of aggression going their way. They went deep in with these Maga compositions, and Virtus Pro even said in the post-match interview after that Grand Finals, we had to adapt to the aggression from Alcadia. We just didn't know how to deal with it. So they had a bit of a break mid-series, of course. They talked it through and they found a way to get past Alcadia. But Alcadia, throughout that Grand Finals, they had a lot of momentum going their way. And so they certainly showed before in that Grand Finals that they have what it takes to take down Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's something we're going to have to be watching out for in this series as it develops. How does Virtus Pro deal with the aggression, right? That was what caught them off guard against once again. And like you said, I mean, it's easy to watch once again and think that you can just replicate that, but it's a far cry from really doing it. As we're going to jump right into the action here on Lijiang Tower.
Okay. Lucio banned from Virtus Pro coming out first, and Genji banned from Alcadia.
A high rate of play here on the point. Shockwave instantly drops Haku though, and that's going to be pretty brutal. Coming back without the break, unlikely, but Alcadia continuing to fight this one out. 3-on-3, I think Vestola's presence on the point, Gala able to heal him up. Should make this a fight win for Virtus Pro, but Alcadia still have something to say about it. Still going to keep a bit of map control and keep this one at least potentially in contest as their spawners return to the fight.
Yeah, they're looking for someone in spawn right now, Alcadia. They are able to find Fixa actually, so 5 versus 4 situation here for Alcadia. Gonna approach the point now. They have a lot of damage going their way. The Symmetra Sojourn. Vistola dives in with the Nemesis form and finds a pick on the Haku, so leveling the playing field there.
Haku going down again. Really slow rally charge, but the flip is going to come through from Alcadia. Virtus.pro licking their wounds, going to come back in, fighting at full strength. TP just being baited out for now. Katsuya trying to fight this 4v5, but so far it's not enough. Fixa Shockwave getting the cleanups that they need, and now it's just scraps for Katsuya. This one is done and dusted.
Need to take a breath here, Jake. That all happened so fast. We loaded into the game. Mirror compositions. Both teams utilizing the Symmetra teleporter to contest for the point, but checkmate. Going to swap over to the Pharah here now. Alcadia throughout the rest of this round, probably going more poke heavy, looking to capitalize on those Pharah rockets.
Yeah, and that support ult advantage here for Virtus.pro sets them up well for this fight as well. The annihilation from Vistola, something you really got to be worried about for Katsuya as they try to bridge the gap on these crucial ultimates, but every second that passes is a second that Virtus.pro are going to be happy about, just racking up capture time.
Yeah, Orbital Ray coming online for Gala here in a second. Some poke from Vistola. Shockwave going down, actually. That's real bad news for Virtus.pro.
That's the hero the team needs, but Vistola is going to rip the annihilation. Katsuya no ults to counter. They have to fall back. They have to try and stay alive. Vistola may have overextended himself a little bit, though, taking a ton of pressure. May need the support, but Fixa finds Lambda on the off angle, and Vistola has been able to stay alive even without the deployment of a support ultimate. So VP, despite this one being a contest, now the Ray comes in over the top. Landon, thinking about whether he wants to counter commit, is going to rip it, though. So commitment from Katsuya. They're not giving this one up yet. Tread pops the annihilation, now pumping in that big AoE damage on the point, but the rally from Fixa as well as the shield ball from Jwoo keeping things stable for Virtus.pro. Hellfire's looking pretty decent. Shockwave very close to that overclock, but Lambda strikes first, cuts down his opponent. Tread's finds Jwoo in the chaos, and this is going to be Katsuya flipping the point.
A lot of ultimates invested there from both sides, but so much percentage built for Virtus.pro. They're juggling the point efficiently, and they still have Shockwave with an overclock here, so Jwoo swapping over to the far as well, so matching Alcadia's composition here. A lot of percentage on Virtus.pro here now, and with a nice overclock from Shockwave, they could go ahead and wrap up this round.
That could be what they need. Retake ultimate, it is powerful, but of course Lambda always a threat even without the OC. Checkmate very close to the barrage as well. Jwoo takes a big shot, forces him out, and some aggression from Katsuya despite being on the defense here is something that has become a signature for this squad, that they're always willing to find an opportunity and take a push in. OC comes out, mostly shield block, slide back, very passive so far from Shockwave as he looks to find a connection, not really getting any targets on his screen and constantly worried about that checkmate barrage as he should be. Players low on Virtus.pro pushing in. Tread does go down, but Katsuya thinking about striking back. They do have a potential opportunity for a retake here, so not necessarily the end of the world if they lose the fight. Here's Barrage over the top. He doesn't have the perk yet, though. He gets instantly chopped down. And that's going to be a quick flip for VP. These late deaths for Virtus.pro are going to be costly. They got to get off the map ASAP, take that reset instantly. Looks like Landon? Is he going to live? Oh, no, he's going to die late. That's so brutal.
That's really bad.
And that could just be the round right there, Johnny.
No speed ring available here, so can anyone get the touch here? Someone should be able to get the touch here, I feel like. Tread is going for it on the Diva. Boop, still, yeah, nice block. Oh. This is going to be so hard anyway, Jake. This is all but done.
Coming into the annihilation, the orbital ray. This is impossible for Katsuya. Coming back into the round. Nice retake from Virtus.pro, some good stabilizations, and it's going to secure them this opening round on control. This is a back and forth affair. Really, teams going blow for blow here. Lambda impressed us as he did in that previous match. But across the board, Virtus.pro, some of those early picks from Shockwave, Haku going down twice in the first two fights. A painful start for Katsuya.
Painful start indeed, and you really need Lambda to fire on all those cylinders. You showed in that series against Falcons what he can do, just take over the game, and obviously maybe a bit harder in these kind of compositions, but still, Lambda's been on fire so far this tournament. Needs to turn it up big time against Shockwave, Jwoo. They've been dominating so far in EMEA. Can Alcadia match that level of competition?
Might be seeing the venture come out from Jwoo here. Interesting choice.
Stage,
yeah, it is powerful here, but does kind of put a lot of pressure on the opening initiation. I think it's a little bit difficult to get deeper into the round, but Virtus.pro going to go all in on the close range. Katsuya, so they can live a few seconds. Yeah, diving in right on a checkmate. They have to kill this Sim. They have to get rid of her, and they're able to target her down first. Perfect there from Jwoo, and Virtus.pro have done enough. They can kind of chill out, play the poke game with that player advantage. Jwoo, though, uninterested in falling back, going to get in. Big burrow here onto the backline, zoning the rest of them out. Tread goes down, unable to get the support.
And this is the playstyles we have been seeing in the EMEA. Just unrelenting aggression from both teams. I suspect Virtus Pro, they're gonna keep doing just this with the Venture. Dive in, checkmate on the Pharah, on this off angle, so landing some nice rockets, but Virtus Pro going to be very aware of this Pharah's positioning and try to rotate accordingly.
Yeah, JWU forcing the defensive cooldowns. That's going to get Katsia up to the point. Checkmate has a nice position here on the outside of the point. They need to force out some aggression from Virtus Pro, survive, and then counter-initiate. Haku takes pressure. Labda as well, feeling the threat. And VP, they strike. Fixa finds Haku with that boop into the wall from the break perk. Now JWU fighting on the point. Fixa finds another into Tread. And so far, this unrelenting aggression from Virtus Pro, we talked about Katsia being that team, the team that constantly takes it to their opponents, catches them off guards, but the script has been flipped here, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, the Ramadro matchup kind of like slows the game down because you have that Ravenous Vortex, of course, to slow everything down. A lot of mitigation to be done with the block as well, and it kind of favors Virtus Pro so far. Very comfortable in this kind of pace. Wide swing from Checkmate, again, trying to get that poke, but Vastola has this Annihilation. Looking ready to unleash it at any moment.
Yeah, the formation totally split here from Katsia on the walk-up. But Vastola is going to rip the Annihilation. Landon, orbital ray to counter. Vastola's surrounded, getting damage from all sides here. Needs to stay alive, needs to get tanked up. Fixa pumps the rally, it's not quite enough. He is able to shut down Haku, but Checkmate has those perks now. Drops the ultimate. It's not enough, though. Cut to pieces by Shockwave's overclock.
Just a couple of stragglers here. Tread jumps off the map to reset here as well. 75% to 0, Jake. Only really have an Annihilation going for you. For Alcadia, they'll build that overclock, get close to a rally as well, but Virtus Pro, I mean, fighting in this orbital ray is going to be so powerful. Everyone getting involved here with this brawl. This is a tough fight here for Alcadia, despite arguably having an ultimate advantage.
It's been a rough round for Haku, just hasn't really been able to stabilize, not even quite that close to rally. JWU already takes down Checkmate, and this could be the round over before it's even begun here. The touch for Alcadia, but Virtus Pro happy to fight off point, happy to get the cleanup, and Tread 1v5, unlikely, even with that Annihilation. It does stall things out, but of course, just impossible under the massive might of Virtus Pro. Great play from them to close out the round, fighting off the point. Just textbook play from VP going up 1-0 in the series.
Wow. What a dominant performance by Virtus Pro there. They felt incredibly comfortable, and considering, of course, that we saw a lot of Mauga being played in the EMEA during the EMEA playoffs, now just Virtus Pro coming out playing the Ramadro composition, obviously something they've practiced heavily going into this tournament. They knew exactly what they wanted to accomplish, and they got it done.
Yeah, I feel this is a little worrisome for Katsia. I mean, like, to be playing the mirror matches against Virtus Pro, we know how good VP are in that style, in their comfort zone. JWU, I think, played a particularly impressive game there. You know, bringing out a lot of these flex picks, changing it up throughout the rounds, and the Venture was executed immaculately. Like, they were constantly putting Katsia on the back foot. Katsia could never really get into the game, and a little worried about Haku. Got heavily punished on the break in that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really impressed seeing some flexibility from JWU because, of course, you know, in stage one, pretty much exclusively, we saw the Genji. And of course, sometimes he'll get target banned. See JWU swap over to the Tracer at times. But I feel like more recently, we have seen more heroes come out of JWU. We've seen the Mei, for example, on Circuit Real, but here also the Pharah being played, the Venture, and this is a really promising young player, Jake. Just 18 years old and showing us everything he's got here. This could be a future flex god we have in our hands.
Yeah, just an exciting player to watch. I'm not gonna lie, Johnny, there's a little bit of a brig gapping going on in this map. Fixa just put on a clinic, super aggressive, leading the team into battle. And more often than not, it's Haku who's going down first on the break. I mean, that's just a painful spot to be being caught off by that aggression. And it feels as a team, once you lose one of those supports in the Brig Juno comp, things fall apart. You rely on those supports being so durable and pumping out so much heals, especially into one another.
Yeah, I think Fixa has been incredible on that Brigitte, and we saw in Virtus Pro matchup against once again as well that Mew got really involved in the front lines. This has been something we've seen reoccurringly so far in this meta, this patch. I think that Fixa in the Soup Cup, the Korean tournament that happened this previous weekend, even though Virtus Pro, they lost that grand final, Fixa still had some really good moments on that Brigitte. They got involved, played alongside Vastola. So Virtus Pro here, they're really showing that they got great synergy between their tank and the main support player.
Yeah, I really think that the Brig is a huge impact character. I wonder if, you know, Katsia even want to think about banning it just to limit some of the impact Fixa.
They love playing Lucio Kiri, so that's up their alley.
I think it probably would be a more comfortable look for them. But by the same token, I think VP can have something they can really rely on. I mean, especially the way, once again, like that was exactly what happened to them in the Once Again series, that Mew was kind of running them down on the Brig. I thought Mew kind of got robbed for MVP in that series. I was like, okay, this Brig is actually carrying kind of ridiculous performance from him. And then Fix is like, all right, you know what? I can do that too. Let's turn up the aggression. Like, I felt like maybe I was worried about them with how that series went, but I feel like they took a page out of Once Again's book, and we're starting to really put the pressure on their opponents here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Virtus Pro when they're comfortable as well. They like to be aggressive like that and take initiation. They are so fantastic when it comes to these brawl kind of compositions, because obviously that is what Vestola has done on the international stage so many times for Team Finland, of course with ENS last year, and now here with the Virtus Pro as well. And if you play around Vestola, if you enable Vestola, that's really how you can get an upper hand for this team, of course. So going up against Alcadia here, heading to our second map. And if I had to guess, I would expect a Suravasa pick to come through here. It's been a go-to map for Alcadia so many times before. We'll see how Virtus Pro responds were that to be the choice.
Yeah, you did beat Falcons on Suravasa, and so I think there's
Falcons on
there's something to be
Suravasa.
said for like run it back, but I also think VP is like almost the most of all the teams in the tournament, the furthest from the Falcons in terms of what they want to play.
Yeah.
I mean, Falcons is like trying to force Winston on Suravasa. I think that's kind of part of what Alcadia played to their advantage, playing those Torb comps, making it really awkward for the dives and able to sustain through them in some cases, even through things like EMPs. But I just have a hard time imagining that VP are going to play Winston if we go here. And we are going to go to the Suravasa.
And the Brig ban.
Wow, a Diva ban from VP is like wild, actually.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising there.
I like the Brig ban though. I think you actually needed to brand Brig.
Yeah.
Like Fixa was, he was slapping you silly in that game. Like, let's be real. We all saw it. Haku's like, get me off Brig, bro. Just let me play the Lucio, man. I need to change of pace here.
Yeah, and again, this team, Alcadia, they have played a lot of Lucio Kiri throughout Stage 1. Not only recently in the playoffs, but they showed throughout their regular season games that they like playing Lucio Kiri. It's a style that favors them, so they're happy to move away from Juno Brig anytime they can. But yeah, that Diva ban, what do you think, Jake? What do they got in mind with that one?
I think we're probably either going to Ramatra or maybe a Amaga style. Up to these teams, I guess, what they think is the best. Vestola's looking happy, though. I think it looks like he's going something that he likes, in terms of vibes. Maybe a Ram comp could be strong on these maps. I mean, I think there's always that possibility. I wonder, though, who's got the edge in the Sojourn duels. I mean, Labda, as good as Labda is, as consistent as he's been, in the end, he's going up against Shockwave. Like, you're not going to do that much more than Shockwave is. Even if you have a great day, going toe-to-toe is already impressive. Shockwave, insanely consistent on the Sojourn. A big reason why VP was undefeated in the EMEA.
Yeah, Shockwave is a veteran at this point. Starting out, of course, with Vancouver Talents in the Overwatch League, and later on Philadelphia Fusion as well. Been around the scene for so long now, and shown proficiency on so many hit scan heroes. I feel like Shockwave is one of those hit scan players too that just like makes big highlight packages, just like so many highlight reels, get 2Ks, 3Ks, has these individual moments where he just pops off. So it's certainly a player you have to watch out for. You can't let Shockwave come online. So far though, still think Labda needs to show us something here on Suravasa to get something going for Alcadia. He was so big in that Falcon series, but it's a new one. It's an elimination match series. It's now or go home.
Hear me out. Checkmate Torb. Run it back. I don't care what the other team plays.
Yeah, I mean, look, they love playing that.
Nice on the Torb. He is nice on the Torb. I think the team understands the matchup well. We looked at, I mean, the Torb was one of the most banned, I think the most banned DPS, right, in the EMEA. Torb is on the come up these days. I swear, Torb, we talked about this, actually, we were talking about in the pre-show, right, the perks like Ana and Brig, super powerful. I think Torb actually, Loki has some of the best perks in the game. Like, turret on the ceiling goes crazy against dive.
Is that where you land, by the way, for the major perk? Sticky turret versus the overload turret?
I believe it, like, in the professional games, I think we see more people putting the Torb on the ceiling. It's just like putting it in these crazy angles that like defends your team that Tracer can just never clear in her life.
It's so annoying to look at.
It is really powerful. Whereas the overload, sometimes it's a little awkward. Like, you're on retake. Do you really want to build your turret before you overload? Like, you're hamstringing yourself a little bit in the flexibility.
Yeah.
Where, I think at this level of play, you kind of need to be able to use your cooldowns independently and, not blow everything all at once. I feel like you could kite away from that power turret a little bit more easily.
Yeah, I agree with you. That being said, ranked games though.
Ranked games, no. The OP turret, bro. The OP turret goes oh my, look at this VP comp. This is dirty. If they actually run something
beautiful.
like this.
So I was asking in the pre-show as well, are we going to see the signature hero, Gala? I know we're
This is why Vestola's smiling.
Yeah.
He's like,
I'd love to see the Alari for a little bit, yeah. We'll see though.
2, 1.
I mean, VP have gone like full on greed, and Katsuya have double speed Maga Genji. Like, there's a storm coming. The question is, are Virtus Pro ready to endure it?
Alcadia, they love going in as well.
Yeah.
You know they are coming for that greedy backline. They are not going to let the Alari or Bab sit back there.
Yeah, I mean, the key is for Katsia is not pulling the trigger too early. They can't get native, but here they come. Tread charging right past the tank into the back line. Does get stunned up, but has the tankiness for the moment to endure through. Labda finds Gala. That's a crucial pickoff early on in the fight. And now Katsia able to fall off, go back to the point, but it's a fake. Now they're re-engaging. Jwoo trades under checkmate. Shockwave low, but stabilizing for the moment. And the DPS to combine on Virtus Pro to clutch this fight out.
Dude, they're pushing spawn doors. I mean, haven't even capped the point. They were definitely committing hard there, but yeah, that pick from Labda kind of like bailed out Tread almost because he went so aggressive on that Maga. Still end up losing that fight there, and Tread heads over to the Ramatra here actually. So you still have double speed composition here. You should be able to threaten that backline. It's Baptiste and the Alari. Still that Nemesis form. Quite good against Sigma here, of course, but it's going to be a bit tricky here for Alcadia to maneuver all this poke damage coming in from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the thing is, even if you know, your initial rush does find a kill, there are so many threats across the board on VP. Alcadia are walking up onto the point though. Pistola tanking for the moment because they haven't really pulled the trigger yet with their dives, but Labda is kind of on his own, suppressing that backline a little bit, forcing some skills out, and they're starting to cap the point.
They might cap here, yeah.
And though, right in front of Tread. Yeah, no way you're tanking through that. Fixa is going to be able to do just way too much with the Amp Matrix. Katsia have to fall back once more, take the reset. It's going to be one last shot at this first point. I will say, this opening mid-fight is really where Sigma's at its best. I think the other 4 surrounding points are a little bit more difficult, but Tread's going over to the mirror.
Yeah, 91%. And they're not going to touch this one. Yeah, they're not even close. Yeah, I mean, Alcadia here against Virtus Pro, they're on a bit of a time limit, right? Like, you have to engage and get a pick, and then you have to follow up on that pick, like you said, because otherwise you just get picked to shreds. And especially, you know, swapping over to the Sigma here as well, now you're getting involved in kind of like a poke duel of some sort, still playing the Juno Lucio here. Captive Sun coming online here for Gala. Yeah, they make something happen with it.
They're coming up on all these ultimates. Katsia really need to farm up a little bit more. Labda with the overclock could be a pretty big difference maker, but he's got to get past the stall. And look at the damage already pouring in on VP. Gala gonna rip the ultimate, looking for that connection. Labda ready to fire right back onto that. Oh, one shot there. Extremely close for the follow-up on Gala. Labda can't get the cleanup though. Jwoo trades 1-for-1 with the barrage. Could be enough. Landon just trying to heal everybody up through all this chaotic damage being poured in. Virtus Pro, Pistola with the blocks for 2 and a third. It's over. VP getting that opening cap, and Labda no choice but to take a long walk off the short pier.
Bestowed out in full force here. I mean, he's so comfortable on these slower heroes, right? Because you stall out this fight. Alcadia, they invested a few ultimates in that. They thought that might be their fight to win, but Bestola gets a 2k there with the Flux. Delayed third pick as well, and they're getting a lot of ultimate value right now. Virtus Pro looking mighty comfortable. Alcadia here though, they have a Sunbird and a Blade, so could just go all out if they wish.
If you can't win with Beat Blade, this match is over, man. This is Katsia at their strongest. This is the peak of their comp. Tread coming in, trading with Pistola. Bob comes in, over the top, right on Shockwave, forcing the beat as well to just secure the Blade. I think they needed this. Checkmate was at risk of dying here. Virtus Pro still have 4 players alive. Bob holding the point for the moment. This has not been an easy fight, and Gala finds Haku in the chaos. Pistola now being surrounded. This tank absolutely must go down.
No way.
Without the shutdown, it's not going their way. They get it done, but it's too expensive. VP, the fact that they're able to win this fight is a death now for Alcadia.
This point's done, bro. There's 2 people here, Tread, with Haku, I believe. And I mean, they're gonna contest the point for a bit. Spawners are coming back. That's a nice window. So much poke damage.
Man, Fixa has been playing so well. I think he's deathless in this map. I just haven't seen him go down. He's always juking the aggression. The Baptiste has been played to perfection, and Alcadia has really backed off. I mean, they came into this map with all-out aggression, extreme, you know, dive in, and after one really solid attempt, they immediately swapped the comp. Now they're going to go back to something a little bit more middle of the road, a lot of opportunity for aggression, but it's also going to cost them a bit in the perks. Virtus Pro sticking with their guns, and it's been working.
Let's see how they approach this point here. Might rotate through the high ground a little bit like we see them do here. Take the off angle. They want to get involved close range, of course, but Virtus Pro, they're ready. It's going to get a bit of a point touch going here. Alcadia has decent off angles though, but Jwoo, crucial pick onto Labda there. And that just halts Alcadia. They have to back off here.
Yeah, following up the damage, but you can't even retreat. Treads in too far. No hope to back out. A cap goes in for VP, and I can't help but feel that Alcadia are losing to their demons here. I mean, they've lost to Virtus Pro before. VP, despite a tough loss to open the tournament, now they're coming in, they're fighting with full strength, and playing against an opponent, frankly, they know they can beat.
This is a different team, man. Virtus Pro, they looked outclassed against once again. We were questioning, like, what is this form we're seeing from Virtus Pro? No, don't like them at all. Now, this is them on top. They're looking dominant.
Labda,
as I say that, Jaewoong goes down.
If Bro can't do it, nobody can. Labda, this is his moment. Needs to find more. Gala is going to rip that Captive Sun. No connection there, but the flight is going to get him out of trouble, able to get back to their safe side. Vistola taking the point miraculously well, getting pumped full of heals by Fixa. The flank from Jaewoong as well, stabilizing. And Alcadia, with the pressure, are able to secure the flip. Virtus Pro weren't able to hold on to that.
Big ultimates coming online, though. We got a Bob here. Crucial contest the point, of course.
Oh, it's not going to be on point. Bob, mostly defensive, but the flux from Vistola cleans up Tread. The fight on the outside of the map goes Labda's way, but even he is pushed away by Vistola. Alcadia holding onto the point, but they must win
investment.
this. I like this. He's got to win now. It's do or die here. Alcadia on the ropes, being swarmed from all sides. Jaewoong, Vistola combine and shut down Labda.
You pretty much had to win this fight. Those were two huge ultimates in the overclock and the Kitsune rush, and now staggers here. Landon dies fairly late. This flashpoint point is going to take really fast, and Virtus Pro, they're going to push up with another window, Jake. Alcadia's going to have a hard time touching this point.
They could window the spawn here if they want to. Alcadia are forced into a touch. I mean, they do have checkmate on the Venture, who could stall for quite a while, but a great position here. Shockwave benefiting from that double damage, just pouring it on, and they can't even touch. Alcadia, where are you?
What is going on? This series is flying through. This is
over,
a
man.
Speedy
this
run.
is over. It's not over, if anyone is confused in the chat. But come on, I mean, you want
first to three, first matchup.
Yeah, right. But this is a first to three. You know, we still one more map needed for VP, but man, talk about spirit breaking for Alcadia. They came into the tournament. They looked pretty competitive against Falcons. They won a map. And VP looks so beatable. Once again, proved, these guys aren't so tough. You know, you can take them down. But it feels like this is a team that has kind of regressed, and VP have found their footing playing against an opponent they know and understand so much better than the wild card that is once again.
Yeah, I mean, Alcadia, they were so comfortable playing aggressive with that Mauga composition, right? But Mauga saw a couple of nerfs in the most recent balance patch, and maybe that's thrown Alcadia off their game a little bit. Virtus Pro, we know that they love to slow things down, because as you saw right there, I mean, they're playing Ilari, they're playing Baptiste, Sigma. They're just slowing the pace down so much that if they can drag these fights out, they're going to get the picks required to win those fights. And Alcadia not feeling comfortable enough to really get in there. They swapped off Mauga after the very first fight, right?
That's like a crisis of confidence to me. I think that Mauga comp is actually the correct strat. Maybe you drop Genji to Tracer. I think Genji's actually probably fine there. And just keep the aggression pumping. Like when you get the ultimates, you start cycling. There's like a couple swaps you can make, but I felt as soon as they started to slow the game down, they're playing right into Virtus Pro's hands. Like, you don't want to try to play a slow poke trade against VP. You just don't want that. It's not a winning play for you. And I felt Alcadia strayed away from their identity, you know, but in the end, it's their call. In theory, right, the Ramatra with the Lucio carry, it should also be aggressive. It should also be able to take it to VP. But I felt VP, I mean, Vistola, you saw him like smiling, confident before the game. Maybe the hero bands put them in a spot where they're like, oh, you've fallen right into our trap, you know, like with taking D.Va off the field, and we're just going to crush you on Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of resources there from Virtus Pro to make it so difficult for Alcadia to approach. And at this point, you pointed out Fixa during that map, and it's a player I just want to give a ton of props to, because
Did
Fixa...
he actually go deathless that map? I don't think I saw him die. Maybe I'm crazy, but... I mean, regardless, it's a ridiculous stat line, whatever it was. Like, he is constantly alive. He was never caught out by the rushes. Like, sometimes he would lose a teammate or two, but he would just clutch these fights out time and time again with the Amp Matrix. Fixa's goated this match.
Yeah, and on the Baptiste as well. Look, we've been seeing Fixa in the scene for a few years now, dating back to Soul Infernal, etc. in the Overwatch League, and really making a name for himself in this Virtus Pro lineup, not only for the Lucio play, but this tournament, it's actually been the Brigitte. It's been the Baptiste in stage 1, right? So really impressive hero pool coming out from Fixa and making big plays for his team here.
It's a scary spot to be for Alcadia, because now VP has beaten you from both sides. They beat you playing fast on map 1, and now they beat you playing slow on map 2. It's like, well, we can't, it's not going to be a simple answer here. We're way past that. For Alcadia, it's really about holding on to confidence and continuing to find their footing in the series, their style. But somebody like Lab, I mean, think about the performance he's had across the season. I mean, even today, coming up so huge against Team Falcons, kind of like being like really a huge, I would say a major reason why they were able to get a map win was his performance on the Sojourn. And now he's facing elimination from the tournament so quickly after that. That's a whiplash turnaround. It's very hard to reverse sweep from this spot.
Yeah, Alcadia, they gotta be shell-shocked at this point. The fact they've gone down 2-0 so quickly, especially when they had so much momentum against Falcons, right? We're still waiting for map 3 to get going here between Alcadia and the Virtus Pro. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with the third map of the series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Champions Series. We're here in Hangzhou, China for the Champions Clash. The best teams in the world right here, the two best teams in EMEA. One of them has to go home, and right now, it's kind of looking like Alcadia is going to be going to the airport soon.
It's our first eliminations match of the tournament, Jake. Alcadia, what went wrong? They took a map of Falcons a few hours ago, and now they find themselves in a 2-0 hole against Virtus Pro. What can they do to reverse sweep here?
Kiri opening ban is interesting.
That is interesting,
I mean, I think that's, yeah, I would think that's more of a hero that Alcadia want to use. Typically, I would say a Kiri ban puts you in, like, you're protecting an Ana, like you want to play an Ana style.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking, but...
I mean, that might mean they want to play like an Ana Brig Winston and try to change pace in the series and show a new look, which I actually don't hate, given that you've just been obliterated. You've got to do something different and change it up. But the Tracer responsive ban from VP makes it quite a bit more awkward. Without the Tracer, you know, it takes a lot of the teeth out of those aggressive Ana dive styles.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a confusing ban from Alcadia here because, you know, are you really gonna go down playing Brig Ana Alcadia, this team, which we've seen play so aggressively all in. You know, like Lucio Juno would be a kind of composition I could see this team go down with, but Landon, of course, can mantle the Ana if required. I'm just not sure. What composition would you feel comfortable like going down with? Because you know this is potentially your last map in the tournament, and you don't want to leave this series thinking you left one stone unturned, perhaps, especially with how you've been looking these first couple of maps, Jake.
Yeah, but you can't think that way, Johnny. You got to be planning on the reverse sweep, right? Like, that's how you got to be thinking right here as a player. You got to be thinking, how do we come back and win the series? It's not like, how do we make, like, everyone will understand when we lose playing Rush. It's like, no, screw that, man. Like, we are coming back. We're going to make this happen. We have to find the way to win. And honestly, I think like an Ana Winston style is probably their best bet when it comes to really flipping the pace, trying to take it to Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make that argument, then yeah, Winston generally matches up pretty well against Virtus Pro, and that would give you an easier time to maybe close the distance on some of these slower compositions we're seeing from Virtus Pro. I wanted to keep in mind as well here on Esperanza, we have seen Virtus Pros play similar double flex support kind of compositions, and you know, play the BAP, for example. Like Fixa has played BAP here on Esperanza before, so it is something Virtus Pro can do, and Alcadia, of course, very much aware of that. Maybe they'll go to the Winston. I'm seeing the Lucio Juno actually in the select screen here. Before we're heading in game.
It's bait, Johnny. It's bait. We're like
looking at their screens. Just because I said it a minute ago?
All right, it's bait even when they're in the spawn. We're like looking at their screens like, we have no idea.
I need anything, Jake. Any detail.
I hope they play Ana Winston dive it. That's what I would do if I were them here. You've got to just like take the once again blueprint and believe. And also, I mean, in fairness, the Tracer ban could kind of hurt VP because I think Checkmate's pretty happy to make this kind of a Genji game.
Yeah, absolutely. Checkmate, capable of playing a lot of different heroes. We'll have to see what's in store. But yeah, it's probably going to be the Genji. You don't expect it like
I saw
Pharah.
Fixa on Lucio, but it's debate. I refuse to believe it. No, it could very well be the Lucio here. Oh, Juno Break is also available. Juno Break probably gonna be too powerful of a support line to ignore here.
Yeah, the problem I'm sensing here though, and we're seeing as these teams go out of spawn, is that Virtus Pro, incredibly confident playing the Brig Juno. I don't think Alcadia want to mirror that backline, knowing how comfortable Virtus Pro are in that. So Alcadia instead, they're going to play the Lucio Juno with the Diva, Torb, and Soj. This is eerily similar to what we saw them play against Falcons when they had so much success.
Yeah, Ziad's going to come in on the Diva, maybe be the change of pace that they need. Checkmate on the Torb could put out a lot of spam damage, but I feel Fixa can have so much impact in this matchup, can make Ziad's life hell when it tries to dive in. Here he goes, connected to the backline. Hold on, Haku on top of Gala. Fixa low as well. That's the type of dive, the pace that we've been talking about here. Forcasia, Checkmate goes down, is traded back. Landon goes down as well, so Shockwave firing, but Lambda takes the turn, punishes him right back. Virtus Pro trying to clutch out with just a few players left in the fight. Seems like this is going the way of Alcadia.
Yeah, 2v3 with a Lucio advantage for Alcadia. Lambda gets caught a little bit, but slides away. It's a bit of an even fight here in the end. Not going to get a lot of push from this. You don't want to die late though. So, Pistola goes down late. Virtus Pro gonna have to regroup now, and Alcadia will secure the high ground.
I mean, Juno going down first is the worst case scenario when you play Juno Break. That really shouldn't happen in this comp. But now Lambda has a bit of space to work with. We've seen what he can do on this Sojourn. Ziad, instant follow-up there, and this guy's just come off the bench. He's hot though.
Lambda needs to come online on this map for Alcadia. They need any momentum they can get. And Ziad, with the aggression, you know, you're just seeing him scouting these close corners, going in with the missiles, trying to get some poke done.
All right, Ziad just called, put me in, coach. I'll make plays, and he's doing it. He's delivering. Genji dashing in, holding the point for now. Ziad trying to fight it out. Checkmate on the Torb now, under a bit of pressure, but Lambda with a bit of a free fire zone now. Gonna come up to the flank on the high ground. Instant burst, and there's the Juno down. That's some of the core healing for Virtus Pro. Fixa assaulted now. They know there's no second healer. Ziad has the self-destruct if he even needs it, and maybe won't. Would love to stabilize that for the next fight. And yeah, Pistola, I don't think he's going to be able to get the trade. Alcadia dancing immaculately well. Many players dropping low, but they're really trading the pressure perfectly.
That's going to be checkpoint for Alcadia. And they haven't even used an ultimate yet. They're coming online, the orbital ray. We'll have to see what Virtus Pro can pull out.
I mean, Gala's been slaughtered in this map. 60% to Orbital Ray. Where's your ult, bro? Landon has
Not
no
had a good
line.
time.
Big backblink here from Lambda. The pace has been completely switched up here. Virtus Pro struggling to find their footing. The rally from Fixa, though, gonna stabilize things for the moment. Shockwave just chopped in half there. The beat from Haku as well. Now full aggression comes in. Jayru rips the blade. Mostly defensive, but turning this fight back onto Alcadia. It costs everything from Virtus Pro, but they get the job done.
Still, though, 81.5 meters for Alcadia. Just 3 minutes into this push map. Just when they needed some momentum, they got it. Alcadia still very much alive in this series.
Yeah, Ziad has come in and breathed fresh life into this team. Checkmate on the Torb. Has that ultimate. A little awkward when your only ult is the Torb lava. Sort of hard to make it work here. And Gala with the Orbital Ray, a much more powerful, much more potent situation to be in. Katsia on the retake here. Yeah, they're getting out on the map this way, but the cart is rolling, and I think VP are kind of happy to play the slow game.
You'll see the contest. Good spot for a molten core here.
Zoning players away. Now, Orbital Ray comes over the top. Virtus Pro looking to get aggressive. Checkmate. Cut down. Jaywu has the dash reset, looking for more, but the cart is continuing to roll. I mean, Alcadia, damned if you do, damned if you don't. The objective's going against you. Are you really going to wait for Checkmate? They say no. They come in fighting the point, but this is a 4v5. Fixa on the brick, so stable, and Shockwave starting to stand and deliver. Alcadia, they don't have the HP to contest this Sojourn. And Virtus Pro coming up on that forward spawn checkpoint.
They need to stabilize here, Alcadia. They need to heal up and look for a pick here. They have the positional high ground here. They just need to capitalize with it.
Ziad comes down to hold the point, getting pressure, getting popped right out of that neck. Quick dash reset potentially available here for Jaywu. Gala gets that follow-up finish. Fixa went down in the chaos, so support advantage to Katsia, but they don't have the tank to stabilize. Checkmate finds one, Lambda finds another. Somehow Katsia are battling this one back. It's the Torb. He will not be stopped. Checkmate making this one possible. And a one where he's got no HP. The Pistola! That is one of the closest fights I've ever seen. Johnny Pistola wins with 50 HP. 50 HP. There's not a single player left alive. No, there is. Haku's back up the spawn.
You're 20 health. Oh, they finally get Pistola, but wow, that looked scary for a second there. Whew. So they didn't get the checkpoint, though. That's crucial for Alcadia.
It's a knockdown drag out, but exactly the stabilization from Alcadia. They did what they needed to do. They bridged the gap to some of these key ultimates. VP trying to stabilize a little bit here. Jaywu getting a little bit of a cheeky stall there on the Genji, buying a bit more time for his teammates to come back in. Landon very close to that Orbital Ray. Something you've got to worry about for Virtus Pro, but they're building up to a massive bank of ultimates of their own. The game really rests on the edge of a knife here. Alcadia don't want to risk getting too aggressive. There's so much defensive potential here for the Virtus Pro comp.
I was going to say, don't need to force anything, but Alcadia, I don't care. Orbital Ray committed. They're pushing through the choke.
Two ults force, trades coming in. Virtus Pro getting the better of this engagement. Shockwave doesn't even need to necessarily pop that ultimate. Annihilation and Rally seems to have been enough. Katsia still fighting with 4 players, but they're solo. Haku is going to rip the beat. Overclock from Lambda. Shockwave responds in kind. Now dueling on these soldiers, but Lambda has found the first pick. The connection as well onto Shockwave. Can they find the finisher? Not quite yet. Haku goes down. And once again, these teams are just trading. It's a bloodbath.
Shockwave is finding the picks, but Lambda didn't. And it's going to be Alcadia slowly but surely losing this fight. Virtus Pro are going to get their positioning back here after Checkmate goes down.
Checkmate always gets his one on Torb. He always gets his one. And now Pistola is going to go over to the Diva, trying to match some of the pace. That forces Haku over to the Brig. And the advantage isn't that big for Alcadia here. Virtus Pro, a couple fight wins, and they are right back in this map.
Yeah, and they have the ultimates too. The Orbital Ray, no support ultimates available for Alcadia. Jaywu as well with the Blade. Virtus Pro, they could very much take the lead these next couple of fights.
Virtus Pro, the rookie with the Blade, stands ready to potentially seize the advantage for his squad. Big rail connection from Lambda onto Fixa. He's going to cow the aggression for a moment. But the cap comes in. I mean, Virtus Pro just not feeling like they can touch here. Checkmate is going to rip the ultimate. Orbital Ray in response from Gala. Kind of an awkward Ray, maybe. See if there's a potential for aggression. The card's going to continue to roll. I think Katsia are sort of happy to kite this one out. Just the Checkmate turret going down. Jaywu not seeing any openings to rip the Blade, but Blade Rally as well coming up into the fight. Ziad doesn't want to wait. He's going to dive in straight to the back line, but here's Jaywu chopping it up with Fixa, cutting them to pieces in the back line. Pistola finds Checkmate in the chaos. Ziad popped out of the mag, and Virtus Pro seizing the advantage here on Esperanza, seizing potentially the series.
Alcadia just collapsing here in the second half of this push map. No ultimates coming online in Virtus Pro. They're going to take the lead with less than 3 minutes remaining.
We're on to the mirror. Alcadia, they need a hero, and his name is Labda, coming up on the overclock. That's really all the tools they have to work with in this fight. Landing close to that Ray, but it feels like this is a fight you need Labda to win. You can't be over-ulting in a situation where you've already lost the advantage. Here's Labda, overclock ripped, looking for connections, pressures on Vistola, very low HP. The turnaround shuts down Jaewoo on the flank. Now, Virtus.pro just full kiting out. Gotta take the forward respawns, try to reset. In the end, it costs an overclock. Virtus.pro, they know they have the tactical advantage here. They don't have to win in this fight.
Still though, only the overclock investment. That's big news for Alcadia now. They keep that orbital ray, and that means they have a good chance of winning this next fight, which is going to allow them to contest Virtus.pro area. Let's see though, this is a great orbital ray location.
Shockwave looking to play spoiler, under a lot of pressure though. Overclock giving you a lot of that offensive potential supports, providing the defense. Stabilization is bound, and the Haku gets headshot, couldn't get the rally online in this fight. Virtus.pro not over yet, just yet though. Casilla have traded it back, but with no support, surely Vistola has too much HP to make this happen. Labda though, somehow finding a miracle kill. The trades coming in, Jaewoo low, the deflect stabilizing for just a moment, and a high HP Vistola coming in, holding down the objective. And this fight has become so incredibly scrappy. Hold on, Vistola, maybe going a little too deep. Ziad found 2. What is going on? This should have been Virtus.pro every single time. Vistola feels it as well. He was chasing after kills. He thought this was done.
A lifeline for Alcadia there with Ziad getting 2 picks as well. And now they will get the high ground on the Virtus.pro side of the map. Haku with the rally here. It's going to be a tough fight into Gala's orbital ray, but maybe Alcadia here with some nice execution, they could put themselves in a position to stay alive here at the Champions Clash.
Jaewoo had his chance with the blade. Checkmate's turn coming up very soon, and he's got the rally at his back. This is the moment for Casilla to seize the advantage, to take it back, to force more maps in this series. Virtus.pro looking to hold strong, going over to the Ramatra. Haku into the backline, struggling to find a connection with that rally. Few percentage more for Checkmate, but he's low. Labda already fell. There's no connection from this fight. Virtus.pro are just running over them in the backline with the orbital ray, and they're flipping the map. They're pulling the cart away. Casilla
they got
struggling,
reset.
No connections.
They're rotating out there because they recognize they cannot take the fight against Virtus.pro. They need to get all their members together for one final pusher. This is Alcadia. Their life in the tournament on the line. They need to win these fights, Jake, otherwise they're out.
Sword fight, but Jaewoo's dead! Drop the blade! He's done! Ziad found 2! Both ultimates shut down by the man off the bench! Ziad has come in to save this squad, and Alcadia snatching potential victory from the jaws of defeat. Virtus.pro, they gambled everything on that fight. Now Alcadia stands ready to force more maps in the series.
Virtus.pro doesn't have any ultimates coming up, and Alcadia, they just have the self-destruct for now, but Labda is very much going to build that overclock and have great sightlines here in potentially this final fight. It comes down to individual plays. Who can make it happen for either team here?
Virtus.pro needs a hero play. If you allow this fight to go long, Labda almost certainly going to have his way with you. Ziad also has the bomb, so that reliable backup from the tanking. Here it comes, ultimate pop, deflect out. Now the break under pressure, the flank, they were trying to force it. Genji has nothing left. He's just trying to turn it around, fight it out. Jaewoo though sometimes get checkmate. Ziad low, maybe forces self-destruct. Virtus.pro fighting this immaculately. They bridge the gap, they survive the ultimates. Orbital ray from Landon trying to stabilize things. Shockwave trying to stand and deliver, but he can't under the pressure of that Diva. Vistola though, the annihilation on the point, the overtime, you just can't stand into it. Checkmate, Ziad going down, and it was such a close contest, but Virtus.pro are going to eliminate their longtime opponents in EMEA, and Alcadia are going home.
Wow, what an incredible back and forth on that Esperanza, but it's Virtus.pro coming out on top. It looked like such a close final fight in overtime with no ultimates on their side, but they weather Labda's overclock. And they win out on Esperanza. 3-0 series against Alcadia. And like you said, Alcadia are out. Wow, that one's gotta hurt. You take a map of Falcons, but you go down in a 3-0 fashion against Virtus.pro just hours later.
Dude, Ziad came in off the bench cold and was just throwing haymakers that whole map. That is a heartbreaker for him. I was really impressed with that performance, especially the amount of pressure he was under in that moment in the series. But it's VP who get it done in the end. Jaewoo and Fixa combined so many times on the flanks, just crushing into that. I mean, Labda, despite the huge performance he was still able to put out, he was under pressure. Man, that Genji and Brig were gunning for him.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Vistola as well, like in the front lines as well, controlling this matchup and then putting pressure on the backline of Alcadia when it mattered most. You saw in that final fight, the front line of Virtus.pro kind of pushed Alcadia back, that they weren't really able to find their footing. They weren't comfortable at all, and ultimately, I believe it was Jwoo, the Genji player for Alcadia, who went down there, 4 versus 5 situations. Checkmate went down, of course, and then it was Alcadia just falling down in overtime there. Well, that's Alcadia out of the tournament, Jake, unfortunately. We'll throw it over to the desk and see what they have to say, how they can break down this series.
Tough loss there for Alcadia, not able to find the revenge that they were looking for, and a 3-0 sweep for Virtus.pro to continue to show why they're the top seed coming in from EMEA. Jack, I know that you were so hyped about how they handled those last couple of fights there on our push map.
Yeah, that was sick. Like around 2-3 minutes when they got the lead, their ultimate economy game there was so clean. Like just paced the ults out over and over and over again, and it was like, okay, we go in with Blade, and then we go in with Rally, and then we go in with this, then we go in with this, and it was a very, very slow crawl to a lead. Of course, it started out on a pretty scrappy first map. Cervasa also really excited me.
That was. It's really heartbreaking to see Alcadia go out in this fashion. I think Jake and Johnny did touch on this. The fact that you have Alcadia that does something that feels impossible, taking a map off of what is considered to be one of the best teams heading into this tournament. Literally our reigning OWCS champions, but cannot convert over into a full match win. And they got so close here. It really is just, it's just tough. Like, after all of the adversity that they faced, to also get here as well.
Alcadia taking a map of Falcons is crazy too on Cervasa, and you can see why they wanted to go there. This was the fight I was kind of mentioning too, how they ended up getting the lead. Very, very good ult tempo and ult usage from VP, and it shows the veterancy in that squad too. Like, just ridiculous stuff from Virtus.pro. But I don't think Alcadia should be too disappointed with that. Like I said, getting a map off of Falcons is a crazy feat, because it's not every day we see a Western team beat Falcons or Crazy Recruit, even getting a map. But Fixa getting your MVP of this match.
Yeah, Fixa getting the MVP in this match. The backline was massive for VP. I feel like we saw like Vestola was smirking on the player cams and whatnot. It's because his backline was there to keep him up in these matches.
Yeah, you can be so confident with a lot of those plays because of Fixa and Gala. And I think when you take a look at this backline, something that has been so impressive about Virtus.pro the entirety of the season, gotta talk about Gala for a second on top of Fixa, right? Because like Gala comes in, Jack is so excited because Gala is an Alari player and plays Alari a lot and is so competent. But then you have Fixa, because like you can't just play the Alari. It just like by itself doesn't do enough in terms of being able to bear the responsibility of both doing like the support and damage. So you got Fixa to get your back and like make sure you can actually enable all of those big plays. And so major credit. It's not often that we get a chance to see a support MVP. So
Right click
love it.
Alari, let's be real. You just throw the pylon and then start shooting people. That's it. I mean, Gala does that super well. Their poke style on Cervasa coming into it, just playing literally pure poke, was really cool to see. And I'm glad they whipped it out, because that was what tripped up a lot of teams actually throughout the regular season, was that mad flexibility in the backline.
No, for sure. But let's see what teams have actually gotten tripped up in the brackets and where we're landing for our last matchup of today here as well. Of course, we see in the upper bracket, no surprise, Team Falcons, and once again up there, Nightmare and Crazy Raccoon as well. And then VP, we just saw the 3-0. They're going to be moving on here. But Team CC, Rose, versus SSG is going to be really interesting.
It's so hard to tell where these teams are going to fall, because we saw them both take pretty hard 0-2 losses in their respective matches. And it's like, on the one hand, I think there's so much hope for North America being able to get another team further into the competition, something that Nightmare's already been able to accomplish. But then what about Team CC? A hope for China, being able to play in front of the home crowd. And we're kind of hoping that that's gonna come in clutch for them, but it's so tough to actually see where these two teams are gonna stack up against each other.
It feels like an SSG win to me down there. I think I want to check our talent brackets as a whole. Like, I want to see how I swear. Like, I'm looking at these brackets, I'm like, It might be 4 a.m., so I might be hallucinating a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I was correct most of the way down. Because Team CC and Space Station, they kind of expected to be in this position. I expect Space Station to just come back in and just start swinging, I really do. Team CC, there were a few bright spots there, but SSG felt, especially in North America, felt head and shoulders above the competition a lot of the time. They came in as the 2nd seed, but it did feel like the 1st seed, honestly. They're just so stacked.
I still have high hopes for them as a dive team as well.
Yeah.
I think, how do you expect yourself to go toe-to-toe with a team like Crazy Raccoon? I think that when you look at just being able to like kind of see them live up to those expectations and reach that final form, maybe Team CC is going to be the team that allows them to do that.
It definitely is possible. It'd be interesting to see, but we've got Danny actually on the ground with an interview that we're awaiting with Shockwave. Let's check that out.
Go. Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Shockwave from Virtus Pro. Let's go. 3-0 victory. I gotta say though, at the end, the very last match, it got a little close. It got a little close, but you guys pulled it off. You guys got the win. 3-0 victory. Big congratulations. How do you feel? I mean, this was the lower bracket run. I mean, if you guys lost this, you guys had to go home, but you guys won and you guys are staying alive. How do you feel right now?
I mean, it's amazing. A bit relieved as well. Like, I think, losing is never fun.
Yeah.
But I'm just happy that we can still show that we're the best EU team for sure. So yeah.
I feel like you guys definitely proved it. And also another interesting thing is, I mean, you guys were facing off against Alcadia. I'm pretty sure you guys faced off against multiple times. And because you guys are undefeated, you guys probably never lost to them. Do you feel like because of those reasons, going into this match today sort of boosted your confidence, knowing that you guys never lost to them, and also, it's like, oh, like we faced them multiple times. So like, were you a little bit more comfortable?
I don't think we haven't been like this comfortable like in a long time. But I don't know. I feel like we've been focusing a lot on like Apex or like Asian teams with like their styles. But when it comes to like these like more brawly like ear comps, like we have that stuff like locked down, So yeah, we're confident for sure going into that. So.
All right, one final question. I mean, talking about Asian teams, Crazy Raccoons, there's Falcons as well. A lot of good teams. How are you guys prepping against them?
I mean, we had the boot camp in Korea, so we're testing a lot because we kind of have to, cook something up and Smash is cooking.
Smash is cooking. I'm so excited to see what he's cooking and what VP is cooking. Hey, thank you so much. Big congratulations on getting the win. That is it from me. Let's send things back to the Burb.
Thank you so much, Danny. What? I don't know.
What did he say?
No idea, but it's okay. It's okay. We had some great words coming out from Shockwave there. Great to hear that the coach is cooking in the background. The team sounds really confident there, Rose.
Kind of humble as well, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
The humble or tired, I'm not sure either one.
He's probably
a lot of
pretty
adrenaline.
Adrenaline running through his veins. I think, they've got a long road ahead of them, but the veterancy and Smash in the back room, they're going to be good.
Okay, well, we still have one more matchup for today. It's an elimination match between Team CC, who are defending themselves on their home ground, up against Space Station Gaming. Stay tuned.
Hello guys, this is Virtus Pro.
And this is Hangzhou Champions Clash.
Okay, guys, we've got one match left for OWCS Champions Clash Hangzhou for today. But before we even get into that, I want to remind you guys at home that there is the opportunity to contribute directly to the Champions Clash prize pool. We've got that sick Ember Juno bundle that you guys can pick up until April 22nd. I love this skin, Jack.
Yeah, it's sick. I've been using it every time I play Juno. And we're on the main menu as well. I was like, oh, like pointing a meme. I was like, oh,
in client? Poggers.
Yeah, it's really nice. And you get the loads of little bits and pieces as well, like an icon, a banner as well. It's really sick.
We love it. We love it.
Winning, honestly.
Yeah.
Like with that bundle, with the new skins coming for OWCS.
There's a few Juno skins.
I can't wait.
No, things have been spicing up. Things have been super exciting for Overwatch, but we still have one last exciting match for today. It's another elimination one down in this lower bracket. Team CC defending themselves again on home ground here in China up against a Space Station Gaming, who I've heard usually is pretty good with taking energy from the crowd.
Very good indeed.
Unfortunately, the crowd is going to be against them this time. But I want to give Team CC a map, and I think I will. It does feel like a Space Station win here, though. I know Jake was throwing stuff at me a minute ago because I gave Team CC a map, but I think there is still life in the team. I think what they did show was a little bit, especially with Gaga on the Winston, very aggressive, very fast. Space Station should be able to handle that, though. They're kind of used to this at this point, and they've been in a meta where, like, you're playing against Rush, we're playing against Dive. It's like, it should be water off a duck's back, honestly, in this match.
You would think so, just because of how North America as a region also likes to play the game. I feel like we've already seen some good examples of that from Nightmare's match earlier. So, like, Space Station, they've been down this road already. And so, I don't know. I also think I have to go 3-1 for this one, just because I have hope that, like, Team CC would be able to make a map, and I maybe, like, is Hopia?
Yeah, I mean, getting straight into the prediction, it's across the board, right? I think that's the tough thing about day one as well, is, you know, we don't get too crazy with predictions, and
Right, you went 3-2 Alcadia.
Okay, I had to spice things up somewhere. I went vibes with that.
Yeah, I feel it.
But when you're looking at this particular matchup, it does feel like SSG Rose are a league above Team CC here, all things considered.
I mean, it's so tough because I think that talent in North America has gotten closer together over the last couple of seasons. And so when you take a look at a team coming through from that region, especially as the second seed, it's very hard to not give them that credit heading into the rest of this tournament bracket. But I don't know, maybe Team CC can surprise us.
Okay, well, Jake, Johnny, do you think Team CC can surprise us?
No. Space Station Gaming, 3-0, baby. North America on top.
Look, just building up the 3-0 makes the Team CC surprise even sweeter.
Yeah, that's
you
good
gotta
one,
tell
Johnny.
it how it is.
That's exactly why. No, come on. Did you see Sugar Free? I know they lost 2-0 against Crazy Raccoon. Okay, that's Crazy Raccoon. I saw you, Sugar Free. I saw you out there. He's hot.
That's the greatest Esperanza.
Give him the ball.
They took it in a mirror to Crazy Raccoons on Esperanza.
It was competitive.
Brilliant. All right, SSG then. Like I said in the pre-show, Jake, we knew they were potentially going to lose to Crazy Raccoon because Crazy Raccoon is one of the top 2 teams in the world. But I still think that this team can make a deep run in the lower bracket because what we saw from them on that mirror composition. When Kellan is able to play the Winston, he looks phenomenal on that hero. When he doesn't play the Winston, like on Ilios against Crazy Raccoon, they struggle to find their momentum. But when they get to play their 5 best heroes, they look sensational. And this meta is shaping up to be an environment where they're allowed to do so.
Look, everybody looks like chumps when they play Crazy Raccoon.
That is true.
That's just how it is. On the other side, though, Team CC, you know, I think it's going to be about the hometown crowd for them. It's going to be about these players finding it within themselves to play beyond their potential to really show us something shockingly impressive because, honestly, Nightmare have shown the formula to beat this team. They need to evolve. They need to level up to take down Space Station Gaming and stay alive in this tournament. And maybe the crowd being behind them is that X factor, could change things, but a lot of vets on Space Station, I don't think they're going to be too upset about a crowd that's against them. Something to be said about silencing the crowd being an even stronger motivator.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone from Team CC needs to step up. Someone needs to get a big highlight. Someone needs to generate some momentum for this team. Because part of the reason why I think we're underestimating CC is because we haven't seen a lot from them. It was a pretty short OWCS China stage, a quick groups play, followed by a single elimination bracket. And they pretty much beat all the other teams besides, once again, who they got 4-0'd by. And so there hasn't been a ton of match highlights from Team CC. So who is going to step up for this team? Especially against SSG, is going to be a tough task, but can either of the damage players pop off? We're just going straight into it here, Jake.
And we're going to be going into a Winston on a mirror on well. Team CC going to go with the Pharah. Kaneki has had some success on it in the past, but he's going up against Seeker and Sugar Free with a classic comp. Bliss is already down, though, bursted by Pineapple. And Team CC, no break, running a very aggressive style, going to rely on keeping the pressure on Space Station Gaming. And this first fight goes their way, although, hold on, Tracer slept. Could be a scary spot. No follow-up on Pineapple.
Yeah, no follow-up. Should be the cap here for Team CC. And of course, when you play this very fast composition, it alleviates some of the coordination when you're trying to play it more slow, right? Trying to be in line of sight of each other. Pineapple goes
Ron's
down.
got the ball. He's in the back
That's
line.
not good news for CC.
Far away. There's no break to defend him. He's kiting away from the Tracer. Nice jukes for now, but, I mean, even just the distraction that the Tracer puts on here, Space Station is winning the fight elsewhere. Ana's gonna go down almost eventually. It's like inevitability. Still has that sleep for the moment. Delays long enough hits as well. But I mean, Sugar Free, he did his job there, right? Like, it took the Tracer coming back off spawn to deal with him in that scenario. And Space Station just cleaned up elsewhere in the fight. Super Rich is gonna be a long way back to be in the fight. And so SSG have control, taking into a serious lead here.
But still though, this is a composition that CC actually can play. Lots of experience on this roster from the Overwatch League. Certainly playing the Brig, Ana, Hayokian, formerly Super Rich, was part of that Hangzhou Spark lineup with some of the once again players. So they know how to play this comp, and they're getting busy in the backline now.
Nade on the Seeker. He's cut down by far away, but the nano onto Kellen. Gonna look to clutch this out. It's a 3v4, but Kellen still healthy, still riding the high of that nano. Gaga goes down, and so it's a 3-on-3 Bliss, stabilizing with Sugar Free Far, and now putting pressure onto Kellen. 93 to that Primal, though. Gotta watch that. Pineapple looks for the stick, tries to find a connection, but it's Sugar Free who falls. Kellen might look to clutch this one out with the ultimate.
So low.
Barrage comes in, it does take down the Brig. No trade can come through. Oh, it does finally. One last shot from CJ, shuts down the Pharah. Space Station are gonna elect to give that one up though. They don't rip the Primal. They don't throw good money after bad. They have the patience to re-up and come into the next fight with ultimate advantage.
Yeah, I think if you're SSG here, you can play patient. You don't need to rush into things. You don't need to overly invest in these fights. Already here, spotting Pineapple, recall Force. That should be the pick. Following up beautifully by Sugar Free. And now it's a 5 versus 4. You can take it slow. You can play the resource game. Put pressure onto the point, and slowly but surely you should win this one. Anti-nade from CJ onto Jiao-Chi-Chan. Does get healed up, but there was so much pressure here.
Braun's got the ball. He fumbles it though. Ana still forced out of the fight. Kaneki trading backline. Team CC playing this one well actually. Despite being down to ultimates, the backline trade pays dividends. Both a Primal and a Far in the backline. Kellen, I don't think he can Primal this one. Yeah, just has to take the reset. That's a painful fight. Space Station have the ultimate advantage. They opened this one with a Tracer pick. This was their fight to lose, and they threw it away.
Wow, that's an impressive fight win from CC. Had to expend some crucial ultimates, but I mean, you take that. Now you're 70% and counting. You're going to get up most likely to 99 Seeker with an overclock here. Will Seeker have the room to operate here? Have the line of sight.
Kellen has already found one. Seeker shuts down the main threat in Kaneki's Pharah. Gaga naded far away as well, and it's a full cleanup here for Space Station Gaming. They wipe CC off the map. And CC only with 87%. This is a really nice recap from SSG because even if they lose a fight, there's a chance that they're gonna get a last retouch. Well, the spawns are relatively close. Now Team CC on the retake. Rally, Pulse Bomb, main tools to work with.
It's an interesting fight here, Jake. No big ultimates really on the board. It's a rally. Pineapple coming up on a Pulse Bomb. CJ's with the Nano. But besides that, okay, it's going to be the Nano who's onto Kellam, going aggressive here.
Diving into the backline, looking to find some connection. So far can't get much, but it's Seeker who finds Faraway, forced into the open from that Winston dive. Team CC, the opponent's up at 85. Rick, she can't die here. Yeah, has to pop that rally, but Super It's still incredibly low, still in trouble. Kellen found himself a bit overextended for that. Gaga is low, but still looking like a retake here on the card for Team CC. Space Station gonna cook up to 99. Sugar Free finds Gaga, but Barrage, surely too much to overcome. Sugar Free falls. It's a late death for Sugar Free, could be a potentially awkward retake, but with 10 seconds to work with, Kellen should be able to get this touch, should be able to get them into the fight.
Kellen should get this touch. Buy some time for Sugar Free, but Sugar Free is so slow, didn't catch the spawn wave at all, so this is essentially a 5 versus 4 fight for CC for the time being.
Nice minimal touch there from Kellen, doesn't take too much damage. Very greedy, touching for that maximum possible overtime. Nano available though for Team CC. This could be going to the far. No, it's onto the Winston. Seeker under pressure, flanked, hit from all sides. The rally's done to sleep, and they're completely controlling Gaga. Now, Sugar Free with the Pulse Bomb, looking for something, but CJ finds a connection first. On under pressure, Brig takes a wayward Pulse Bomb, picks it up off the ground. Don't touch those, Brig. Pharah, last one up, and there's no shot in a 3v1. Comes in for a last-second touch. But that's Space Station Gaming taking round one. What a control on Gaga's Winston. Couldn't even get the Primal off.
Wow, what a stall there to buy enough time for Sugar Free to get back into the fight. And then beautiful engage. Earns Space Station Gaming the first point here on Ilios. But that was a back and forth. I gotta say, Jake.
Competitive.
A little bit more life out of CC than I actually expected. I thought SSG would be quite dominant here, but that was about as close as you get.
Yeah, I will say, I think Space Station bringing out the Ashe here is nice. I mean, Pharah much stronger on Well than Lighthouse, where I feel Ashe is going to have a little bit more dominance. Team CC, they need to keep the aggression up constantly. They need to be pressuring Seeker and keeping him down, not giving him angles from which to shoot. But that's far easier said than done with Kellen and Sugar Free, the amount of pressure they're putting on your backline. It's not so easy to keep on the gas.
Yeah, Kaneki's going to stick on this Pharah. We'll have to capitalize on these rockets. Make it hard for Seeker to peek out of this room. And Kaneki drops low, actually. Gets healed up.
Gaga in trouble. Yeah, Tracer redive back to the high ground. But, I mean, Kellen's just full counter diving, full trading. Bliss and CJ taking a lot of pokes. You can't fight Seeker though, he's too healthy. And this Winston, I mean, constantly being harassed down by Kellen. Both teams though going blow for blow. Kellen continue to fight despite being on low HP. Brig is up here helping to win this fight against the Ashe on the high ground. They know how important this position is. Gaga gets the nade, stabilizing for the moment off the back of that. Faraway has found 2 in the fight. Pineapple cleans up Sugar Free, and the fight goes the way of Team CC.
Oh wow, it looked like Gaga was going down there for like 10 seconds, so low, but stays alive because of Faraway's beautiful healing on the Ana. Hits a crucial Barrier Grenade to flip that fight, of course. And the win first fight here now. Kaneki has the angles on the Pharah. Again, SSG. Hard time walking up against this Pharah.
Yeah, early Nano online for Team CC. They could put this on Gaga or Kaneki. The dive is going to be aggressive there. Instantly comes up. The whip shot from Bliss is perfect. And this dive has no teeth. It's just Tracer, forced to re, forced to blink out of there. And the back cap coming in for spaces. You've got to contest this.
Gotta contest this, but CC, they're fine for now. CJ coming up on the Nano, but CC, they're putting the pressure on. Kaneki has the rocket barrage, unleashes, and Catelyn goes down.
Yeah, it costs 2 ultis, now 3 with the primal from Gaga. Should be enough. Space Station, though, they're trying to clutch this. They're going to dump the Nano onto Seeker. He's being powered with, oh my God, no, Gaga! He couldn't make it with the primal.
What in the world?
Oh my goodness, that's not a good spot to be. Winston falling off the map, and 3 ultis committed for Team CC, and they lose the fight. Now Kellen, blood in the water, looking to clean up the backline, gets it done. And, I mean, that's a dream for Space Station Gaming, winning off the Nano turn into a heavy commitment fight from Team CC. They may be down in percentage, but when the ultimate position is like this, you feel very good on an Ashe defending the point.
Yeah, retaking with the Pharah is going to be so difficult because you really don't have any angles whatsoever to shoot these rockets, right? Seeker's gonna sit very comfortably in the backline. You have a Bob to stall out, you have a Primal Rage, so much survivability for Space Station, so you can take it slow here.
Yeah, and jump into Seeker, but I mean, way too much pressure on the Gaga, getting countered by Kellen now. Supports need to fight for Team C. They cannot afford to back out. Pineapple drops the pulse, but no connection yet. Kellen forced into a primal Bob on the point. Seeker goes down, but he's already got the ultimate in play. Bliss taking the rally fight, and that's a rally going down for Team CC. Space Station having a clear advantage in this fight. Gaga trying to force something onto the backline, but it's hopeless. The synchronicity really isn't there. Pineapple wasn't able to connect at the same time. Space Station make the hold, but it's expensive.
But that's what SSG got, because they won that cheap fight earlier, only investing the Nano. You have those 4 ultimates to stay alive so long in that fight, and so...
Nice shots from CJ, finishing off the Brig, and that's a painful one to lose so late. That's going to be a very slow spawn wave. Tracer still trying to stay on the map, still trying to fight, but Kellen happy to trade with this, force some blinks, force some cooldowns. Just playing with a lot of confidence, farming up this next Primal. And Nano's almost online for CJ. The retake is very scary for CC here. A nade connection would be deadly.
Kaneki drops low, gets Nano'd here, but it's a beautiful peel Nano onto Seeker. Barrier Grenade, though, that's too much damage. 5 versus 4, they're just getting busy here. Last fight territory, Kaneki invests the barrage, and that should be CC at least staying alive in this map.
Kaneki very clean there. Sugar Free not giving this one up just yet. Has cleaned up a few targets, looking to stay alive behind enemy lines. And Team CC, they're very aware of this threat. But that also is going to create some opportunities for Space Station Gaming to walk in down mid. Sugar Free has the pulse bomb. Got to be very careful here, Kaneki. Yeah, knows the threat is available. Great position there from far away on the high ground. Gaga rips the primal, and it's got to be a cut from the Space Station backline. They're trying to stay alive. He's trying to get Seeker, but failed jump from Gaga, and that's going to cost him. The boop's coming in. He's just getting controlled on this Winston. Can't find the dive he's looking for. Seeker's getting massive peel from the support line, and Sugar Free finds the pulse bomb. Now it's Kellen's turn with the primal in the enemy backline. He's cleaning them up. Gaga's getting nothing.
That's map over. SSG stalls out that fight beautifully, staying alive, pocketing Seeker, ensuring his survival, and then they flip it with the Primal Rage, of course. Really well patient play from SSG earns them map 1 here on Ilios against CC. That's exactly what we wanted to see from SSG in this first map of the series.
Yeah, they knew the dives had to come in. They really adjusted. They played so patient there, constantly giving the nanos defensively to Seeker. Kellen also constantly counter-diving the Winston jumps, bubbling off his own team. They know that the clock is on their side in that match, that Pharah has to get in, Pharah has to get kills, and they can just deploy all their resources to holding the position. And I mean, I'll give it to Team CC. They fought out really well in some of those engagements, but Space Station Gaming just had the strategic edge in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it gets expensive real quick for CC, right? Because you need to invest so much to get up close, to get that engage going. And then if you're Space Station, you get to hold your ultimates, you get to flip momentum, and that's what we saw several times on the Ashe, of course, there. Investing the Nano, like you said. So, CC, they got busy, though. They got involved. I still, though, I gotta say, Jake, I left that map feeling like CC, they at least have a chance.
I mean, look, Gaga's Winston...
He was committed, Jake. He was committed.
It's really good that the Wrecking Ball ban is gone. That's what I'm going to say, Johnny. That's as diplomatic as I can be after what Kellen just did to them on Ilya.
Oh, come on. He got invested.
He jumped off the map with Primal!
Yeah, but, you know, you're on stage. There's a lot of adrenaline going.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very difficult mechanic. Look,
he needed to
you just missed. Oh, that was...
I'm going to give it to Kaneki, though. Kaneki on the Pharah, scary, right? Like, making a lot of plays, getting active. And it's what you got to do on this Pharah comp, but I just felt there was too many moments where Team CC are just, they feel disconnected. Like, individually, they're strong plays from the Pharah, from the Tracer. They're finding opportunities. But, man, when SSG hit, they hit hard, they hit together. They're, like, all cohesively on the same page, playing that defensive style, like whether it's the Nanos to Seeker, the counter dives, the Winston bubbles. And then, I mean, SugarFree's just, like, doing his thing, just dropping picks. Like, it's like every 10 seconds in the fight, SugarFree gets a kill like clockwork. That's a scary thing to be playing against.
Yeah, but okay, so if we're on the side of CC here, and we're looking for a way to them to win this series, I still think that the fully commit strategy is going to be the recipe for success here for this team. Kaneki goes in with the Pharah, lands some rockets, Gaga goes deep, tries to follow up on that damage, Pineapple on the Tracer, close in hand as well, trying to capitalize. Because we know when these fights break down, that is when SSG is really going to shine. That is when SugarFree is going to get the upper hand in the Tracer head-to-head. That is when Kellen is going to outplay Gaga. So if you see, like, there's not a lot of outs for you here. There's not a lot of options for you when it comes to strategy. Of course, they have played some Ramatra, they have played some Juno Brig, but forcing that against SSG here, it's still, you know, it's still a tough task. They're way more comfortable on the dive heroes, Jake.
I mean, we haven't seen much NQS yet. I do think that's New Queen Street is a real spot where you could play the Wrecking Ball if you want to go that style. Maybe even like a double flex support look. It's something you could consider. Could take us to Blizzard World, another map where I think Ball is actually quite viable. But it's scary because those are also both maps where Seeker's hit scan is going to be a huge threat. And I think it's going to be potentially awkward. Like, if you're going to double down on Kaneki's Pharah, I mean, I'm trying to think where you really take us. Maybe Kings is like the best Pharah map.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout.
Saravasa. Yeah. Those are your best bets here. So, you know, maybe that's the direction you want to go if it comes to doubling
If I was an SSG here, I would honestly consider a Pharah ban. Because I think that Kaneki is so comfortable on that Pharah, and if you ban that Pharah, you probably move Kaneki to the Tracer actually, and Pineapple will play the hit scan instead. And that's clearly a look I favor SSG on. So we'll have to see what Hunter got in this little Casaurus.
He's got a lot of serious documentation there in the draft book, a lot of information that he consults.
Surely
regularly.
he must have some notes. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios. You're not just winging it on stage. Come on.
I mean, Hunter.
So you would just sit in a chair there, you know, hands in your pockets, and be like, yeah, we'll bounce this.
It's all in here, you know. It's all in here. It's that's what we need, you know, from the coach. They need to adapt in the moment.
What kind of access do you have to your memories? I can't memorize that many different scenarios.
No, you watch the game, bro. Like, they're Winston jumping off the web with Primal. We don't need to ban Winston.
Oh, come on. Come on now.
All right, I'm sorry, but it's 4 a.m., Johnny. I'm in your house. I have a rip tire, and I'm blowing up the Winston.
Oh, no.
I'm blowing up the Winston. It's literally 4 a.m.
Oh, my. Oh, no. Not the rip tire, Jake.
Sorry, bro. You're right next to me. That's on you. Bad positioning.
Bad positioning? I thought we were teammates, Jake. I thought we were teammates, and you're going to unleash a rip tire on me at 4 a.m.? Oh, my God. Yeah, we're losing our minds here a little bit. Of course, Team CC. This is an eliminations match in the lower bracket after SG lost to Crazy Raccoon, CC lost to Nightmare. So this is Team CC fighting for their life.
I think you're on the money with the Pharah ban. I wonder if CC have to ban a DPS to just defend against that.
Honestly, yeah.
Do they see it coming is the other question. I mean, I don't even think the Pharah is like good on this map. Like, I think it's like playable, but I think you're kind of forcing it. But maybe that's what CC's about. Maybe it's like the ball Pharah style could be good.
Ban Kiriko. Okay.
I mean, well, maybe if you're gonna play like an on a ball style, you're worried about Kiri just cleansing, you know, whether it's cleansing your slams or something of that nature. And this would be the fire ban for SSG.
There you go.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, for CC here, like, you probably stick with the composition, Jake. Obviously, you can't play the Pharah anymore, but...
I mean, Hitscan Tracer is like objectively... Soldier Tracer is just objectively better, but can you pilot it on CC?
Okay, so, you know, a fun little trivia here for you on the broadcast. And obviously, take this lightly, because this is not, you know, hard analysis research. What do you think Kaneki's 3 signature heroes are on Liquipedia?
Pharah, Pharah, and Pharah.
No. It's Ana, Kiriko, and Pharah.
Yeah, the series looking real good for them, Johnny. They're in a great spot. They're really making the comeback now.
Yeah, it's tough here because Kaneki is really like a flex damage player for this team who can flex the support as well if they need it. But they have a 3rd damage player waiting in the wings as well, which is insane, who can play the Tracer as well, but it's more hit scan oriented, whereas Kaneki is more flex oriented in that role, of course. And then Pineapple plays everything, apparently, for this team. So a lot of options for CC if they wish to make a player substitutions. Of course, they're not fully committed to this Pharah. It's not like they're Pharah one tricks by any means, but it is probably their best chance in this series. So one way to look at it, Jake, is that it's first to 3, and well, you get the Pharah ban out of the question, you can play the Pharah the rest of the way.
Guys, we're in a great spot. We lost the first 2 maps, but they used some good bans on us. Am I right? Am I right? We're making the comeback now.
Look, you're gonna grasp at any straws you have, Jake.
I want to see the Gaga Wrecking Ball come out. That is what I want to see. I do think Ball can work. I think it's comfortable for the pilot, and it always throws that X factor, could put a little bit of pressure on Seeker. By the same token, I feel Seeker could bring out like a Cassidy or a Sojourn here, and if he's just lights out, if he's just like popping heads, this is a very scary spot.
Okay, let me ask you this, Jake. How good do you think Ball is currently? Can we start there?
I mean, I think it's like okay. Like, I think it's like worse than Winston realistically, but I think it's Ball is like always playable. If you're just crazy on the ball, it's always playable. I mean, Crazy Raccoon played it. They were styling.
Among made it work in 2019.
It can be done. I mean, Crazy Raccoon did it like an hour ago. Like, you don't have to dig that deep.
Did they make it happen on Serve also, Jake?
Maybe not Serve also. Okay, they're gonna go with the Winston mirror here for Gaga.
As they should. Look, this is, again, I said it in map 1, but CC, they're realistically going to play the Winston Brigana.
All right,
that is what they're most
They're
comfortable.
playing a better comp now, frankly. So, I mean, I think the Pharah comp it's like, I can see the vision, but it's so all in. A team like Space Station Gaming, they read that, they knew it was coming. Once again, though, with the Brig, Team CC are going to be forced into some aggressive moves. Lucio deceptively is a stronger poke hero in this matchup, typically forces the Brig team to get active to pressure the enemy team. And here the dive comes in. Seeker gets bursted by a rail. Nice follow-up shot for the dive. SSG with 4 alive, trying to stabilize, trying to fight this one out. Kellen being chased down, trying to escape to the Mega, but he can't quite get it. And Pineapple with 2 in the fight. It's enough for CC to get that opening cap.
I think we're seeing a bit of a pattern here, though, that Gaga is going to play very aggressive, take forward positioning here, so need to put pressure on Gaga, because in that very moment, Gaga's up on the point, Goomba stomps Seeker, then in a 5 versus 4 situation, so Space Station, let's see how they adapt to this play of CC, now with high ground control here on the point.
Yeah, Sugar Free on the retake. Let's see what he can get done on the Tracer. Kellen dies kind of on the high ground and almost zapped down.
My goodness.
The Sojourn. That was a very scary, too close to call there. Gaga, though, felt the pressure.
There we go.
Sports turned to the Soj. The pressure came in elsewhere. Sugar Free cleans up. Super Rich on the Brig. Pineapple not long for this world with Sugar Free and Kellen on his tail. And it's a quick flip for Space Station Gaming.
This is such a tough matchup now for CC, because like, where do you find the advantage in these compositions? Do you think Kaneki is going to take on the Tracer head-to-head against Sugar Brawn? Pineapple?
Kappa.
Finding picks here against Seeker on the Sojourn. Gaga leads in. They have the Nano here, so they're going to trigger it, but what can make you happy with it?
It's a pretty rough nano. The nade, though, onto Seeker is going to get the kill.
Okay,
far away. Maybe the Ana is something you can start to build on. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free, can't get the connection. Is shut down again, also by the Ana.
3 versus 5?
Nade onto Kellen, trades it back, 3 versus 4. Kellen can get the primal, this could be winnable. Kaneki finds Bliss. And the pulse onto CJ should end things. Kellen just has to fall back, just has to take the reset. Can he get out on the Winston? He's falling back. Yeah, seems like he's out of the woods for now. And that's a big, I mean, Faraway was the hero in that fight.
Big Nana there. Get some momentum going, of course. We got to give Kaneki some props as well, Jake.
Yeah.
Big Tracer moment for Kaneki, so.
Pulse bomb.
Can criticize Kaneki, but came out on top there. Now, Gaga with the primal. Let's see those mechanics, Jake.
Team CC, though, need to bridge the gap to this rally. Gaga could help buy that time with the Primal Rage. Space Station touching with the front line, back line playing slow, waiting out that bubble. Now a redive, Primal onto Seeker, instantly slept by CJ. He's gonna wake up in a moment. Pineapple trying to fire back now. Beat comes down from Bliss, not on the Kellen, but the rest of the team gets it. They're fighting strong. CJ low under the beat, though. Needs to be saved in this moment. Seeker needs to find something in the OC under pressure, but turns it around on Gaga on extremely low HP. Parting headshot as well onto the enemy Sojourn.
4v3.
Keeping this in contest. Only 3 players live for SSG. Kellen is low. Very difficult fight. OC from Pineapple should be securing this first point for Team CC.
Wow, what a drawn out fight there. Space Station. It looked like they weathered the storm temporarily, but then CC that turns it around, finds a couple of picks, gets a contest here from Sugar Free, recall force, but there's not going to be a second touch here, baby. Kellen gets involved there.
He's gonna die for this, right?
No ultimates.
Wait. Oh, if they get one more touch, this is starting to get scary now. Johnny, Space Station Gaming still healthy. The point contest is difficult here. Nano comes in onto Gaga. They're desperately trying to clean this one up. Seeker is gonna go down to that. Space Station Gaming haven't given up yet, though. Sugar Brawn finds one. Pulse Bomb, can he find another? There it is!
3v3!
Connection on the honor. Sugar Free continuing to fight this one out. Does not care about the number. CJ, though, Seeker with the Nano. Just before he dies, Kellen looking to clutch this one out. Seeker coming back fast on the Sombra. And somehow, some way, Sugar Free has snatched this one back.
CJ dies though. Team CC, they should be able to regroup here if they stay alive and get a 5 versus 4. No ultimates on the board for CC. This could be an early opportunity for CC if they get involved.
Man, this is so scary though. Space Station Gaming with incredible tenacity. Slide force onto Pineapple. Could be a target. Seeker looking to engage. Winston on the point now, being pressured. Recap comes in for CC though. This is good for them. Pressure on SSG. They have to keep touching. CJ, nade finds one onto the enemy brig. Can he stabilize? Can they keep Kellen alive? CJ with the second. The honors coming in so clutch here on the opening map of Surabasa. This point has gone on way longer than it has any right to, but I think CJ has done it.
He came back and clutched out. And that's going to be CC falling here in the first one. This was not supposed to happen, Jake.
That
was CC's point to win.
Nah, you just... Braun had the ball. You never needed to worry.
Dude, they barely got the touch in.
That stall
and they find a way.
That stall was ridiculous from SSG. The fact that they're not only able to keep that overtime alive, but they stabilize and get the win. I mean, that's masterful play from SSG.
How did CJ get 2?
I mean, he's the GOAT. He's just the GOAT like that.
He's the GOAT.
Team CC on the retake with the brig. Let's see what they can get done. Sugar Free has that bomb. Looking to stick it on an unsuspecting support. Team CC, though, have a nice bank of ultimates, just a few percent away. Gaga with the Primal, let's see what he can get done. But it's SSG who want to take the aggression in.
Kellen's going to Primal here.
Oh, yeah.
Kellen's getting involved.
You can't turn too much and focus him. They're trying to deal with him, trying to put the pressure on, but this is also creating an opportunity for the cap.
Oh?
Pulse Bomb goes wide, though. Pineapple shuts down Sugar Free. Player advantage for CC, though. This is a position for them to get the recap. Here's Gaga with the Primal. Can he get the connection? Trying to pull one, but slept, danced away from the back line.
Nice
Kellen
pulls.
down. It's a flip for CC.
That's the cap right there. They find some momentum there with the pick onto Sugar Free. Kennedy secures the 2K. And now you have the ultimates. Needs to be said, you got a Rally and a Nano. Double support ultimate available for SSG as well here. Pineapple coming up on the OC. So CC once again in a position here, Jake, to at least get some fight wins on the board. They're in control here off the point. Could secure their first point here on Surabasa.
Yeah, typically I'd favor the Rally in this spot over the beat. Nano comes in onto Kellen. He's naded though. He's low. That forces a relatively early beat from Bliss.
Nade.
But they're bursting down Super Rex. He lost the Rally. Double Nano comes online, but there's no one to heal far away. He's eventually gonna fall to the Sugar Free Tracer most likely. Pineapple finds a connection on 2. Bliss off the map. Pineapple with the 3rd. What happened to Bliss? Sugar Free can't do it alone, man. Where's his team? Maybe he wait, hold on.
Oh, wait, how's he alive? Okay. Pineapple with a clean 3K there on the OC. Okay, 85%. Sugar Free is dead. Someone will have to get the touch here. Kellen should be able to jump in, or Bliss perhaps.
This
yeah,
one's
there's Kellen.
Desperate though. I mean,
I've seen it before. Don't count them out.
Exactly. I won't count them out until we see it, but this is a scary one on the retake. Pineapple's scared though. He's playing very passive.
Oh!
They're taking nade. Look at that 4-man nade from CJ. That sends Team CC reeling. Space Station Gaming once again back in with their backs against the wall, but they're not feeling the pressure at all. They're continuing to stack it on, chasing CC all the way back to the spawn,
all the way in,
wiping them.
Push it all the way to spawn. Why not fight out here?
Okay. Yeah, surely the Tracer chase that deep into the flank is too much.
Look, Seeker has the OC here, Jake.
This is
so why not just make some space for Seeker here?
Kellen's
This is
Primal,
what I'm
though.
talking about.
I think Kellen's Primal is the bigger threat. I mean, look at him. He's in a beautiful position to get a back dive. CC don't see this coming. Slide use. Hold on. Sojourn very vulnerable. Counterflake comes in on a Seeker. Limits on the threat.
Sugar Free again.
Takes down Sugar Free. I was going for the Pulse Bomb. That's massive. Let's see what Sugar Free can do with the OC. He's got to find a connection here. Seeker.
Bro, there's no one here.
I mean, he's pressuring the Winston. Gaga has the Primal, probably. No, he's holding it for now. Pineapple with another. Okay, Pineapple's been the hero of this map on the Sojourn. But Kellen still has that Primal. Still could look to double down. And if I know anything about SSG is that they won't give up easy.
No, onto Seeker here. But under so much pressure, Gaga has the Primal Rage here. Seeker should go down, surely. He does so. And that Primal should be enough. Pineapple gets a 2K there. There should be CC on the board.
Kellen, surely too low to clutch this one out. Bliss, CJ, support's falling. Kellen too low to come into the point. And CC, as you mentioned, on the board for now. Pineapple Man on the Sojourn has been lights out. When his team needed a hero, he stood up, he answered the call, has been cutting down Sugar Free on quite a few of the last fights.
Yeah, I think that's quite noteworthy, actually, that it has to be said that Sugar Free died early a few times on that second point, and that can't happen. Sure, you can play aggressive, you can get involved with the Winston, but if your Tracer goes down, and it turns into a 4 versus 5 situation, that's not sustainable. Huge nade by CJ.
Rally though from Super Rich. It's not enough to save Pineapple. The follow-up comes in from Seeker, sliding in aggressively. And Space Station Gaming are now taking it into the rally. Full confidence from the squad. Gaga trades onto CJ, but Space Station show no indication of backing down. They're continuing to trade.
Oh, they lost the Nono! They lost the Nono. It was coming out to keep the Brig alive, but don't get it in time. That's a Nono wasted for CC, and SSG now on the point. Bliss has a Sunbird if need be.
CJ's coming back as well. Pulse Bomb comes in, connection from Kaneki onto Kellen. Beat could come down in time. Space Station Gaming are gonna recommit. Just the DPS and the Lucio trying to fight it out with this sound barrier. They need to find kills. Seeker.
Big boop.
Looking for a connection, but yeah, too deep onto the Ana, who still has full cooldown. Space Station grabbed the cap, but they're not long for this fight.
Yeah, just a couple of players here, and they're going to back up for now. Kellen thinks better of it, does not commit to the point, and instead they're gonna regroup. Bliss swaps over to the Brig, so we have a pure mirror on our hands here. Seeker with the OC, Pineapple with one as well.
The OC battle. I mean, Pineapple's been the key playmaker in this map. Has made the difference time and time again. Nade comes in from far away, but there's no follow-up dive. And now it's the OC trade. Advantage for CC holding the point. Positionally gives them an edge. But Sugar Free with the Pulse Bomb could turn that right on its head. He's already starting to win this Tracer duel. Forces the recall, takes the packs, putting a lot of pressure here on the flank. Gaga is low. And it looks like it's just going to be a cap here for Space Station Gaming. CC electing to kite this OC, but giving up point control, I'm not sure that's worth it.
Yeah, tough spot here for CC. Nice, another great nade from CJ there. Space Station going to capitalize. Primal here, Kellen turns it on, unleashes it. Here you go.
Very nice Primal from Kellen. It's an expensive retake from Space Station, cost them 3 ultimates. Team CC elected not to really force that fight. They backed down. They lived to fight another day with a big bank of ultimates though. Space Station Gaming only a nano to their name. But man, if CJ can find a nade, I almost wonder if the ults even matter for Team CC.
Yeah, I still think you're in a good spot here for SSG because you're going to get the recontest even if you lose this next fight. An opportunity here to make it expensive for CC. Here's the non-OC, Shades of Shy.
Okay, wow. That is a combo that you cannot ignore. Space Station getting out-tempoed there. Trade was good on the flank from Kaneki. Meant that Space Station couldn't steal the tempo away with their own nano boost, and the nano OC just blew them out of the water, frankly. Once Pineapple started to find connections, there was no hope in that fight.
Let's see what CC elects to do here. You got a Primal, so you can get aggressive with it. You're not going to build this OC and on-off because you just invested it, of course. An opportunity here to go aggressive with the rally or the Primal. Kaneki as well. Of the Pulse. Nano to Seeker.
Seeker finds one. CJ finds another. Onto the Tracer as well. Gaga, are you going to Primal this? Yes, he is. He's going to take the commitment.
3v3.
Came in. Clutch now, coming in from the Brig rally. So powerful in these low number situations. Sugar Free and Kellen have to fight this one out. But a Primal and a rally, surely that's too much, even for Sugar Free. Taking the whip shot there. Parting damage coming in. Kellen, low HP, needs to get some support, needs to have these respawners get back to save him. Overtime available though for Space Station Gaming. They can give up the flip and come back in for a last touch. We've seen them do this time and time again. They're masters in this kind of pressure moment.
They're close to ultimate as well. 80% across the board.
Big
Nice,
nade.
huge nade from far-away, actually.
Where's the follow-up, though? No connection, no kill. Space Station trading the pressure, keeping the OT rolling. The ultimates are ticking up, 10% on quite a few of them. Rally comes out first from Blizz. Now the pressure comes in. Space Station Gaming swarming over the point.
God.
Sweeping Team CC off the map here and cleaning up what looks like the second point on Surabasa. Every single point into overtime, Johnny. Team CC are making them work for it, but Space Station come out on top.
They stalled it out again and built those ultimates, and a single rally made the difference there in that overtime fight. So close between these two teams, but SSG, they find a way to just stay alive for long enough to build the ultimates that flip it around, and now 2-1 lead here on Surabasa.
This is not a good spot for Team CC. Big ultimate bank for Space Station. They're in point position here, in control. Kellen comes over to the flank, gets up, and he's got a primal. You don't want to go in a small room with Kellen right now, and they have to fall back here, kiting away the primal. Sugar Free, no pulse bomb connection. Sugar pops OC as well. Wait, all the ultimates came out for SSG, and they don't get a fight win off it. They don't get kills. Team CC fall back immaculately there. And so Space Station have blown their advantage. They get the point cap off it. That's something, but well played by Team CC to survive with their lives.
Yeah, huge kite, and now they have the advantage in the ultimate bank here. Oh, nice nade onto Seeker.
Seeker kiting, beautiful slides, gets
Huge
out of
kite.
trouble, just barely survives. CJ now has the counter nano, slept on a Kaneki. CJ is outplaying on the flank. There's two from CJ. Sugar Free gets the clean up, and Team CC so close yet so far. CJ snatches it away again.
CJ is going crazy on this map. Play after play. Clutches it up for SSG. They shouldn't have won that fight. They were in a hole. They used all their ultimates, and yet they turned it around. Beautiful kite by Seeker, and then CJ turns it around once more. And now, this is last fight territory here for SSG.
Team CC, they have the ultimates they need. Nade comes in though, Break forced into a very defensive position on the rally. Gaga finds CJ in the Chaos Space Station, elected to go very early, fight off the point. Looks like they're gonna lose and get wiped here, but they force two key ultimates and they're able to reset relatively quick here. If Sugar Free and Kellen can stay alive, not much time for Team CC to regroup or farm ultimates. This is just another good position for Space Station to potentially close out the map.
Yep, this is fine for SSG. They're content, sitting back, and Jake? Sugar Brown has the ball!
There it is. No ults left for CC. No Ana in the fight as well. So difficult to find a play. Maybe Pineapple with the OC can make it happen. Sugar Free doesn't have a recall, but he does not care. He will not back down from this position. Now CC falling back, hoping to force an overtime. They know they need their Ana in this team fight, but the clock's against them. They have to
They need
get
a
the
miracle
point.
from Pineapple.
Pineapple, he's instantly down. Sugar Free cuts him down even after the headshot. Bliss rally on the point. It's all over for Team CC. No shot you can contest into this. Braun's got the ball and he's beating you down with it.
Oh my god, what a comeback from Sugar Free on that map. Got picked a few times there, we mentioned, the first couple of points, but then just turns it on the last couple of points, makes some huge plays there in the last fight. And SSG, they come out on top there on Surabasa. Firm 2-0 lead in this series, Jake.
Look, you know, for Team SSG, I don't think this feels amazing, like that so many points go that close. But for the fans at home, man, it feels good to know that SSG is this clutch, that under that kind of high pressure scenario over and over and over again in the map, they can edge it out. They can come out on top and continue to play with that incredible discipline.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they're doing an amazing job just like stalling out these points, right? The fact that they're making the right decisions, they're playing the right way. SSG, yes, this series looks a bit close, but I don't think they're committing a bunch of mistakes, right? Arguably over-invested ultimates in a couple of fights there, but for the most part, they're playing some damn good Overwatch in this series, and they're making sure that they stay on top on this series.
I mean, Pineapple was really nice on the Sojourn. He made their lives very difficult. Kaneki was good on the Tracer as well. I feel like Team CC, they don't need to come out with some crazy comp. They can compete, but in the end, it's scary. Can you continue to run this now that you're down in the hole 2-0? Do you go back to the Wrecking Ball? Do you go back to the Pharah? I mean, it's such a difficult call to make in this spot. You found some success, but in the end, it felt like all those points were snatched away from you.
Yeah. You could make the case that, I mean, you're a few CJ plays away from actually winning that map, right? Sugar Free, a beautiful pulse bomb there. But yeah, I think if you are CC, you look at that map, if you're the coach and you're just like, I can't believe that SSG won that map. Like, we should have had a couple of those points, but SSG, they stall it out. I think if I'm CC here, I'm not changing anything. I think we got, some pretty good proof already that we can stand up against SSG in these comps. We're just not winning it.
I do feel like Sugar Free is creating a clear gap on the server. And I think, honestly, as much as I want to hype up CJ for the ridiculous plays he's making, I feel the Ana trade is actually pretty competitive. Faraway also finding huge plays of his own, also being that big playmaker when the squad needs him most. But man, just across the board, there's too many strong, comfortable players. I mean, we talked about NA playing this Winston dive all year long, looking really solid on it. And Space Station Gaming, they're incredibly comfortable in this matchup.
This is Chinese Overwatch, Jake. Bless you. This is Chinese Overwatch. I mean, because we talk about once again and how much they love playing the dive, but it is kind of like a region thing as well. Like China loves to play these kind of compositions. They obviously have so many players comfortable playing the Brigana, the Winston, like we've talked about. But then, like you said as well, North America, both Nightmare and SSG, this is what they played in the grand final. They loved playing these Ana-based compositions with the Winston, of course. And so we're seeing two regions going head-to-head in the composition they love to play.
I'm not gonna lie, it's so good to watch. This is probably the most fun it gets in Overwatch. This is kind of peak. This is kind of peak. We gotta take a moment to celebrate that we're seeing some of the very best players in the world in Overwatch on their respective heroes playing. I think one of the highest skill compositions that you can come out with here in the server. And so Space Station Gaming, they're up 2-0. They want to cruise forward to an easy victory, go to sleep and start thinking about those matches tomorrow. Team CC have to force a reverse sweep from this spot. And with how good Space Station is with their back against the wall, that is a scary place to be.
It's a very scary place to be. So where do you go next, Jake? I mean, are we just going to Esperanza again? Because
yeah,
we haven't seen a lot of maps here. I wonder, what is a map that could be up their sleeve, like Route 66 or something? I have seen them play that map in the qualifiers, but it's tough. Are we going back to the Pharah? At this point, I'm like, why play the Pharah?
Pineapple
the Tracer
was nice on the Soch. Pineapple was better on the
Tracer was
Soch.
nice. Skip the Pharah. You're fine.
Kaneki did just fine. I was dogging on him for being a sport player, but he was doing just fine. He was holding his own on Tracer, all right?
Yeah,
maybe not. Sugar Free's insane, so okay. But he was stable. He wasn't feeding on Tracer. He was doing his job. Pineapple was
willing
doing
to
more
go
than
one step further here, Jake. I think Kaneki played quite good, actually. Oh my goodness. Who is he? Route 66?
This is a wild move because I'm not convinced this is a Winston map. I feel like this may be a Hazard map or like a Diva map.
It is a strong Hazard map.
Historically, Winston is good on this map. There's been times where it's really strong, but I feel like a rush styles or like a hybrid dive rush style tends to be a little bit stronger in my eyes. But SSG could just be like, you know what, screw it, we're running it back. We're going to slap you silly on the Winston comp. We're not going to show you anything else.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because you know what you're getting with CC. There's going to be no double flex shenanigans here. The Brig Ban,
okay.
The Brig Ban is actually really powerful here. Because the reason I don't think we're going to see double flex from CC is because they have Super Rush in that role. Obviously changed his name going into this year as well. But if you're familiar with some of the old Overwatch Esports history, Super Rush, of course, was part of that, once again, Hangzhou Spark roster that did so well. And that was him playing the Brig for most of the time, right? So removing that Brig is going to put him in a situation where, you kind of have to stick to the Lucio or something like that. Don't think we're going to see double flex, and so this puts actually CC in a tricky spot here on route.
Yeah, I think it's also one of the better supports from a matchup perspective against the Hazard, if that's the direction that Space Station want to go. As much as they played a lot of dive, Hazard can be played in that dive style. It's a little bit more of a hybrid look, but I think Route 66 is like the best Hazard map. And we're going to have Insane come in for Kaneki, so I wonder, this signals a bit of a change-up for CC. I mean, this is the moment to do it, right? Where you know what? If you want to make a change, if there's any kind of comp up your sleeve, this is the elimination map in the tournament. You came this far, maybe give somebody else a shot.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to predict what they're thinking.
Hunters fans representing.
Yeah, I saw Shanghai Dragons jersey as well. Yeah, they're repping all the Overwatch League jerseys there. I'm so intrigued by this sub. So when I did my research, Insane plays the Tracer, but also some of the hit scan heroes. So we might even see Pineapple move over to the Tracer in this scenario.
You can't take Pineapple off Soj after what we just saw. That would be criminal.
Kaneki did fine on the Tracer, so what are they cooking here, subbing in Insane? I'm quite intrigued.
I mean, maybe Insane is more comfortable on. Yeah, it's interesting because they could have subbed him in the last map. I do think it's also a better Genji map than a Tracer map.
Yeah.
Usually with that,
could be the Genji.
There's just enough verticality where Genji just has a bit of an edge mobilizing in some of these fights. Blade can be really powerful. With no Brig on the server as well, that's another reason to play Genji. I mean, it can be difficult to match that blade without the rally stun.
CC here. One map away from being eliminated here in the losers bracket of Champions Clash.
These guys look loose.
They look loose.
They look loose and
I
threatening.
mean, is this team ever not loose?
That's true. This team was built for looseness.
I feel like they're
Peak
one of the
looseness.
chillest teams in the tournament.
The vibes, if this were a tournament of vibes, they could just take the trophy.
Yeah.
They could just leave.
100% here.
I like that, though, for Team CC, to see some smiles, to see a bit of confidence. You know what? You're here playing Overwatch 2 professionally in front of the hometown crowd. You got to have a little bit of fun with it. It's an amazing opportunity for these players.
Yeah, it has to be amazing. Playing in front of the Chinese fans here, looking for an answer. Gotta say, Jake, I don't think we've seen the crowd have a tremendous impact on the series so far, but maybe if a reverse sweep scenario presents itself, you know, maybe on the 5th map, you could make SG throw off the vibes a little bit, but we got long ways to go before we get there.
Okay, and Bliss, I mean, he showed that he kind of wanted to lean towards the Lucio in that last map. Now with Brig off the table, both teams locking in a Lucio Kiri, and it's just another Winston run back from SSG. I mean, I can't blame them for not wanting to change anything. It's working. Why shift it up now?
I feel like this is going to be the composition as well that kind of decides this tournament, Jake. Early on in tournaments, we usually get an answer to what the meta is, but then we see some mid-tournament adaptations, especially from the Korean teams as they jostle with each other.
Bro, Falcons are going to force
some kind of a Winston.
Mark my words.
Well, you know.
Mark my words.
Mauga team's going to Mauga, but at least we're getting some Winston gameplay here, Jake.
Yeah, a couple players dropping super low right off the rip for CC. Spawn hold looking really nice for SSG. Damage onto the high ground, followed up with a quick right click from Kellen. And the spawn camp. This is a spot where things could get a little bit scary here. Team ZZ needs to break this position, but it's not easy. I mean, it's actually quite a strong place to hold for the defenders. Seeker has that Overwatch position, and Insane struggling to get in on the flank. Gonna be marked by that Lucio.
This is such an annoying fight for Insane. Gaga goes down as well here.
Okay, Seeker off the
Breaks
map.
it out. Fair enough.
With one. Okay, this should be a spawn camp broken here. Space Station Gaming backing off for the moment. Looking to potentially stay alive and reset.
Still, though, Jake,
I mean, Sugar Free, gosh, dying on the card is a safe play here, though.
Yeah, I still have to say, though, that first minute is just gone because essentially what is just like a free fight. Like, if you're Space Station Gaming, like, you didn't really lose anything. You'll get back with speed. It's not like CC can capitalize with any kind of positioning here. Yes, you have some garage roof control here.
If SSG move fast, they can get the 3 fight here. That's the dream in this map. Haoyo-chan, very quick beat, though. I wonder if SSG see this coming. Bliss only 50% to his own. Immediate beat coming out from CC. They need to get aggressive. They need to capitalize on this. Kellen's extremely low, forced out of the fight. CJ is down, and I think this was unexpected. Space Station Gaming didn't see this coming, but if they die on cart now, I think there's a very good chance they get back.
Staggering, actually.
He should die in the spawn here, 1v2 against the Lucio. Surely even Sugar Free can't do this.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a stagger, actually. Full spawn committed as well. This is a... I mean, SSG are going to get back because of the space created, but I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good there for SSG. Now, 5 versus 4 situation for CC. They could very much just drop the Kitsune Rush on the point and cap this point out.
I mean, Space Station Gaming are continuing to fight this, dropping a rush of their own. Bliss goes down again, though. Not going to be able to get that beat online. Kellen also unable to trigger the Primal, and so CC are going to clean up point 1.
Yo, Insane. Living up to the name, 2K. Okay, pushing the momentum. There you go.
All right, here's the crowd.
Wants to get involved in front of the crowd.
Crowd's starting to feel it, getting some of the energy up.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Team CC needs. You find a little inch in this series, start to get some of that momentum, start to pop up and make plays. A pulse pump connection, just what the doctor ordered.
Let's get aggressive here. Gaga close to a Primal Rage. Make some space for Pineapple here. Make it hard for SSG to come out. Sugar Free takes the low ground here, so SSG, they got out all safe and fine. And now they can build on this positioning here. Gaga is contesting, has a Primal, should be able to stay alive. Just both teams trading positioning here, Jake.
Seeker taking it wide with the OC. If he wants to pop it now, is going to rip it, looking for connections. Primal forced onto him. Oh, the shot onto Insane! Tracer wiped off the face of the earth. Winston sent packing. And SSG make the hold with only the overclock. Gaga low as well.
Use the
Primal.
Primal.
Be careful, gotta fall back.
That's a lost Primal there for Gaga as well. And now only Pineapple with an ultimate. This is SSG now. Very comfortable. They have a Primal as well. They can invest. Maintain that space. Keep Kellen alive. Bliss as well with the sound barrier. SSG looking good here. And CC, they have to find something going for them to get out of these close choke points.
Walking out high ground, so difficult. Gaga takes a bit of attention. Here's Pineapple, looking to get active, slides over the high ground onto Lucio, but the beat counter from Bliss. Space Station Gaming stabilizing, and that was also a beat committed by CC. Now the slide force here. Pineapple out of cooldowns. Kellen on the chase down, not this Sojourn, dead to rights here. Beautiful Primal from Kellen, gets the cleanup. CJ takes down Insane. DPS down for Team CC, and they're sent packing. Option for a spawn camp here for SSG. If they want it, looks like they're gonna get active, gonna push deeper into the spawn.
Big vibes, perhaps? No, Kellen jumps back. They don't want none of that. They have the positioning. They feel really comfortable. Sugarfree has the pulse bomb in hand. Can't trade Kitsune Archers here. This high ground, so good for SSG. So difficult for CC. They have to kind of rotate here to the left-hand side, find an opening. Gaga is going to work his way under here to contest that positioning. And meanwhile,
it's hard to deploy the rush on offense.
Yeah.
You have it for far away, but using it is not easy. Rush comes out for CJ on defense. Insane trying to battle out on this high ground. The rest of Team CC falling back, trying to kite away from that ultimate. Trade good for the moment, but if Tracer goes down, nope, is gonna stay alive, is gonna make it back far away, rips the rush, and now it's Space Station's turn to kite. It's gonna open up some card push for the offense. CC now pressuring into the flank on the Lucio. Insane looking for that pulse bomb connection. Ever elusive in this composition.
So you finally got some space here if you CC, but SSG, they have a pulse bomb in hand. Seeker coming up on that OC. Those ultimates should be what SSG can engage with.
Kellen as well, 70 to the next Primal. They're playing it slow on Space Station Gaming, playing in the position. Dive comes in first for Gaga.
Barrier.
Counter dive moves, high ground dive. Sojourn's holding it down, taking the duel, very low HP, needs some care, but Sugarfree takes down Pineapple in the chaos. Beat is over for the Lucio, cut to pieces, and here's Seeker with the overclock. Just finishing off the attackers, 1 minute left on the clock. Team CC, that was their best shot. That was their ultimate bank. Now Space Station Gaming in full control, coming into 4 major ultimates.
SSG are grooving, Jake. They're feeling comfortable. You got 3 ultimates coming up here. CJ close to Kitsune Rush as well. They should have all the ultimates they need to halt CC's push here on the second point, Jake.
Just oppressive here from this defense. Lucio cut down on the rotate. Gaga, are you even going to Primal this? Pineapple's found one, but Gaga down in the chaos. Couldn't pump the Primal. Tracer stalling card, but yeah, no way you're getting out of this. Faraway finds one. Sugarfree, though, on the chase, has the blink advantage. Looking for the cleanup. Tracer as well on the cards. No, she'll be able to get out to her team for the moment. So Insane should be able to make the touch happen. Pineapple dodges the pulse bomb. And now another opportunity for Team CC as they come in on the offense, but they're gonna have to weather the storm. Bliss has the counter beat here, so Pineapple, as scary as the overclock can be, this can easily be turned around on him.
Gaga has the Primal Rage here. Or they got the touch. Can make space here for Pineapple, but Pineapple needs to pop off.
3 ults ripped from CC. They're deploying everything here. CJ pops the rush. 1-for-1 trade, 4-4. Crowd is feeling overtime. Oh my god, that was too close for comfort. Still, high HP on the Space Station players, but Bliss cut down with the rail shot, followed up by Gaga. Battling on the cart, more players dropping. Kellen trying to fall back, trying to stay alive. HP lead for Gaga. He's chasing this one down. He's got him dead to rights. Is just gonna fall back to the cart, let that spawner escape. But here's Sugarfree battling it out on the cart. 1 second on this recall. Getting the full blink reset, is gonna stay alive. Potential retake here on the cards for SSG. Seeker fights far away, and Kellen is back, full HP in the fight. Close to that next Primal, and this is Space Station Gaming making the hold.
They keep buying time for the spawners to get back. Kellen survived. Oh, that's gonna hurt if you're CC. You could have gone that Winston pick, and then it's just Sugarfree on that point, but they get back again, contest the card, and CC really felt like they should have ended up with a second point cap there, Jake, but instead they get held to 69 meters. And 1 point here on Route 66. SG in a great position to close this series out and advance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, SSG are just so masterful on this comp. Like, even when they're dropping players, they're so clean in the clutch. Even when the resources are a bit low, they know how to spread that pressure out across the team. Kelly knows, like, look, I don't have the HP to come back into this fight. The only thing I can do is live and survive, bait Gaga away from the cart, and guess what? It's Sugarfree finding the opportunity. You come back to clear Tracer of the cart, and now Seeker finds one as well. And so you're just being hit from all sides. This is a classic place to hold on Route 66 right there at the bottom of the staircase on second point. Team CC, I feel like you need a very strong opening defense, maybe a spawn camp, to really slow Space Station Gaming down. You got to gum up the works here. If they get rolling on this map, this series could be over.
Yeah, I mean, SSG, they shaved 1 minute of the timer here in spawn, and that's a beautiful first kind of contest, because then you leave 3 minutes, of course, for the rest of the point. And, you know, SSG, they kind of arguably messed up that first point defense. Could have had 3 touches perhaps, but Sugar Free died in spawn. If CC can replicate that, there is a chance. We've seen first point holds on this map before, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. Oh my, no way, bro.
That is
no way.
TP Widow and Sugar Free hits in. Spawn camp is over. Space Station Gaming are not interested. Seeker out of the Sojourn, looking for more without Lucio. They're playing confidently into the front line. Team CC have to fall back, have to regroup at full strength. So much pressure on the defense right now. The North American squad, they want to send Team CC home. Luckily for them, it's not a long flight.
Oh my. Okay, Kella jumps up, contest base
Lucio
here.
No,
it goes down again.
Big rail from Seeker, got followed up, and Kellen is healthy and happy on the high ground, sitting pretty. This defense has crumbled. First point rolling away against them. Far away, finished off by Sugar Free.
And he won so fast, it might even get a third touch here, actually.
I think they're gonna, I mean, geez, we're talking about 1 minute off the clock.
Man, might as well.
First.
Come on.
TGC on the retake. Good luck coming out, man. This is so scary. You have no map position. No one's able to start this fight. You got to walk through the chokes, but look at this Kellen counter dive. Bubbles off the back line. Gotta find Seeker, though. Gotta find CJ. Okay, this is the retake you needed. Things falling apart very quickly for SSG. The dive came in first despite them having no map position.
Great jump by Gaga onto the rooftops there. Finds a pick and makes space for the rest of his team. And oh my god, that looked like it was gonna be over very quickly, Jake. But instead, CC, we got 1 minute and 30 seconds off the timer here on the defense.
Seeker.
Oh no! Give them a chance to hold. Goodness sake.
There's no mercy in their hearts. Space Station Gaming, they want to book their ticket to stay alive in this tournament. They cannot afford to take another loss here. And there's Kellen following up on some damage onto Faraway, and that's the rush down. You're not going to be able to deploy it. Insane follows shortly behind. Tracer off the field, 4:30 on the clock in SSG with only 69 meters to push. It feels like a foregone conclusion. They're snowballing over the defense. Sojourn's isolated. He could primal this. They could pull the trigger. Kellen, for now, discipline.
So patient.
The better path.
Discipline. Iron Will from Callum here. Can hold close.
Tracer recalling
They have so many ults, Jake. They have so many ults.
Oh, and Seeker cuts down Lucio again. Sojourn on the high ground, forcing everyone out. CC have to fall back and hard regroup, but the card is rolling. Tracer is in. Insane needs to escape, but there's no way out. Sugar Free's on the case.
This is going to be a desperation contest from CC, waiting for Insane to spawn here, but you might have to double support ult out of here, and if you're SSG, you can just stall that out. You can just chill. We got 4 minutes on the timer.
So many fights from CC, and the pressure is bearing down on them. Space Station with full position. Kellen primaling in the choke, disrupting this fight before it even begins. Seeker finds Pineapple. The beat gets nothing from CC. Gaga needs to come up huge with the primal. Seeker's already found another. Only Gaga and Insane stand in the way of Space Station Gaming, who are cruising towards another capture. Winston is down. Tracer finds the pulse, but cannot touch. Team CC are going home. Space Station Gaming, 3-0 victory. Booking their ticket to continue on for a lower bracket run. And the hometown crowd means nothing. Sugar Free means everything.
It looked even the first couple of maps, but that Route 66 was nothing but a dominant performance on these Winston compositions from SSG, who it looked prime for a lower bracket run here, Jake. Looks so comfortable on all those heroes. Sugar Free popping off on the Tracer, Callum setting the pace on that Winston, and a nice 3-0 will be good for the confidence after a loss to Crazy Raccoon.
Dude, how about CJ's Ana this series, man?
That's crazy.
Really good stuff on the Ana. I think that's going to be a key difference maker, something you need in this comp. We talk always about DPS and tanks. They're the tips of the spear, but Ana in the Winston comp is just so critical, finding those nades, finding the big nanos, and CJ was always there, especially in that second map. Seeker also, I think, really came alive on Route 66, really slammed the door on Team CC, and this SSG squad kind of hitting their stride.
I think that's a great statement game from CJ, because I think you look at this SSG roster, And CJ might be one of the players who are mentioned last when it comes to like importance and playmaking on this roster, because you're like, whoa, Sugar Free, Seeker, of course, can pop off Kellan on the Winston, and usually CJ is left for last, but CJ was arguably player of the match this series, came in huge with those Ana nades. So now, when you go up against SSG, CJ has to be a frontrunner when it comes to impact in these games.
It's a very tough call on POTM in a series like this, but I agree. CJ has been really coming into his own here, having a huge season and another great performance in this match. An incredible match indeed here. Team CC, we got to say goodbye to them, but now we're going to send it all over to the desk and have them break it down.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming taking Team CC out of the running here in this double elimination bracket. And it felt like Team CC, they had some bites at moments. A lot of that came down to, I think, Pineapple. Pineapple went kind of crazy in some moments there, Jaws, but it wasn't quite enough.
It was so close. There was, like you said, there were moments there when they were biting and they almost managed to get a W. I was waiting for it every single fight. It honestly felt like a big dogfight halfway through this series. It was like, okay, well, we're in for a treat. Kaneki on the far on this first map too was, woo, yeah, supreme stuff.
So good. I mean, like, the Pharaoh was enough of a problem that on the second map, they decided to completely ban it out.
Yeah.
It's like, why deal with
like
it
that.
when, it has just been such a problem. But I think that it allowed for Space Station to really show us what they're made of in that DPS lineup. I think something that we were hoping for in the series that we casted, Jaws, was like, Seeker, just play Sojourn.
Yeah.
Like, you've got this, brother. Like, you can hit these railgun shots. You're gonna be fine going toe-to-toe with some of the best Sojourns in this stage. You just have to believe in yourself instead of playing something like that Sombra.
Please say the freakish railgun shot on the Tracers here. It was on this point, and he was getting primaled, I think, and he zipped up into the air and just snipes insane from. Oh, is it this one? Oh, maybe not. It was ridiculous. Seeker is just so good on the Sojourn. I mean, both DPS players are just insane. We know Sugar Free is just world class at what he does. Space Station, going down that early, not too much of a shock, but their lower bracket run, they got a promising time moving forward, honestly.
Yeah, and you're looking over at the DPS on the side of Team CC, and no matter who's going to be on that Tracer, it feels so hard to go up against toe-to-toe, up against an incredible Sugar Free Rose.
I mean, it's like, I think all of them can play Tracer. Kaneki, Pineapple, and Insane can all play Tracer. Yeah. So you never know who it's going to be, but you're right. I think to be able to play Tracer at this level, we've always looked at Tracer as one of the DPS heroes, I think, that has one of the highest skill floors, but also has such a high skill ceiling. And I think Sugar Free is one of those players that has really started to hit that peak. I'm so excited to see where he goes from here.
Absolutely. He's been, a player to definitely watch here for SSG as far as that playmaker for the team to be able to even take them far into the competition. But we got to see how the bracket has actually turned out for day one. I think we didn't quite get the upsets that maybe we were hoping for. Things have mostly panned out as expected there, Jaws.
Yeah, look at that. Loaded 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, 3-0. And then Alcadia taking that one off of Falcons.
That is something to be proud of.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that is so challenging.
Losing, unfortunately, against Virtus Pro. It's great talking about what happened today, but look at tomorrow. I'm just
oh my
Falcons.
Gosh.
That game is going to be so sick versus Once Again. Once Again, we're just incredible in that VP game. Just unbelievable stuff. And then now is where it really gets dicey, because you go down in the lower bracket and then you're against teams like Virtus Pro. It's all up from here in terms of, entertainment value and just, fun.
It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. What's your matchup that you're looking forward to, Rose?
I think it has to be the same match.
Same one?
Yeah. I mean, come on. The fact that we get Chinese Overwatch again, and especially in the form of Once Again, this is a roster that people are looking at for this tournament as being third place, second place. Maybe, just maybe, do we get Once Again winning the whole thing? Maybe I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Just giving me a look over here.
Look.
But I think they are easily
I'd be down.
Third top 14.
I had them going pretty far in my bracket. Although I think I had them losing to Falcons here and then just kind of sweeping through lowers and then maybe facing Falcons again. I think they're going to go pretty far. All they need to do is play more Winston, play more Sojourn. You've got it.
Channel the home ground energy too,
Exactly.
you know, the crowd backing them and everything like that. But we do have an interview on the line with Danny. He'll be talking to Seeker. Let's see what they have to say.
2, 1. Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here next to Seeker from SSG. First of all, congratulations on getting the win. I mean, you guys had to play not one, but 2 matches, and they were pretty close by together, so I'm pretty sure you're pretty tired.
Yeah.
But I do want to ask, you know, if you could summarize your day for day 1 of Champions Clash, how would you summarize it?
Very, very long day, but it was really exciting. I was really nervous to play on the big stage, probably the biggest stage that my whole team has played on. So, you know, it's definitely kind of nerve-wracking playing against the Chinese teams. They have the home crowd advantage. You know, you can definitely feel the energy and hear the crowd. So, yeah, I mean, it was fun. You know?
It was fun. And that fun is going to continue because you guys are going to be playing tomorrow. And it's going to be an interesting one because I heard that you guys are either going to play Falcons or Once Again. I would assume that you guys would rather play Once Again, but then knowing that you just said that the home crowd buff is real, I don't know. Who would you rather play?
I don't know. It's tough. I think that Team Falcons is really, really, really strong, and Once Again is also really strong. But I'd rather play Team Falcons. So
really,
the crowd is really loud, you know, and I think that they have a sort of buff, you know. Guishui, Shy, Leave, all of them, they just play better on stage, and they're really just like land performers. So I'd 100% rather play Team Falcons because I feel like we have a little bit better chance, even if it's not that much. I think we can still win.
All right. Well, everybody, that was Seekers. Thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations on getting the win. And yeah, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Okay, how do you feel about that,
That
guys?
was a crazy statement. I'll be real. I'd rather face Team Falcons in the head-to-head.
He needs sleep.
So, no, to be
There's
fair,
no good
though-
choice there, though.
No.
Exactly. There's no good choice, and the home field advantage goes crazy. Like, you will feel it, obviously, if you've been to like a sports game or an esports event or whatever. When the crowd loves a specific team, the whole place like rumbles, and the players can
electric.
feel that on the stage because everybody is like looking at them and they're feeling it in those cans. Like, yeah, it's a real powerful
You
buff.
can see it out of the periphery, though, too. It's
Yeah,
like not
of course,
even
yeah,
feeling
when-
it on the stage,
yeah.
but you can clearly see when the fans are cheering for a specific team or player.
then
Especially
when
when they've
you
got
die
the big
and
light
they
sticks
cheer,
too.
and you're like-
Yeah. Oh man, that's a lot of pressure.
It definitely is. It definitely is. But that's a wrap for today. It's been lovely having the two of you on the desk with me in the casting booth as well. It's been a long one. And we're going to have so much more action for you guys tomorrow. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you later.